Oh my god, I lost track. I can't believe... Whoa, okay, Staz, come on. You know, it's not countdown is done. It's soon TM. We need to talk, Staz. Let me just fix that. All right, one sec. Let me just... Because I'm OCD about it. There we go. What is up? One and all. Apologies, we were a few seconds late there. It's time! Final time of 2024 that we are going to be going live on this channel. Thank you, one and all, for joining me for what I expect to be a series that delivers. In fact, last time these two matched up in the group stage of the Midweek Muster All-Stars, it delivered the longest game, full stop. The most ridiculous game. You guys might remember the Marlene versus Juji game. If you did not see it, don't worry. It'll be uploaded to YouTube in due time. Promise you that much. Had a little bit of a tricky issue because I actually realized that I encoded the wrong format, and then also the quality was lower than expected, so I've had to go and re-encode through to up the quality and make it editable so I can mesh them together. Didn't know this, but apparently Adobe Premiere does not support AV1 encoding at all. Fingers crossed though, I'm hoping in 2025 we're going to get that super early, with Twitch at least, because I want to start streaming on AV1. AV1 with the AMD is top notch. It really is like battling against the best, right? So fingers crossed that'll be coming nice and early. And yes, we have got a best of 11. You heard that correctly. It is going to be a best of 5 draft into a best of 5 redraft after the game 4, and then a best of 3 redraft if we get past 8 games. I mean, dude, it's one series. I had to give you guys your value, you know? And, oh no, I just realized, like, what did I say? They had the longest game. That game was an hour and 20 minutes. I hope that's not the average, because that would mean we will be here for over 12 hours. 3 drafts for one series. Yep, that is kind of like the standard format is we use best of 5 drafts at the moment when you're going longer than best of 5s. And then you redraft after the 4th game. But there aren't many best of 9s or best of 11s anymore. Most of the time it's best of 7s. So we've got something rare and quite different here. We'll see if it's a detriment or a good thing. It's going to potentially be one hell of a long day, though. But yeah, just a reminder of how we actually got here, folks. So I've actually updated the brackets. I was strung up bad math brain last night. Big shout out to Cascade Fury, actually, who was in the chat at the time, just helping me figure it out. So the final pointing formats was that B and WAM were drawn on points technically overall. But what ended up happening is when you look at B and WAM, B got a 4-1 overall win rate, whereas WAM got a 3-2 win rate. And actually, even if you went into individual games, was one less. So that is why B, despite it being +3/+3, he was the one who made it through over WAM. Puppy Paw, by far, the biggest jaw dropper there. -7. He only won 3 games out of 13 played. Lost 5 series, all of them in total. Definitely did not have that on I don't want to say my Christmas list. It almost sounds like I wanted it. No one expected that, man. No one. I think after the first 3 series, Puppy Paw's mind was probably a little bit drained, and like he probably done the maths and realized that realistically he couldn't make playoffs, so he'll play the games, get a little bit more money. But Puppy protesting map pool, dude, what's wrong with the map pool? The map pool is literally all of the midweek musters where he's been winning, and a bunch of maps from the ladder. By the way, if we do go all the distance in this series, every single map will be played, including Nagari. Oh, I don't know if that's a good thing, but including Nagari. I'm just going to say even louder. But we do have the drafts. First draft round is up on your screens now. So B, he got his hands on Chinese, really solid start. Delhi in HRE and English for Louis, though, is kind of wild. Now, what is going to be different is you have to remember we have 11 maps here, so in fairness, the OP picks will still be good, but these more variable picks, the ones that don't have as much versatility but are strong in certain environments, will kick up a riot, potentially, because we'll go back and forth here. Opening map is going to be Dry Arabia. I imagine we're probably going to be looking at something like Marlians from B. Louis hasn't got the Juji this time, so we can't have that nightmare fuel, but he could go for something like the Delhi to open up really strong. Oh, wait, they're protesting the EGC map pool? I haven't really looked at it thoroughly, so I'm not sure. I mean, did they use like a bunch from our tournament? Because that would be my recommendation. I mean, I'm not saying we get it all right, but we get a decent amount of it right. You know, we do pretty well. All right, just updating the players. Yeah. So they did us Dry Arabia to begin with, guys. All of Lou's picks are vanilla civs. I mean, dude, maybe the expansion is too expensive. Why are you judging him? And yes, thank you very much, Hussein. Hussein, by the way, if you haven't seen it on Reddit, he actually done a summary of the picks, applied points actually through to all the different civs through week 1 to 7. It's a really cool stat breakdown. Apparently, Hussein isn't happy just being our mod man. He wants to be our stat man as well. That comes with the same pay as the mod man. Nothing but our appreciation. But yeah, he found out the Byzantines had the best win rate. Big surprise there. Then it's Atri, Delhi. Like Juji done really well in win rates, but like the pointing system didn't value them highly. But I talked about this, man. I think Juji is a sleeper pick, man. China are a strong performer, as would always be expected. Ayabids really were just a wet fart, though. 38.75%. I feel like sometimes they're being misleveraged in general, which leads to these problems. But let's see what the boys have got for us in the opener. So they should be setting up the lobby in a second. In fact, did I just catch them at perfect time as they're hopping in? I might have. Either that or B's warming up. B might be warming up. All right, which means we've got a sec. Is there any pro player that doesn't have the DLC? That's a very funny thing if there is. I'm not sure. I haven't heard of any. It would be hilarious. I mean, like, wait, no, don't we just throw shade at someone who only plays certain civs? That would be the way. I mean, we know MSN has the DLC, right? Because half of his roster that he likes to play are them. Hybrids. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's someone who just like one-trick ponies, right? Like maybe a filthy Delhi main. Only plays Delhi, doesn't really need the DLC at all. I think that is maybe going to become a little bit of a polarizing factor as we add in more expansions. I almost wonder if the reasonable way of doing things is like actually changing it so that when a new DLC comes out, a big expansion, just like in multiplayer add the previous ones for free, maybe? I don't know if that's too extreme. But thank you for reminding me, Mazel. Guys, we are doing one last sponsor stream with AMD. I'm just kidding. We're doing a whole month of AMD streams, but we're doing also a targeted sponsor stream with them. It's an awareness campaign right now. Seems we've got a minute or two until the game begins. Can you do me a favor? That link that just popped up on my name, the UPU link, go ahead, please. And wait, why have I been invited? What? Whoops. Whoops. I just realized B invited me by mistake. But yeah, do me a favor and click that link. Because it's an awareness campaign, they're really looking to drive eyeballs onto the product. So that link will take you through to tell you a little bit about the new 9800 X3D. Highly recommend these CPUs to anyone who actually wants the best gaming performance they can get. It is full stop there. That is the place you will find it. There is really like no argument right now. As much as like it worries me because, you know, if you don't have competition, it can go on. But like this right now, click on this link, just do a little bit of reading. Even if you just do a quick glance, that's the whole point of an awareness campaign. It helps me tremendously. But yeah, these right now, the 9800 X3Ds are chef's kiss. In fact, I'm going to look to see if there's a new X3D model coming on 9950, if I can get my hands on it. Because for gaming, the extra cache that you get on the X3D versions are highly coveted. They are incredibly valuable. So if you want to get the most out of gaming, I definitely recommend going and checking these out. I've heard that there are stocks coming back in, so get them while they're hot because they are running off of the shelves. They're running into the arms of people. I'm telling you, these things keep selling out at a ridiculous rate. I also highly recommend, with the rumors as they're standing, getting your hands on the 7900 XTX or one of the 7000 series AMDs. I'm going to probably be buying Cyberpunk the next week to test it out on there. Apparently the ray tracing is really impressive. What I love is I am someone who came from NVIDIA for years, and I'm kind of shocked from a gaming perspective how these actually compete. The other really cool thing about that 7900 XTX, I've tested 2 games with frame gen on. Anyone who plays competitive games like me hears the word frame gen and cringes. I couldn't tell. Like, I as someone who plays the sweatiest of sweaty games, I couldn't feel really any noticeable added lag. It was actually a boon, not a negative. So definitely recommend checking those out. All right, I believe, though, we should be getting ready. Game 1's going to be Chinese versus English. Interesting. Are you definitely need it for AoE4? AoE4 is CPU bound, though, right? So, like, it can help quite a bit. All right, we've got 4 minutes until we're live in-game, by the way. So if you want to get yourself a drink, get yourself some popcorn, now's the time. I'm going to run 2 minutes ads so you guys don't have to worry about it when we're in-game, okay? How's the bans work? LuMT banned Bruce, but B picked it. Yeah. So, whoops. I mean, I ran ads and then explained it. The way that works is that he's targeted the ban at the other person. So B has said, Louis, you can't pick Bruce, but he still can, which is why you see, for example, sometimes you've got Byzantine, Juji, Juji, and Abbasid, right? That's how that works. Oh, man. Let me just double check. Did I miss anything else in chat? Once checked, like a huge amount of overall players have the DLC. I don't. Yeah, I mean, like it was kind of crazy because usually that's where you start to get divides. I was really worried initially when they announced they were going to charge DLC because I was like, this could divide the player base. I think we got quite fortunate. I don't know if that'll continue regularly. There we go. Sorry, I usually have an admin in the background. White Towel drop incoming? I mean, English versus Chinese. Imagine if you got Barbican dropped. Nah, like, this has always been pretty cozy for English, I want to say. Right, the Lombo pressure is good. You can't get Barbican rush. 2 TC builds looking pretty good. If you go for the king, you also have pressure. Could work quite well. Oh no, Hussein's out of gifted sub? What? Dude, someone hook Hussein up. He just gave us the stats. If you guys haven't seen this, highly recommend it. Once again, go and check it out. He ran the stats. He ran the numbers. He done the boring stuff that none of us actually want to go do but want to know. He done all the stats for the last 7 KPMMs. It doesn't include the one that we're having now, the All-Stars, but it's got some really interesting takes. Most notably, B-tier Chinese? I disagree, Hussein. Your stats make no sense. Hey, stop anonymous gifter. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. There you go. Arcleave, sorry, mate. I can't shield for you. If you really want it, go do some stats. I'm going to spam emotes. Why aren't you subscribed yourself, Leave? I'm going to sub shame you here because you do regularly come in begging for subs. AoE 2 is different though on like not having any issues, right? It already had so many civs, so like the dilution isn't as drastic as when you add in like 8. It's a hobby. What does that even mean? Begging's a hobby? I just need to clarify what it's a hobby even means in this circumstance. Yeah, I have heard Hussein's excuse. So Hussein is from the Middle East, and like the banking system doesn't work with Twitch. This is where Leave's like, coincidence, I'm also from the Middle East. Oh, really, Leave? When did that happen? About 5 minutes ago. Oh, okay. From South America. Interesting. But you have subs there, right? I guess it depends on the country. But I think you have subs in most South America. I thought almost all South American countries I thought could use Twitch. Yo, what's up, Patrick? Thank you very much for the gifted sub, mate. Only jungle. Oh, sorry, my mistake. You're in the Amazonian jungle. It makes sense now. I should have known. All right. Let's go ahead. Get a 2-minute prediction going. I'm going to be in game in 1 minute. Remember, game number 1 is going to be Chinese versus English. Man, dude, I feel like Louis just got such a great opening draft, though. This is, in some ways, a little bit spooky. Also, let me just click live on a certain other platform for people on phones that like viewing a vertical. We are now live on TikTok as well. What up? Second time. Boop. Fingers crossed. Last time I clicked that live button on the previous stream, it crashed my stream. I hope it doesn't do it now. Let's get ready to get in game, though, because we are just 30 seconds out. Mate, Leave, we've said the civs like 3 times. You need to pull the jungle leaves out your ears. Holy crap. All right, get your predictions. How long are we going to be live for today, you reckon? Yeah, TikTok has live streaming, but it's like weird until you have certain metrics. You can't just use RTMP services, which is where you just like enter a code. It's how you like multi-stream easily, right? So I literally have OBS open with a vertical stream as well, but then that's being captured by the TikTok app. It's very weird. All right. Now, we had to do something special to round out 2024, which is why it is my pleasure to say, one and all, for the first time ever in the midweek muster, we have got a best of 11 grand finals. One and all, Welcome back to the All-Stars, man. We've had our group stage. We've got our results. Louis MT and B dominant to bring themselves both here into a grand final slammer. It's 11 games ahead of us, and it kicks off in Dry Arabia. Buzzy Boy B on his Chinese. You can guarantee we're going to be seeing some Pro Scout shenanigans. And Louis MT kicks off on this map with the Civ that kicked it all off for him in Midweek Muster. The very first week of this esports circuit been running, he played this Civ, and he looked scary. This man managed to go through the entirety of the first week into the grand finals, dominating practically everyone with his English picks. Let's see if he can get off to a domineering start here. Crazy thought as well, because last time these two met on Dry Arabia was in the group stage of the All-Stars, and that match was an hour and I believe 25 minutes long. Absolute absurdity. And looking at the Civs, I can't believe I'm going to do this myself. Look at the Civs, this could actually happen again. Because in that game, it was Mali and Shuji, a little bit less expected, but English-Chinese is just kind of a classic, both of these Civs love the late game type situation, right? I hope for our sanity it's not the case. For Louis MT, yes, it is indeed late. He does live in China, so it's probably about 11 p.m., possibly 10 p.m., depending on where he is. But on top of that, Louis MT last time didn't care. This man is used to the European time zones by now. He realizes that right now, Age of Empires is a European-dominated sport. So he's on a mission to beat them in their own time zones and change that. And I gotta say, man, I gotta give it to him. Louis MT... he's on the verge. He's on the cusp. I know I said this at the end of 2023 as well. And 2024 started off so strong. But something just didn't come together with this guy. You know, Louis MT is a guy who was fast on the rise. And then all of a sudden, I think stagnated midway through the year. You know, he was bordering podium finishes consistently. And then it just disappeared. I'm hoping we see that type of competition, because another guy who actually, I think a lot of people thought might make it, and he could have actually, if he'd won that series against B, would have been Anatant. What a crazy grand finals that would have been. But this one is sure to deliver something special. So Imperial Academy coming in. Sheep count is looking ridiculous for B. With one scout, just one, he got 19 sheep compared to only Louis getting 8. That's incredible. I mean, this Civ does have the extra vision, right? It definitely helps, but you wouldn't really expect it to that extreme. And he's still finding more sheep. What? All right, 20 sheep is broken, man. That's... At that point, don't even do Pro Scout, surely. I think he's going to do something different. Like, usually when you see B pick Chinese, you're expecting Pro Scouts. Most of the time, he'll go for it. He knows it's going to be 2TC, right? He should have scouted that or be expecting that. Louis MT has, of course, gone for the Abbey of Kings. He'll eventually have that king to harass with. There is a world in which we just see Barbican. In fact, with 2 on gold and 9 on food, it's looking likely that we're heading towards a Barbican play. So you could do what? A Barbican drop here. That would also secure the deer. That would get you a stone. And then you could TC drop at home, right? And just mill push. And yes, Crackety, this is a best of 11, mate. Welcome to a marathon. I checked with the players. I mean, okay, so here's my defense of this. Here's my defense. I was like, doesn't really get done. Should we see why? No, but the more important thing, I was like, well, we're only playing one series today. And the first day was a maximum of 15 games played. Now, what we learned is actually having them play 15 games may have been a mistake in one day. But considering that the whole tournament got delayed, like, or was held back by one series by like an hour already from a player being late, and then you extend that further, I feel like the length isn't going to be absurdly over the top. As long as they don't choose hour-long games time and time again. A little bit of deer shenanigans here. Looks like Louis is maybe trying to get a shove in. It would have been great to have gone in towards like the berries, drop a TC here. I think berry gathering for English is a little bit underrated with how it got slightly buffed. And it does allow for a much faster castle. Also, especially with gold like this, you can just kind of wall it in, right? But I think instead, yeah, he's just going to go for the TC drop on the west side of the gold, isn't he? Wait, is he really doing this? That's, if B sees this, he can punish it. However, that isn't the way I was expecting. Why? This is not the way I was expecting B to punish this. This guy got 20 plus sheep and was like, I need some Pro Scouts. Why? Why? What's my predicted end for this best of 11? With knowing the players involved in this, probably like... I think 6 hours is very reasonable. 5 hours would be pretty conservative. 8 hours seems feasible with these two. I don't feel like I'm exaggerating either. That's insane though. Like usually English go for this condensed 2TC approach. It's almost like he was expecting B to play a boomer game, and in fairness, B did go pro scouts. So he has chosen a semi-boomer option. Should have made it play all 11. The funny thing is originally group stage was going to play all 2s. But then like the players that responded were like, oh, we don't mind. Best of 3s will play all 2s is fine. And then we thought about it and we were like, man, play all 2s is going to cause a lot of weird tiebreakers. Let's just go with best of 3s. And after a very long day, I think it was like almost a 10-hour broadcast, here we are. Scout's going to be bringing the goodies back. It looks like the king won't really? I thought he might go for the dive there. I guess it would still take 2 hits, so it's kind of not worth the damage you take. Yeah, King just being a little bit annoying, but B does have the horsemen coming. Once you have about 3 of them, that's where the King has to back the hell off. This is looking like a fast castle game from B, though. So this can work pretty well. You just fast castle into relic gathering with a few lancers coming out. I don't even know if B actually scouted what his opponent has done here. He's running across. He should be looking for the TC if he hasn't seen it yet. Once he knows how loose that second DC is, he can just fast castle and spam lancers. It's really powerful because at this stage, Louis already has too many villages underneath the TC. What do you guys predict, by the way? I'm curious. 66% for B. Damn. Have y'all not watched Louis' English? I mean, I guess you're thinking about the hyper late game, right? And I get where you're coming from, if that's where you're going, right? Pyrotechnic's very good. But, I don't know. There's something about English longbows right now that makes them kind of crazy. I think, you know, if you see your opponent spamming hand cannoneers, you just pump longbows non-stop. If you have wing guard as well, good lord. But we are now getting the Barbican coming up. It's going to be in the gold, so that's going to protect against any harass. Interesting that B decided to go back for the Barbican. Another hilarity is because those impartial taxmen, they're still neck and neck on economy right now. He's still going to fall behind over time because Song only like buffers you a little bit. It doesn't compare to 2TC. But, you know, this is the trade-off of Louis' timing, right? Like, he walks so far out of his base to get these deer. Eventually, it's going to pay off in a fast white tower build, but in the meantime, hurts your timings. And also, now you have this big question mark about where do you put the white tower? It's probably going to be here. This is the most natural place. It protects the farms, it protects the gold, it protects the trees. You definitely could use some protection there, considering the amount of horsemen coming. B, I don't think we're getting a castle play at all. I think he scouted the TC and now he wants to punish it. Okay, this is sick because, guys, he can rush towards a blacksmith timing. Just get a few archers over here, build into 2 rams, and break him. Louis, in the meantime, is making the right choice, adding in a lot of spears. But B's play into archers might make him think twice about this. Interesting little walls from Louis as well. Just trying to make it harder for his opponent to rotate. Surprised the King isn't here defending either. That's the biggest shocker to me. He's actually just griefing the Pro Scouts play. To be fair, though, B still has plenty of deer already, Herman. What is up, Yorus? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Now, remember, guys, if you have got Prime subs, whether you're watching this live or later, come and drop them in the chat. Make sure you make it a monthly habit. Don't give Bezos the money. Give me the money. Got 2 kids to feed. And esports don't fund themselves. Imagine if Louis done something insane, like, I don't know, built a 3rd TC. What's up, T4 Kit? Thank you for the Prime, mate. Appreciate it. Welcome to Swarm, folks. I mean, this has to be White Tower. Anything but White Tower is death. Even a White Tower right now feels a little bit awkward because the archers are now here. Yeah, he might have to shortbow the archers to get them low, to scare them. Wait, he needs to drop off. I don't like the look of this. Man, Wheelbarrow would have totally been worth it in this situation. He has at least got the gold for the drop-off. The White Tower can be built. And he has got a nice spot right here. This should just be a natural fit for it. Instead, he goes greedy. I can't believe he got away with that. B backed off at the worst possible time there. Had he kept the pressure up, that White Tower could have been forfeit. Meantime, King did come home, but we talked about this. Horsemen are a great counter to that, able to just chase him down. Archers are going to start diving in, but it's only 4. It's not really your insta-kill play. He's at least delaying the timing a little bit, and Might even be able to get a kill or two in the end. Oh, I like that, actually. The staggered attack of the archers is making it possible for him to get worker kills. But White Tower definitely going up. Louis is going to cost him, what, probably just 2 villages in the end. And B, just a phenomenal civ. Chinese are already mirroring this. Astronomical clock tower now on the way. Got so many deer to work with still. Also has that pressure point on the west side. Remember that second TC that Louis set up. He knows it. It's not safe. 23 villagers have to migrate the area. Yeah, a little bit surprised B stopped diving. I think he's showing a lot of respect here. He could have easily been on top of that, pressuring and finding kills. Probably just a little bit worried about the tree line giving this snaky runaway, where he could just pivot back and forth. Now, if you're wondering why did we not even get Zhuge, it's because it would have been too slow. I actually respect B for not doing that. Zhuge would have slowed down his tech timing, but it also takes a lot longer for them to arrive than archers. So he actually 100% made the right choice, because once you go for the age up, you don't want to be on Zhuge. Your opponent's going to have lombos, which can actually outrange you. So you can have strong point defenses and heavily armored units. It's just Zhuge pointless at that stage. A little bit surprised B didn't try for the blacksmith in the end, though. I do think there would have been some merit towards double ram onto that second TC. Also, shout out to Louis for being a little bit creative with his placement. Most people were very condensed with their 2 TC. And what's up, Gurugandor? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate the prime. Welcome to the Swarm. Keep it going, guys. You almost start the sub train. Let's see how many subs we can get in for a best of 11. Sub if you like the idea of the insanity of 11 games back to 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 back. Pretty sure that was 11 times to set back. Oh, good clash. It's around here. Now this is awkward. Louis, yeah, he's a little bit pinched. There is still a small way out there. You got to be kidding me. How did he get away with that? The horsemen should have been able to gather on top of it. They're going to chase down now, so they should be able to get that final strike. This is a great fight, man. You can't believe it. But B right now, with Feudal Age Horseman, is slapping Louis about. There is a few lances now mixed in there. But it's the pinch factor that was so smart there. Looks like the horseman will be able to strike down another. Valuable kills found for B. And I imagine, yeah, we do have relics being targeted by both players. In fact, Louis trying to move out already. B trying to now mirror. All right. And the Lancer spam is real, man. This is the power of the Pro Scouts, right? He just got so much deer off the map. Meanwhile, Louis now has to go in for the farms. It's not a good look. I mean, necessary, right? You know you're going to have to do it eventually, but this early is something you want to avoid. That was the whole point in going on the deer. That's why he tried to get that deer shoving on the east side as well. That at least would have put them on par. Then you consider the sheep difference, which I think was about... I believe it was about 70% sheep for B. Insane advantage. Good cover fire here. He's going into the vet archers just in case the spears. Actually will work quite nicely against the crossbowmen as well. Louis. He's not going men-at-arms because English men-at-arms are OP. No, he's going English men-at-arms because he doesn't have the economy to go lancers. He's forced into this comp. If he can survive any incoming pressure, the crossbows will be of merit in a minute or two. The tricky part about B, I see this with his Chinese all the time. He just finds ways of snaking to different points. We could be looking at Yuan, or we could easily be looking at him. Or apparently we could just easily be looking at Miss Macro. Holy crap. I mean, I'm starting to think he's more of a squirrel than a bee, right? Because we're in the winter, and he seems to hoard a lot to try and survive. I love how the monk snitch. He's like, hey, guys, over here. Look what this guy's doing. All right, well, it looks like it's a day for religious people to die. So both the monks are going to be falling. Imperial Palace is coming in, so we did call it right. He does want that Yuan. Remember, this is ridiculous for the knights. It turns them into horsemen in terms of movement speed. Right now, B looking like he's going to get the majority of relics. Crossbows are trying to defend at home. Knights are going to charge in there, but I think there's just going to be too many lancers here for him to find real contestable damage. The Imperial Palace isn't being rushed up, so it's not like B is sacrificing a lot of his economy to do this. He can't really afford to when he's already 14 behind. But with the relics coming home, that's going to offset some of the pressure. Then there's the potential for B to go into a second TC himself. In fact, that's already coming through. And all of a sudden, this eco gap is going to be closing quite quickly. So what does Louis do from here? I mean, this stage of the game feels very unplayable and age-free to me. I don't think there's much he can do quickly on the map. If he tries to scale, there's just a risk that B just out-blobs you, right? He's still not having to worry about farms anytime soon, of course. Most likely, we're going to see Louis just hunker down, play for him, and do his classic mass men-at-arms stretch. Don't like B going 2TC and giving up on the Song Villager bonus at the same time. As a China main, that feels wrong. I think he's focusing on the pressure he has in the mid, though. Like, look at the movement speed on these Knights now. It's actually... So I can defend this. It's weirdly logical, actually, what B's doing. Because if he doesn't get the movement speed on his Lancers, all these injured Knights will just heal up. Right? So by going for this play, he's able to snipe out the Knights, and some of you are already onto it as well, get his hands on Pagodas. That's the whole point. It's actually a really smart play, because we've seen how OP healing can be. You don't want to be giving the English Knights the ability in small numbers to have effect. You're seeing how much they struggle, man. They can't get away with it every time. Meanwhile, look at the injured for him. He's like, bye. Nice fight. Same time next week. Okay. Be sure to bring your brother. Bring someone who can actually fight, because you can't. I believe. Have we got the Pagodas coming in yet? Doesn't look like it. It'll probably be setting them up soon. For the time being, he's prioritizing the granaries, which makes sense. And yet, the Pagodas, you put relics in them, and they are ways of transcending the normancy of relics. Instead of you getting 80 gold, you get, I think, something like 200 resources, 240 resources. Knights are going to catch the granaries being built, but there's not much they can do about it. Dude, I swear, this playing to Yuan is just so smart. We always see Yuan with infantry, but recently I've been seeing a lot more cavalry play, especially from B, and I give it a lot of credit where credit is due, man. It's impressive how effective it is at controlling the mid-map. Because, like, normally when you both do this knight play, it's a bit of a dance, and you can get away with it. English, there's no getting away in this situation. However, there might be no getting away rather from this timing. Louis is marching up with crossbows. His army not as big in terms of its ability to take a direct fight. Walls are going up, though, and no, Louis, instead of going down the center, he's trying to go for those farms. And that did just get scouted, man. That little detail there, B reveals it all. And remember, the Imperial Palace saw it so early. This is the tricky thing about Imperial Palace, man. I think Yuan is a bit more fluid to do now that people have realized the potency of that vision. It makes it harder for your opponent to just outmaneuver you off the back of you spending all that resource on tech. It's going to be one knight sneaking. It looks like the walls didn't go up in time over here. Oh, we do have Sacred Sites now being targeted by Louis. B, in the meantime, is just going to back up, focus on his economy. Louis, meanwhile, is looking like he's focusing on attack. You get to be impressed by Springwoods? Yeah, I have the same feeling. It's a bit underwhelming. Then again, it's not like an insanely pricey unit, 250. So he's maybe seeing some value there. Like, if you think about it from a DPS perspective compared to, say, archers, that's an interesting thought experiment. Because you could have 3 archers or 1 Springwoods, right? And Springwoods' base damage is as high as the archers, but then it has the penetration. And then it has the range. I mean, it's not a fantastic unit, right? I'll be real about it. But it's not terrible either. Wow, okay. Terrible, maybe. But, like, in the idea of it and what he's trying to achieve here, I don't think it's terrible. Where it becomes terrible is when you go, oh, yeah, but you're compared to 3 archers. Could we do the proper comparison, which is you could have 2 crossbowmen or 1 Springald? Then you've got a fair argument. Then it's like, okay, yeah, I'd probably rather have the crossbowmen. Their DPS is much better. I think also situation against something like Men-at-Arms, I can kind of see the sense in it. Then again, like, B usually fires off a mass nest of Bs. And I'm wondering why we're getting Fire Lancers here. This is weird. Okay. Okay, Louis, Berkshire. Like the idea of claiming the 8K, hate the idea of not having your own quality in late game. Missing out on Wingard is a pretty big bummer here. I think, you know, I must be one of Wingard's biggest, like, cheerleaders at this point. I always big up how important, how powerful this landmark is, and I think I stand by it in this particular game. Wingard Rangers are worth their weight in gold. especially against a player like B, who inherently loves to mass siege. I still do. Wait, this was the one that was sitting in the corner for the last 2 minutes. That was kind of wild. So we'll get some chip damage done, but you just see the value I'm talking about. You know, compared to another Civ in this situation, just reacting would take a long time. Yuan so early offsets that problem. Now, B is going to want to tech up quite quickly here once he hears the trigger tech up. His Fire Lancers can actually do some decent raid damage right now because Louis' army isn't huge. It's not also in a good position to control the map, right? Like, he's trying to dive the base right now. Keep drop coming in, though, and it's going to be way too fast for Louis to stop. I think he knows it as well, man. He'll probably look to dive under the keep either way. There's a few crossbows trying to defend this. Villagers will be at a garrison side. Now B, he's still behind by over 20 villagers in this game. Springel's not going to get in a choke point. Now this could be good. The pen shots here would hit about 5 targets. Or they could hit 2 because things. Remember, this is underneath a keep. Another quick wall! B! He traps him in! What a move! Louis MT just walked into his own tomb. And B, he lost, what, 5 villagers for that play? That was insane. And look at the military count. Louis down to just 10. Man, that's a sick play. And the reason it works so well is the Yuan dynasty. And the reason we caught it in such crisp, high-definition detail is this Ryzen powered setup. Yeah, I'm going to shill it. Exclamation by AMD. Click on the link. Support the sponsors that have been supporting this because it makes events like this possible to be caught in the absolute highest settings, which is what these two deserve. That was insane. So good because of that movement speed. The 1.5 movement speed that allowed him to rush past the entire army, get the wall up, and get back before anything bad could happen. And now the counterattack is on. B, he says, you've done me some pain. Now let me return the service. Also, B is pops, right? So we're going to be seeing him soon as well. With the granary farms just going like crazy, with the 4 relics as well, it's no doubt about it. It's not going to take him long. Now, he has got the pagodas, so that's 3 pagodas total. It's just so much income. It's offsetting a lot of the discrepancy in economy here. And Louis, he's trying to go hand cannoneers. A smart choice, but a slow unit to assemble. Takes 35 seconds. The Fire Lancers go straight off the TC. Calm down, son. You're in a good position, but the game ain't over yet. The Vils were in the keep? Yes. They were in the castle, but remember, there's still a walk distance. And having 1.5 movement speed instead of 1.29 is actually a drastic difference. Because remember, that's the difference between a normal man-at-arms and a palace guard. And we usually talk about how easy it is to kite those type of situations, right? And oh my dear God. 12 Springles! No. Not just any Springles, folks. Those are clock tower Springles. He's trying to punish Louis' infamous mass men-at-arms strategy, which he's renowned for. He does it more than any other English player I know. TC is just trying to target down the Springles to make it a bit easy to attack this. Villagers are going to start repairing. Springles could go for some shots in. The damage is actually adding up here. One mango is not going to be good enough. The front line looks a little bit too small for Louis. Choke point is at least allowing him to hold on a little bit longer here. The White Tower is assisting. The hand cannoneers are also surviving. We have to ask the question for how long. Men-at-arms are now coming around the back here. Basically the ranged army left over. B is going to have to back away a little bit. Tech up on the way behind this. And he has an overwhelming military lead. Destiny is also now showing up. And the Springles are going to be able to snipe a few of these hand cannoneers on the retreat. Are you not entertained? B now immediately going in for the ancient techniques. That's going to be an extra 12% gathering rate on everyone, which he needs right now because he's still losing more villagers on the flanks. Wait, what? How many went down here? Are you kidding me? I mean, this is the crazy thing. B went for what looked like an all-in attempt there. He done great damage, but it came at great cost. He's still not doing anything to Louis' underlying economy. Instead, B, with only 80 villagers, is looking to build even more Fire Lancers. Ram's now moving in. He's going after the Berkshire. 16 villagers idle. Louis, he could try to torch them. He'll start, but the army is on the way. In fact, if he pills the Fire Lancers, he can probably cancel the attack. No, I'm not even entertained. No, we're not gonna say Springals are the strongest thing. No, they're not. Okay. they done some damage because of the choke point fight, but overall that fight was carried by crossbows. Calm yourselves. Let's not start a rebellion. We don't need to nerf this more. Alright, I can't believe I'm going to do this. I'm going to entertain it. Ones if you think the Springals carried that fight. Twos if you think it was the crossbows. Oh no, what have I done? Wait, no, not me. What have you done? This is your fault! He's like, yeah, so if I convince everyone... I don't know why he's suddenly German. If I convince everyone to use Springals before the next S-tier tournament, and then they use them in the games against me, I can win! Genius. It's actually crazy that in this game, the guy who should be going hand cannon is not. Right, that is meant to be B's prerogative. That is what his Civ does so well. Pyrotechnics gives him a huge range advantage. Instead, we have Louis doubling down on it now with the Serpentine powder coming in. In fairness to B, if there was any Civ that was going to justify Springals, I think this is the one, by the way, because of the clock tower detail. 128 health, right? That's 50% more. It shows you how low the health is. This is all you get still. Which means that you just get sniped way too easily. So it's actually, like, if there was a Civ that could justify it, this is the one for sure. Louis like, oh, no, he's still got all the Springals. I don't want that. Oh, mate, this is comical. Most people would have built Trebs to deal with the Berkshire. Not me. Rams are on the move. Fire Lance is also marching in as well. This is kind of cool, actually, because he can go in and he can get the charge off. He's cycle charging it. Okay, dude, you can tell B wants to see more micro in AoE4. He's now going to peel away because he's done the damage they're going to do. And he'll look to cycle charge it again once it recharges. Stabs are coming through. Rams are moving in fast. In the meantime, the crossbows are holding back the men-at-arms. And the Springals are clearing them up. Fire Lance is maybe dying, but because of the Spirit Way, it's not as quick as you'd like to see here. The Rams now are moving on to the Berkshire. Cannon placement is going to be there. Second wave of Fire Lances is coming through. There is a counter push because we've got Louis with his infamous late game proxy bases. This man does it more than anyone else in AoE4. That's going to draw some attention. For now, B is focus fired on that Berkshire. Half HP and falling. Villager force is also kind of dwindling in numbers. Repairs coming in for the dive. Nesta B's helping to ensure that the repair crew could not get to work on this. He's essentially just ignoring the Berkshire now. The Sprill shots are mopping up the men-at-arms. Oh my Gideon. I can't believe he's actually doing this. He's still got Nesta B's here. The Fire Lancers need to start torching this down, and we have a keep drop. A laid claim on the 5k gold left here. Nesta B's is going to get torched down. Good micro there by Louis, but he needs to repair. The problem is the Springals, although they're not meant to counter villagers, there's still decent damage into them when you have this many. And if you target them, you hit all the men-at-arms on the way through. Villagers, oh my god! He just got massacred! That flurry of shots! It turns out villagers do not counter Springals anymore. Look at the losses, man. We are now getting raids on the backside. B finally needs to address that, but keep in mind, like, what, a few minutes ago, I think Louis had lost maybe 7 villagers maximum. Now it's 34. The eco gap is closing. The Berkshire's days in this number feel limited now. He does need to mop up the raids. The Fire Lance is not the quickest to deal with it, but eventually will. And this proxy base is definitely going to be a nuisance for B. Louis does still have the Sacred Site timer, but once this Berkshire goes down, he can remove that threat. But he can take away the Sacred Site. just pulling the torches, man. Guys, there is hot oil here. There is 100% meant to be hot oil here. But the villagers don't care. Springel's going in for the shots again. Oh no. Louis, this is a hill he's choosing to die on. He gets another round of hot boiling oil out in the face, and even more villagers being pulled. This is a place of worship to the blood gods. The amount of workers who've died around this landmark is insane. I'm pretty sure the fight over this Berkshire is responsible for about 65 worker kills between the two of them. Louis has baited the proper reaction out of B. He has had to come home, and B has finally admitted, yeah, maybe Fire Lancers don't get built for a reason. They're really expensive, guys. For what they do, they're really expensive. 160 resources and nowhere near as tanky as a Palace Guard, right? So he's switching over now. I guess situationally against Berkshire, they're going to be more tanky, right? Because they have more raw health, good ranged armor. But like, in the grand scheme of things, they don't feel that tanky. But we are now getting pyrotechnics, and that's the way that B needs to try and win this. But the bigger problem, guys, is that despite what looked like it was going to be a winning fight for B, the Berkshire stands. Oh, man. And Louis' vulgar walling continues. Look at what he's done to this map. Even finds the 8k vein on the east side. He has full control. My worry is B waited too long for this hand cannoneer switch. He had me believing for a second that could have worked, but the problem now is, like, you don't have the gold to go into the better unit. He's got 4k at the back, and that's it. Then it's Taxmen and nothing else. And are you kidding me? B's like, hold on, I've seen this trick before. Not again. Ah, freaking. I think if there's any takeaway from 2024, Louis MT might not be winning big tournaments at the moment, but the takeaway should be to start proxying if you're another player. If you're watching this right now and looking for a takeaway, start doing these little proxy bases. Because while B was distracted on that big push, Louis was getting damage done on the back here. B is still only at 87 villages. I think B might be dead, guys. This is another classic Fire Lance who's screwed you over moment in my eyes. I've seen it too often. I mean, how does B really win this? I think like the problem is, despite the fact his hand cannoneers are of higher quality, it's now an attritional battle. And Louis MT has way too much to throw at you for 5 minutes. Torch damage coming in and keeps going down as well. I mean, he's just everywhere. This guy is so damn annoying to play against. Built Nesta Bees instead. I'm wondering why he didn't. Maybe his paranoia is that it wouldn't kill the Men-at-Arms fast enough. It also might be he was worried about Mangonel counterplay, which is fair. Like, Mangonel's destroying Nesta Bees in the late game now. Yeah, it was very weird to see from B, man. I feel like that first dive where he pressed underneath the primary TC gave him too much confidence in Springles. My Fire Lancers are at least going to dive in for a nice hit there. We'll be able to mop up the hand cannoneer wave. Although, yeah, A-clicking the ram's not the best feeling here with the hand cannoneers. It's just more time being bought, right? We're now down to 4 minutes. Louis continues with his backstabbing. He's that little rogue in your D&D party. He never hopes you in the main fight. Just stab, stab, stab. Then loot the body, then stab more. B, we can't have much gold left here. Yeah, 2.3k and then he's out. The Men-at-Arms are already there as well. I'm just struggling to see the way he can't even get the Taxman out there. And that's it. GG gets called. Game 1. Once again, Louis turns up with his English and reminds you why it's so ban-worthy against him. What an insane game. Springles, Fire Lancers. In some ways, I feel like B was trying to show us everything we shouldn't build, but I'm wondering, is there anyone in the chat? Let me know in the comments down below on the video. Anyone convinced to build Springles now? We've still got potentially 10 more games, so we'll have to see if he keeps this up, because soon we're going to be into game number 2 of the KP Midweek Muster All-Stars. I'll see you there. Dude, I don't even... Like, I was going to make the recording of that one about. I was like, yeah, this has to be about the wall, right? Now I'm like, is it about the Springolds? The Spirals of Fire Lancers or Wall? Because it's either about that Berkshire or it's about the Wall. And I can't decide which. Alright. Choose outcome. Louis MT game number 1. Let's mark that up on the board as a win for L'Anglais. And let's see where B is going to take us next. We're going to Atacama. He's chosen Atacama. Unbelievable, man. It's going to be Roost, Delhi on Atacama. Yo, we're getting a Delhi pick. We don't really get to see Delhi here often. Most people have been going Roost, Juji, Order of the Dragon, I think some HRE maybe as well. Is this the grand finals? This is the grandest of finals, yes, sir. This is the final midweek muster grand finals of 2024 in our All-Stars version, where we invited 6 of our top performers, and of that, Louis MT and B came out as the best. Guys, what do you think? What if you would like? What would make you click on the video more as a thumbnail? Would it be the fight over the Berkshire, or would it be the wall? I feel like it's the wall with "It's a Trap." That feels right? Like I'm not. That feels so good. So I'm not sure if maybe the Berkshire spoils things. Yeah. Yeah. Springs are definitely OP. No. Really? Like, no, because the problem we do with that is like now you're sending mixed messages because then the thumbnail is the wall. Like it needs to relate to that. So I'm like, All Stars final begins with a master bait. I think that works really well. The master, or maybe you go to extreme. The master bait of 2024. Ooh. Thumbnail is the Springolds. I don't know if it should be the Springolds. I feel like the wall-in was more epic than the Springolds, no? You think... Ones, if you think the Springold is, like... If you think the Springold will be more pog. Twos, if you think the walls would be more pog. We're 2.5 minutes out, by the way, so I'm going to run ads in a sec. Yeah. So, like, twos seem to have it. No? Do you miss the old siege mechanics? Not at all. I think this is better. Like, I think it's 100% the wall. That was an insane quick wall. Why is there $9,000 in the in the title? Because it's a $9,000 circuit. This is part of the circuit. We have $9,000 in prize pool and spread out across the weeks. So let's start a prediction. We've got 2 minutes to go. I'll run a 1.5 ads now for you guys. I need to think of a title that works really well, though. That's the thing I'm not sure on, the title. The biggest bait in a grand final. Yeah, I think I'll settle on that. All right, so let's get predictions started. So we're a minute out now, guys. I'll switch over to the screen. Thank you, J2 Shots. Yeah. So, like, I mean, that's what we've been doing. So we are, for those who don't know, we basically had 7 editions of KPMM. 8th one is going to start on 3rd of January. In fact, if you're a player, make sure you sign up because sign-up should close soon. And we will be running these from January all the way through until, drumroll, June. All the way through to June. How about that? Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. How about that for a freaking fancy offering? So yes, we have got plenty more weeks of tournament action to come. Big hype. Oh, man. All right, let's get ready to go. Where is my UI? Hello? It's a bit weird. All right. Oh, for Did they use the right spawn? I'm not sure if I should at them. They should know by now. Oh, no. What's wrong with the spawn? The sacred sites aren't meant to be here. Well, that feels like quite the twist. Oh, no. Oh, one and all, welcome back to our grand finals of the Midweek Muster All-Stars. We are into Atacama, and this map is Atacursed. Needs to be removed. I don't think we're going to be seeing Atacama much more, if ever again, in the Midweek Muster, unless the devs pull a finger out and update this map, because it's not meant to spawn like this. In fairness, in absolute fairness, as horrific of a spawn as it is in some ways, it is at least even. Right? This is at least an even spawn in that both of them have spawned next to a sacred site. It sucks for a Delhi player. Absolutely sucks for a Delhi player. But it's really unfortunate that it went this way. Typically, Atacama is at its best when the sacred sites are at the midpoints across the map. And sometimes that means the trade posts are behind the players' bases or somewhere nearby. There's a little bit of variance there. But yes, this is Atacama. It's a shame, actually, because if they just fixed the issues with this map, it would be a good map. Rick, like, am I the only one who feels that? That if we didn't have this problem, this is a good map. And yeah, basically, there's a lobby setting which you need to set. When you look in your lobby, you have a spawn together or spawn random. You're meant to choose, if I remember correctly, it's spawn random. If you choose spawn random, it fixes any issues. Whereas by default, I believe usually lobbies are set to team together. It's a very weird bug. The backbone of why it does it is that when maps are generated, the way they're generated is different, like in order. If you team together, then basically players' spawn points are prioritized over certain resources. Whereas if you choose a random location, then the players get spawned in absolute last, which would put them away from sacred sites. That's a little bit of like a high-level explanation. I'm not going to dig into it too deep because snooze fest, right? But this is crazy, dude. Oh my god. I mean, I've messaged and we'll find out afterwards if it's random locations or not, because the kind of... I gotta bluntly say, this kind of shady part about this is this was B's pick. I don't know if he was hosting the lobby, but like, this looks ridiculous. He got all the... This is the thing, when you use... Like, this is why I think they used teams together, not random location. Teams together tends to do with this all the food. It puts it really close, puts the sacred site close. Like, this is an absolute destruction of a Delhi pick. Right, like, Delhi should do fairly well here. Rouge should be okay, but compared to Delhi, it's going to be hard. But then when you get a spawn like this, it amplifies everything that's good about this map for Rouge, and deamps a lot of what the Delhi benefit from. Like, this is absurd. I can't believe this, man. Like, he's already got 14 deer on this hunting cabin. Oh, sorry. It would be 12, right? Because one stack's 5. That's insane. Oh, my God. Is this in the rules? I believe it was added to the rules. I'd have to double check over because we had this last week and we reminded players to use random location for this reason. Because Atacama was our default map in week number 7 of the Midweek Masters. Once again, it's a shame that we just won't be able to have it back until this is fixed. Because it's an awkward thing to have players reminded of. It's also an awkward thing to police. You have to remember we use open scheduling format. I don't have $1 million to pay my admin to check every single series and do like 40 hours a week. That's absurd. So like to have them police everything is very difficult. But we'll see. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, this is still Delhi. Delhi are, I believe, a top 3 performer. Yeah, 61% win rate in the KPMMs. For comparison, Byzantines are 71%, H3 is 66%. So it is the only civ that performs better than Delhi so far in Midweek Masters, outside of those I mentioned, would be Juji. That puts Delhi at an overall 4th best civ for win rate. And keep in mind, like, it's picked more than practically anything else. We'll see what B can do, though. This is probably going to be fast castle into horse archers and then just rush relics. For Louis, he can just play Ghazi, though. It's a great counter. And also, like, right now, this Hunter Camera feels great until pressure comes in. Like, you need to build a wooden fortress now. You can't really even wait on it. Because the first Ghazi could easily be on the way. In fact, Louis, I think there was a missed rally there. It should have already been halfway here. Are we getting new civs in 2025? Rumor has it. We don't know when. I mean, 2025 is 356 days long. Wait, is it 356 or 352? I always forget. Saying 356 sounds like I'm just doing a weird form of, like, megabytes, which would be 256. No, it is. My brain's forgotten now. 365. Wait, what? Oh, I see what I done there. I got the numbers the wrong way around. Oops. But yeah, there are 365 days in a year. It could land on any of them, really. And this Pro Scouts player is having a little bit of a hard time to find additional things, right? Wait, did he go? Yeah, thank God. I was about to say, please don't. Someone said Pro Scouts earlier got baited. It was survival techniques. Yeah, there's no reason to go Pro Scouts with what's left on the map. There's just really not that much. Some of it is so close to your opponent, why even bother? Ghazi arriving to be a little bit of a nuisance. Knight play by B is smart. If he rushed Castle Age, he'd just be flat dead on the food here, which would be problematic. Like, he's only got 5 sheep underneath the TC, right? Because this is crazy. Louis got 20. God. And now the Sacred Site for free. That's 125 gold a minute that you just can't have taken away from you, really. So, you know, that's the trade-off, right? It's like he can't get this Sacred Site win condition, realistically. Like, by the time he would have won the game. But he has basically got 1.5 relics now for free for the rest of the game. So, like, it's a trade-off, right? Delhi loses something, but they also gain something, which is, you know, you lose the ultimate win condition, you gain a trickle of resources for the rest of the game. Now, keep in mind, as this treks on, Louis is going to get an inherent edge off of the Ecotex, which B can't immediately mirror, but he does kind of balance it out long enough, right? Like, if this is a, say, 25-minute feudal, then the exchange rates that you get on these tickets, where you're generating 50 extra resources every 50 seconds, basically, is going to allow him to afford his own tax. It's a very long play, though. It does mean in, like, the interim, Louis should be a lot stronger. In fact, Louis looks like he's prepping for a heist. He's got a lot of scouts. He's going to be able to take the deer near to his base. And maybe he could even think about diving in and snatching some of these away. They had team... Oh, thank you, Cascade. They had team together and not random locations. This is one of the tricky things about why I wish that there was lobby access for casters. Because if there was, we could have sat there and immediately said this to them and confirmed they needed a remake. The awkward part is, like, I could... You know, you could ask for a remake here. I don't think we had it in the ruling. I think the thing we said in the rulings is, like, to keep it simple, if a player objects to team together, it needs to be remade. But I didn't see Louis object is the problem. Sub, Fat Blop, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Appreciate it, mate. So it makes it a little bit more blurry of a situation. But yeah, like this is why, you know, this is why allowing casters to sit in lobby is good. Same with admins, because they can then tell you something is off. Like we've had controversies before in AoE4, like whether animation canceling something is allowed, right? And like in that situation, on a big tournament, an admin would be there and be like, "That don't do that again. This is a warning." It's very hard to give those warnings because I could at the players right now, but they shouldn't really be looking at their Discord. They should be looking at the game. So yeah, I have a feeling either way this one's going to stand. I mean, the crazy thing is I don't think Louis in a bad position at all. I think he's in a pretty cozy position right now. Tech Up's coming in, and B has, what, 9 Knights, which does sound good. But Louis can start blowing Spearman now in prep for that, right? I mean, the other problem I'm seeing is B's, he's playing as if he's getting all in. You can tell in the position of the Knights. He's not really coming out, and that's a problem, man. Like, had he been halfway across the map already when this Tech Up started, he could do some damage. But this hesitance you're seeing from him is going to mean that he'll probably be sitting at his TC when Louis goes H3. This is wild from Louis as well, because of the position. He's wrapping around the back, and that's baiting a reaction. Because, like, who the hell attacks while teching, right? That's just not a thing. That's like a taboo of RTS. You're meant to just stay safe, hunker down, wait for your attacks. This spits in the face of, like, RTS tradition, what Louis is doing, but it's very smart because of that. B is going to have no recourse but to try and tech himself. Speed's now arriving. Get the brace like that, allows the Ghazi to get away before the choke point gets involved. And Louis, you got to be happy with that. It feels like he dodged a bullet, right? All the pressure on B's side of the map. Louis also now in position to start picking up relics already. In fact, he's going for a mass heist here. 4 relics soon to be on the way home. Are you kidding me? Not just 4. He's shuffling around with his 5th scholar to go for this one here. Man, I tell you, Louis, you just gotta love his style. Whether you're a B fan or not, it doesn't matter. You have to look at Louis and show so much respect for the way he's playing this. Yes, Deli's strong. Yes, Deli OP, blah, blah, blah. But this was B's pick. It looked really good. He got a great spawn for him. And yet Louis on his way towards a dominant position here, unless B can do significant damage. And the first War Elephant has already been queued up. There goes your significant damage. B instead has to go high trade house. Get your numbers in, folks. How much gold will this one generate? I mean, he's got some good gen already, right? Okay, not 800 capital here. 29 over here is a lot better. And he never set up 100 capital on this line. He could always do that in a second to get extra gold trickle. Divers coming in though. Looks like villagers are going to dodge death. All but one. So 1 worker kill on each side so far in this game. And that's because he went textiles, right? No. So Louis just missed villager production. Oh my god. Well, that relic didn't cleanly make it home, but it's so close, I don't see how B's ever getting a relic in this game. The other one is now coming up here as well, right? Yeah, he's taking the long way around after what he just saw happen to his brother. B not able to get across quick enough here. Archers have to march back. Man, Louis is just going for that strong kill him in 1 type comp, right? Men at arms, crossbows, massing up. How does B win this? I mean, the archers being vetted up is fine. He's got 20 of them, right? They'll be okay against the crossbows. Knights can do well against the men at arms. My scary thought here is if the crossbow count gets too big, the knights can't even start to fight. And you have to remember, he went House of Learning, which means he has this very, very fun tech called Pakes. And not just that, home plays. Oh my god, this is going to be a brutal 5 minutes for B. Does find the other scholar trying to return. In the meantime, the other relic has been picked up and is on its way home. My issue is B has a very difficult 7 or 8 minutes ahead of him to survive. B can Horse Archer to raid everything. If Louis just walls, though, it completely offsets it, right? Like, this is the thing. Players have started to adjust to the Horse Archer meta very well. And Louis is one of the most prolific wallers in AoE 4. And here comes the elephant. This is not the fight you want! Okay, so that wasn't a good trade. He killed, what, I think maybe, let's say 5 men arms, be generous, and lost 3 knights. Knights cost double the price, right? It's a rough fight, and in the meantime, the knight in the base! Finding 2 worker kills. That's only just 1. There's more raiders nearby. The concern I now have is that B is going to be hunkered down in his base, unable to move. And guys, like 100% he shouldn't have went Horse Archers. Like I think he made the right choice not going Horse Archers. He was already too deep into Knights for a start. It wouldn't have made sense for his timing. And also, you know, the Delhi are just going to hunker down, get some elephants, get some crossbows to stand their ground. Once they have Pakes as well, you can't do anything because Pakes outranges Horse Archers. So once B's out then, he can't just rush 2TC, but he does need to make a move towards the central tree line soon. Mainly for the gold more than anything else. I think gold is a bigger threat. He's still got a decent amount of wood around him. But at that point, like, you know, if you're going to go for a secure, you might as well secure the 2 resources. That also would, kind of bridge him on the east side here, so you can maybe secure this area where all the berries are, because you don't want to have to rush farms at this stage. If you take your farms, it's curtains closed. And the high trade house, by the way, 146 gold. Not as feels bad as you'd think. What feels bad is being in a game against the Delhi where they have 5 relics. 5th one, about to come home. And I love that, man. Louis, he's going for the safest wood gathering imaginable to man. He's going to wall in here, and then he can just shuffle his eco into that little choke point. Wait, no? Wait, what? What's the point in this then? Well, if we were playing Regicide, this would be a sick move. I guess if he gets cornered with his crossbows, he can get away. Imagine a high trade house in there. I think you might be able to get one there. You probably have to chop 1 or 2 trees, though. No sneaking hunting cap? Dude, if B's on your side of the map, sneaking hunting cap is in there, I think like we've got bigger problems, you know? Well, B is posturing aggressively. It could be a very short-lived attempt at aggression, though. It is a keep drop, after all. Farm's being set up behind it. He could hit the west side. It's just so difficult to breach. Especially because you know you're going to get hit by the crossbows as you run by. It's almost like Louis thinking, oh, is there a route through the tree line? Like, he can see it. It doesn't exist. There isn't one. It's a bit weird. And we are seeing those infamous walls that Louis loves that we talked about. Going up everywhere. Now remember, folks, right now it is late for Louis. But if he makes each of these games as long as possible, towards the end of the series, it's going to be late for B. He's filibustering again. I mean, Louis is getting ready for Imperial. You can tell by the fact he's almost at 20 scholars. This is where the research rates just get, quite frankly, for lack of a better word, insane. You know, getting elite tech takes you under 2 minutes. And it's free, right? Whereas normally a Civ pays 1,000 resources for that. Oh joy, what a balanced and reasonable thing. I mean, the blacksmith techs at least are a little less outrageous, right? They take almost 4 minutes. But he can just go up to 30 scholars gradually over time, right? Like by the time he's teching up, he could be at 25 scholars and have a university then pumping techs. Downside of doing this, of course, is your opponent could technically outmass you and go in. We're not at that point, though, because of Louis' timing. Like, this is why rushing Imp as Delhi feels really good over waiting too long. Because when you rush it, it's very difficult for an opponent to have a full 200 pop. He's at 132 right now. So if you go for Imperial now, and you pump up to 30 scholars, your opponent, by the time they're getting to 200 pop, you've probably already got your first Unitech coming in, and all your elite techs. That's the insanity of fast Imperial Delhi, folks. Walls are almost complete. Love the way he done it as well, just using infantry, not idling a single villager. Remember, we do have village fortresses now, right? So he can start queuing up villages. Funnily enough, he's actually prioritizing boiling oil instead. Castle Sultan is on the way. B, in the meantime, is prepping Trebs off the back of this little forward base. Oh boy, but what's he going to feel like when he sees that tech up? I mean, he's probably going to feel like he needs to dive in fast. This is going to be an attempt to breach on the east side. Remember, this is all 1 TC from B. If he loses 16 knights after his opponent goes Imperial, it's curtains closed. So these guys need to raid and survive. Man, Louis, are you kidding me? He aggroed him. He baits him in. Quicker action out of B at least. Minimizes the loss. Could have been a lot worse there. But, oh, come on. This is the worst feeling. He sees the crossbows, he walks away, and then he hears Imperial. Yeah, this is like when you work really hard for like the entire year. Your boss has been cheering up the fact that someone's going to be filling that new senior of sales role. And oh boy, is it going to be a real big surprise. And then he just hires someone from outside. You're like, you're too exhausted after a year of hard work to do anything. You know you're in a defeated state. I mean, that's kind of where B is, right? Like, he tried to go in. He's already retreating. There's no turning around at that stage to go back in. I'm waiting for someone in chat to be like, hey, I'm that guy who got that senior manager role. Good, you can afford to subscribe to my channel. Subscribe. Cheeky small walls as well from Louis. Just creating these funnel points, right? Heck, you can even consider just starting to stonewall the east side. It would take villagers to do so is the only issue, right? Because he didn't go compound defenders. What is B's way out? I mean, he's at least idling villagers to repair this castle. But Louis isn't going to be idle for long. Elite techs are coming in. The crossbows just got upgraded. Wow, you're the guy who got that senior manager role? You know what you should do to treat yourself on getting that hard-earned job? Pick up a new AMD Ryzen 9000 series CPU. Get the very best quality out of gaming from your CPU today. Quick link, guys. Awareness campaigns are lit. Shout out to AMD for sponsoring us. All right, B. He has at least blitzed through one of the castles. Now that means that Louis is not going to be building an eco lead. In fairness, guys, he already has an eco lead. It's kind of a noteworthy one. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we already have... Oh, no. Ooh. Okay, we don't have Tide Barnes. He prioritized Zeal first, which is a mistake. And now he's going to lose the Mosque, which is an even bigger mistake. Doesn't have a backup one, which is very surprising here. We do have Gunny Boy Elephants, though. 2 of them, to be exact. And that's something that B doesn't have a grand old answer for. Best thing about this patch is Trebs being viable. Agreed. I'm glad they finally actually are worth it. And we've actually got them sprinkled again. Wait, I'm getting flashbacks to game 1, where it was all going so well for a certain player up until we saw many Springles. In that game, he failed to have Trebs. He went Rams. In this game, though, he has a way of starting to siege down the landmarks. Louis being very patient about this as well. I actually respect it. You know, you can lose these 4 buildings, landmarks. It sucks, right? Your gold's on the ground, but you can recover that. It's all about getting your technologies, and look at what Louis has coming, guys. This is insane. The speed at which he's unlocking this. Scenario error is now only a minute away for 3. But he's going to fight first. B starts to trap in. Louis charging forward with the mass elephants. Frontline is already gone. And most of this is archers, not crossbows. B, he has to pull everything to assist. The problem right now is the Springles don't do anything against the elephant mass. Decent damage against the crossbows, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Crossbow line is mostly dead, but my bigger issue is elephants, guys. This is ridiculous. The army's just getting mopped up by Zoo Tycoon. And there you have it. A question as old as Microsoft Gaming itself. Which is better, Age of Empires or Zoo Tycoon? I'm sorry, AoE fans. Zoo Tycoon takes the win. Oh my god. What a very, very reasonable unit. Oh, that was vulgar, man. Oh, I can't believe that. Zoo Tycoon was underrated. Was it really underrated? Maybe, like, I don't know if the follow-ups were good. Zoo Tycoon 1 was not underrated. Like, anyone else think Zoo Tycoon was underrated? I think it was appropriately rated. All right. The irony is, like I said, that using teams together favored B there. And still, Louis mopped the floor with him. Wild. All right, so game 2 complete. No way he wins 6 games in a row, right? No way. That would be wild. No way. Let me pale the predictions. So Louis MT wins. Remember, we're going to have a redraft after game 4. Jean versus HRE. Okay, so this is a good matchup for HRE. Dude, this is so rough. I feel like Louis kind of won on the draft, right? Like, we talked about this earlier. Getting Delhi, HRE, English, French as well, even. Like, what do you have as B? You know, Ayabids has not actually had a great win rate in the weeklies, weirdly enough. I think you need specific maps. You need good situations to do the Dervish. Also, shout out to J2 Shots. Apologies, mate. I didn't say it a little bit earlier. Thank you for the sub, mate. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Let's see if we can get a sub train going to hype up Borderland, by the way. But yeah, B's draft to me just looks weak by comparison. Like, he hasn't got Malians because, you know, the Delhi blocker was there. You don't really want to do Malians on Borderland. I think they actually don't look that great on that map. You need a very specific spawn. If you don't get it, you suck. But going Jean over, like, what could you win instead? I guess he doesn't really... Like, it would have had to have been Malians. Which you don't want to do because Louis has Mongols. So if he suspects you're going to pick Malians, he just goes Mongols. And ruins you immediately, right? Like, the game is ruined on the opening. Damn. Hell yeah, some cool emotes. I don't know if you're going to be seeing those Byzantines today, though. Oh, I was about to run ads. It just ran it for me. That's kind of a shame, actually. I would have ran them longer. I'm going to start predictions, though. We're a minute out from getting in-game. So let's go ahead. Oof. I'm hoping B gets on the board. It'd be a shame for this to be a 6-0. I mean, it'd be a good thing that we made it best of 11 if that happens. What happened to Puppy Paw? Annihilated. Brutalized. Absolute destruction in the group stage. Did not win a single series, I'm afraid. No ads for you? It sounds like subscribing is a really good idea. Who would have thunk it? Oh, blimey. But yes. Reminder, by the way, this will be our final stream of 2024. We will be back on the 3rd of January. That is when the midweek musters start up again. We'll be starting up with week number 8. I think we went with Dry Arabia as a default map. I'm going to double check that, though. Because a lot of things were tweeted around. I'm pretty sure we did remove Atacama because that was like a high pro. And Archipelago as well. But I'll double check. All right, let me flip that around. I'm sorry, B. You have to work harder than me misaligning the overlay for you to get 2 points to the board. There will be a redraft after the 4th game. I can confirm there will be a redraft after the 4th game. So have hope, B fans. I think his draft was underwhelming compared to Louis. But there may be hope. He will at least get one redraft, even if he ends up getting 4-0. Because right now, this is looking like we're heading towards a 3-0. HRE versus Jean. B is going to have to get very creative on Borderland to inspire me here. Because I remember for a while, people thought this was a good matchup for Jean. Because HRE would just fast castle. Then HRE players done something crazy. They've done something unimaginable. If you go back, even just a year, what is something that the Holy Roman Empire could have done that would have shocked you? Not been ran by incestuous Habsburgs? No, I was thinking actually within the confines of the game. The thing that you could not imagine them doing is playing H2. But funnily enough, they're actually pretty good at playing H2 into Jean. We'll see if Louis wants to go that way. He's a bit more of a boom-oriented player in some cases. So what we might just see is he just double outposts and does go for that fast castle, which will give some opportunities to be via the range form Jean. And yes, Quaxis is on the right track. Archers was part of it. Like, H3 can just mass spears and archers. In fact, I'd love to see Louis do something creative out of B's book where you do a mine work. That would be absolutely insane to witness. And I think could be justified here. Just because you go for all pikes, you can actually play Horseman Spear even. Really good against Jean as well. Just chases her down, snipes her out. And if your opponent goes naturally Knights Archers, they're now countered. How are you guys predicting, by the way? I'm curious. Wait, is that for this game? 72% on Louis. Oof. He's having a hard time. You want more Springles? Well, in fairness, guys, Jean is actually quite good at building siege. Do you guys know that? Okay, I can't believe I'm doing this. Yeah, because of the consecrations. Remember, you have an upgrade for your consecration that discounts wood and gold as well. Looks like we've got the normalcy, though. We've got Archon, we've got School of Cavalry. Man. Any regular H3 player versus JD, H3. Me versus JD, JD. I mean, dude, it's true. I've watched KJ's replays. It makes me want to hit the JD, too. JD being Jack Daniels in this situation. Wait, I'm sorry, mate. Don't think I had that on the bingo card. It's an option that was explored for a bit, but I don't think it's stuck that hard with players in this matchup. We've got 2 TC. Okay, and that is going to be what? Second town center near the D? I'm wondering what he's going to go for here. Might depend on the amount of sheep that he gets. Louis is the sheep whisperer, guys. Holy smokes. He's got 17 sheep, and on top of that, he's going to beat B to probably these 2 or 3 sheep over in this area. That's not a good sign, because B right now only has, what, probably 10, 11 sheep max. And also consider that Louis has been gathering from his sheep quicker because they have prelates. And no, this is a best of 11. Would you guys like to squint your eyes if you're looking on your phone and look at the bottom right of the screen? And I'm going to give you a little tip on how you can know for yourself. We've written best of 11 there. Oh, actually, is Louis a little bit late? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. This is painful to watch. B is actually going the wrong way. I mean, he doesn't know, right? And he is going to be going for the pro scouts. But that makes it even better for Louis, even more tasty that he gets a lot of sheep here. Is now he's not going to be feeling as punished by the lack of deer. Because this is the thing, like, this map, players have quite enjoyed pro scouts because of the far-off deers in the north and south. You can't really go pro scouts when you go 2TC. If there was a civ that could theoretically justify it, it'd probably be HRE, because they can be like extra greedy because they have great gathering rates, but it's just too extreme. So yeah, we do have outposts being set up as well. Yeah, you can tell Louis is just trying to milk it for all it's worth. He wants the Archon online before he even touches wood, and then we'll look to move as many people over to the north side as possible. Yeah, like, he's gathering the straggle trees, but it's like when you go outpost, you go extra mining camp, like it adds up, right? Times it perfectly as he shuffles across. That should be prelate on the way. So full eco about to be buffed. Kind of like this outpost on its own, right? He even gathered enough stone to guarantee the arrow slits in placements. Can be really annoying for B, considering, you know, you want to be able to do damage to these knights. I mean, this second TC is going to have to be really condensed. I imagine you drop it on the other side of the gold vein. It's the only thing that would make sense to me here. Because then, like, you kind of don't need another outpost, right? You just have the TC to protect there. Instead, he goes even tighter. Villagers actually having to build it behind the primary. Wait, why did... Okay, I think Louis got efficiency brain here. He chose to build the TC 1 tile away from the Archon for farm placement. But he's, like, half a tile away from the berry bush. One of those things. So this has to be, I don't want to say rushed farms, because he has got plenty of sheep to work with, but like 17 sheep don't last long on 2TC Archon. They get munched down fast. So we're not going to get a rush in the wood, because he needs to get some things up. We'd love to see just a temporary wall here to stop a raid point. Even another temporary wall across to like the berries would be great. And then you can just focus on getting a few Rax units down. Louis just keep an eye on things as well. We'll see the pro scouts play, so knows what his opponent's up to. And this is the range form we talked about, right? To deny the fast castle play. So you will have to play the age. Slits will give a little bit of punishment. At this stage, really, you're better off just targeting Knight, always. There's no point going after Jean unless you know you can kill her with static placements, because she heals, right? Whereas these guys aren't going to get Chivalry for probably like another 3 or 4 minutes, at least. This is wild from Louis, though. Like, he's legit just doing a full farm transition. Against Jean, this early in the game. Ain't nobody quite do it like Louis. This is very unorthodox, I'd say, in this matchup. This is why I was so flabbergasted by this 2TC choice, especially on this map, and whoopsie, efficiency brain again. Because, like, in this situation, like, you know, where's your second TC going that feels valuable? Right? It's not like you've got a natural extension deer nearby. It was really far out in the center. He can play for that. So I was a little bit shocked by this. I thought maybe it'd be 2TC into Fast Castle. Instead, we've just got kind of a little bit of a wacky build. Jean is going to find a little bit of poke damage here. Arrow fire from the TC is going to add up fast, though. B, trying to get cute with his A clicking there. But the scout almost going down. We better give chase. They need to be careful because the spearmen can move quicker when they charge. From here is actually Louis needs to consider getting even into archers or into horsemen. You got a better economy, you should be able to afford it. Just 4 or 5 horsemen is great. You can just snipe Jean straight away. That's going to feed a little bit of XP over. All right, one's if you think B's going to win this. Two's if you think Louis is going to take it. Because you can kind of see the strategies now, right? Like, Louis is just trying to be semi-greedy, actually, right? Like, he's honkering down. He's holding onto a lot of food, adding in farms early. Sheep count is already down to 10. A lot of people favoring B. Oh, wait, no, sorry. I didn't look high enough. I can't count. A lot of people favoring Louis. I mean, in fairness, if Louis just blobs Infinite Spearman, you'll laugh at how quickly Jean dies. I'm not even capping on this one. But that takes a lot. And right now, he's not at that point where he just has crap tons of resources to punt at it. I also still think that Louis really should have walled this while he had a chance. Because now you have to move across this other area, right? Dude, he's going fast Castle Burgrave, isn't he? This 100% reeks of Burgrave setup. He's rushed under the gold now. He's set up a decent number of farms. I mean, does he have the food for Burgrave? If he had extra farms, extra wood, sure. Like, if you go Rignets, you don't really have much to get out on the map with, is the problem. I prefer the idea of just flooding spears. It's dangerous because, obviously, like, a lot of you can die in the big fight. You don't get a lot of XP. You should be able to eviscerate them. Not like this, though. Man, what, Louis even pulls the Prelate out to give a little bit of heal over in the fight. I am struggling to be convinced by Louis' strategy here. But he has a window. And although that window is closing quickly, and it's kind of like one of those shutter doors in a movie that chop you in two, if he can hop through quick enough, he gets to keep his legs, his arms, his testicles, his head. Nothing has to be chopped off. But we are reaching the point of a dive. B is up to 10 knights in total. No here yet. Soon to arrive. Louis needs to stop losing spears. If he's going to survive this, he needs to stop throwing spears away carelessly. Every spear that dies makes this defense that's coming tragically harder. Now, he could technically actually have jumped Jean there and surrounded her. The reason he didn't is because the knights would have pounced. And wow, okay, we actually do have Regnant. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I think you want a Burgrave play here. You just don't have the food. If he had farm set up like he intended here, like, I actually understand the Regnants. I don't like the Regnant, but I at least understand it, right? You know, like, I don't like the fact that Crackney only plays Shuji, but I at least understand it in the meta right now. It's just, there's no food for Burgrave. Remember, he's spending 300 food a minute on villages alone. And you have, like, maybe 800 food income that you can cap out on. That ain't going to get you squat. But what this Regnus is going to get you instead is Dove. At least it should. B is stockpiling as well, so maybe he just thinks about aging. Yeah, he's actually switching archers now. He must know what's happening here. Like, you can see the gold gathering. It's just through the roof, right? Tech up comes in. That is 5 villagers waiting to be butchered. He repairs. He's going to slow that down at least. Love the min-maxing. B just intentionally staying in range of Jean so she can tank. Instead, though, he's going to back away. I think B's going to go age 3. Really? You're going to let Louis get a chance at resources here? And yes, Jean gets bonus damage against spears. Can you guess how much bonus damage she gets against spears? 50! No, it's 8. Had you going for a moment there, though, right? I mean, technically, if you shoot a Divine Arrow. I can't believe Louis got a relic for free like that. That is crazy to me. I think B, if he doesn't dive, he's going to lose this game. This is way too passive, and I think he knows it. E-Repairs is still in cooldown. He has got enough torch damage to get through it in time. Oh man, he's waited too long. Veteran sees in. You have to go in A. You have to go H now. You can't play this anymore. I can't believe this from B. It looked like he had this in his clutches, right? Like, just keep poking, keep shoving into your opponent from multiple angles. Look for the dive on the tech up, punish, right? And then if you don't think you can get in anymore, age, I guess. But instead, he continues to mass now into archers. Louis has gathered a little bit more wood. He has walled over here so he can access the west side. He's got gold trickle now coming in with a second relic on the way home. He could realistically get into, say, a mango play here. I just don't think the archers are going to be substantial enough at this pace. Like, you're 16 villages behind, and those villages are Archon buffed, right? Like, about 40 of his 61 villages are Archon buffed. Just do the maths on that in your head quickly and realize just drastically how far behind B is. Like, with this many knights, there is a playoff of Royal Institute. Another outpost coming up from Louis as well. Looks like the Prelate did get found returning that relic. There is a sneak out for the north side, no? Yeah, he got blocked there when he tried. E-Repairs just delaying this again. This is so obnoxious. How does that many units torching not burn it? Man, this is the power of being HRE against feudal limbs, right? Like, that torch damage would have been buffed by an extra 4 per unit. This is getting difficult to really cheer for being at this stage, man. He just keeps going, just one more night, just one more, right? He's like each of you on the weekend when you know you've got to be up early on Monday, but you don't want to miss any of you don't want to miss out on playing another game or maybe finally getting conked. You're like, just one more game, right? That's Beaver's nights. Just like, just one more, just one tiny more. He's like me when I talk about subs. Just one more, guys. Just one more sub. Come on, we're almost there. Just one more click on that Ryzen ad. Just one more. But B has finally woken up to the real life and went, no! I gotta be up early. I got milk in the cupboard. I got my breakfast ready to go. It's time to be realistic about this and put someone to slumber permanently. Royal Institute on the way. 28 knights to level up with. Louis, however, now has knights as well. Oh boy. This is going to be a problem. B is at a stage where I think even the deer ran out. He can't just stay home anymore. His gold is also running out. He's tapping 2 gold veins at once. Not even Dracula would try to tap this many veins at once. Dangerous game. About to get more dangerous. Heavy maces now on the way. We've got a transition. Louis moving into men-at-arms. Walls also going up. I mean, this is a tough thing. I love how there's still sheep here. This is the sucky thing about playing against Louis. It's like, in this situation, be like, okay, like, I'm surviving long. I feel like maybe I should be dead when he's got this type of eco lead. I'm going to die in like 2 minutes. No, Louis is the type of person who will now hunker down and play for like 10 minutes from now. Happily. Happily. Now, that can be a boon for B. Jean is a very good civ to play into the late game. If you can get level 4. That's the big if. Chinese Dracula. That would explain why he's up all night. Oh my god, we figured it out. Louis a vampire. So the Prelate will be able to pick up the relic just to lose it. Get sniped on both sides of the map here. Knights are trying to shuffle in. They can find their way towards the villages instead. Meanwhile, like, yeah, you've just made it harder for yourself to get this relic, Louis. Oh, man. So far, B is doing a really good job of blocking all the raid attempts. Louis is going for the I'm not coming out strategy. He's only got 2 relics in 5k gold. I mean, you can kind of make that work, but he's massing knights. You still got to get Imperial Age at some stage. It does feel a little bit odd. You can't play crossbows either against Arbitrary, right? Like, B's already realized that. Like, honestly, I think about 4 minutes ago, this game looked tragically over for B. But now that he finally went, yes, I need to tech up, he didn't try to go for a feudal limb, which is important. His position actually isn't tragic. Yes, being 30 villages behind HRE is insane. But that HRE player is sitting in a corner on a map that I'd say doesn't really support corner camping that much. You get the back gold spawns often, but you don't get much wood is the issue. Which is why you're seeing Louis negotiate in a very weird fashion. I need more wood. Let me use wood to get the wood. We've got Royal Bloodlines coming in. This is ridiculous, actually. I just want you guys to think about the maths implication here. It's like right now, so before Royal Bloodlines, at 25 knights, the health value of his entire army is just shy of 6,000, right? By getting Royal Bloodlines, the health value of your army goes up to, I think it's like 8,600? 8,700. It's an absolute insane amount of extra HP to use in fight. Not just that, the damage increase on the way, crossbow turrets, man. B, he's starting to convince me. He does need to do some damage. He can't just let Louis keep sitting in the corner like this. He can't let Louis keep negotiating territory like this. This is ridiculous. But let me just edge out a little bit more. If this continues, the end of the map screen is going to look absolutely stupid. It's just going to be little bumps after bumps after bumps. And it does indeed look like it's going to be... Wait, where's the... Okay, I was about to say, there's a little bit late on the UI. It's going to be a 3 relic split, favoring B. Now, Regnants are still better, but this is actually a big deal, taking that much away. Louis just kind of feels like he's maybe a bit too greedy. He does at least have the farms, though, and we're up to an insane count at this stage. 39 farms. Still enough wiggle room to add in probably about like another 8 in range of the Archon. Maybe like 5. And HRE still have plenty of gold. Remember, he's only been building men-at-arms. It's cheap. It doesn't use much. My problem is, like, why are you building men-at-arms into Arbitrary? What he actually needs to do is prep a Horseman transition. I don't know if he realizes this is Arbitrary. I actually think Louis is going to get caught off guard by the Arbor switch. He was probably expecting Knights Archers, which men-at-arms feels perfect for, right? Keep drop coming, though, and oh my god, are you kidding me? B. He doesn't suspect it. There is no indication in his mind that Louis is trying to claim more gold. This is the lifeblood. This is Bram Stoker's revival of Dracula in his series. This keep is everything Louis needs. And B needs to stop it right now. Charges into mass spears. Mass men at arms, though. Castle's definitely going to be going up. Louis can afford to lose a few villages along the way. Even Garrison's decided to assist. But the bloodlines are just too good. Louis MT, unable to stand his ground here. Has to back up. Torches out. You can look to clear this now. Wouldn't feel clean, though. Instead, he realizes, actually, I may need to switch into Siege. Jean has at least got level 3. Really, you want to be farming up to that level 4. That's still going to take a long time, though. Like, this is the other thing about Louis' army. It's not expensive, right? Men-at-arms, spears, 120 here, 80 here. That's 12 XP, 8 XP. Need 1,500 to get that level 3. And are you freaking kidding me? I wondered if he was going to do this. I thought he'd do it more aggressively to secure the 8k. We have Keep into Elsbach in the center of the map, which now, with the Siege switch into Trebs, is going to feel horrific for B. He's going to do no damage, right? It's a 33% damage reduc. I can't believe this. No, Elsbach is a great choice even with the treb, right? Because even if you clear the keep, now this, you see this, I repair it with wood. It's obnoxious how good this is. And like, why else would, like, Louis has literally no use for Palace Swabia. Why would you ever build a Palace Swabia of 110 eco? Doesn't make sense, right? Louis is ensuring there is nowhere for B to go. This is harsh, man. You have to remember B, he went for his Sacred Site cap. He's now just getting... Wait, what? B, he doesn't even try to stop it. 1 minute arms decaps against the whole army. And now, to make matters worse, you have no scalability yourself, right? Like, yes, you have Jean being able to level up, but this is a Royal Institute game, which means no big pull of 2.4k food to build a Red Palace with. In a game where B, would you like to guess how many farms he has? None. He has literally 0. B has no scalability right now. And quite frankly, looks like he might already be out of time. The quality of his army is substantially better. But that gap is going to be closed quickly with Elite Techs now coming in. Mango's also now showing up. I wonder if there's a one in which Louis is contemplating just going for the adjustable crossbars. Good counter to Mass Arbitrary for sure. Stonewalls. He's even quick walling him now, Louis. It's like, after what you done to me in game 1. I got quick fingers too, but not quick villages, unfortunately. Spinmen are quick, however. Okay, we'll still get the walls up in the end. Yeah, like, there's no killing the villagers quick enough here. Not against Speedy Spears. Step B. Tries his hardest to stop it, but it just means it's going to be 3 knights down. Louis doesn't care, right? Like, oh man, I lost 5 villagers? Whoop-de-doo. I'm already basically capped. So, no flanks, no cheeky shenanigans. B's only path to victory is down the center. He has at least secured an 8k vein on the south side here. It's going to be important for keeping his pump going. Trip count. Only at 3. I mean, this is just ridiculous, guys. He has 4 villagers just out repairing it. And to make matters worse, yep, it's got reinforced defenses on the way to make these outposts better. I mean, hell, you could even contemplate slate and stone construction, right? That means that your opponent couldn't rush in with knights to burn it. Typical HRE player brings spears all the way to enemy base. First thing he does, my shinies. If B can somehow find a way to imp, there is still hope. Because the reality check is his army is substantially better, right? Like, HRE is an infantry-based Civ. Elite Army Tactics rework was a nerf because it's not just an all-rounder tech now. It requires you to be attacking the right unit type. Arbitriers, however, have not been nerfed, funnily enough. Add in the fact that knights are still pretty giga stacked, and you feel much better about your late game comps. Then when you add in Jean as well, I mean, it's just chef's kiss. But B still needs to get there, man. He's trying. He has basically reached pop here. So he's able to start stockpiling. Louis, in the meantime, is going to be getting Tide Buns as well. Just a little bit extra eco to work with. Remember, he went free TC. He actually set up a TC next to this for the E-repairs because he got sick and tired of wasting stone. And Arms did try to sneak in. Looks like B was quick on the reaction, though. Louis just trying to really distract him on the back of this. The Army Tactics, surprised it took this long to get queued up. It is now on the way. And we have extra rules coming, so we'll probably try to sneak out to this gold soon. Louis is definitely going to need more for what he's doing because he's going mass mangoes, so adjustable crossbars should be prioritized shortly. They flash the back, Louis. There's a lot of troops, but will instantly be able to replace. In the meantime, the men at arms. B, he wasn't looking. They get in. Trev's now being targeted, and it looks like B is still distracted. He doesn't get the repairs up again. He'll keep one trebuchet alive. We've got his mass Springle strat again, which against Louis' comp makes sense, but where it's not going to make sense now is if you were away for the Season 9 update, Springles make no sense against Mangoes anymore. Mangoes are no longer countered by them. Mangoes are your bread and butter of the hyper late game. The issue for Louis is going to be in gold. He needs more of it soon. B did get a good cleanup, guys. He just needs to go in the counter offensive now. If B wastes too much time on L's back, he's dead. If he goes around the sides like this, things could get real good for him fast. Just with crossbars is on the way, Louis doesn't have mobility though by going for mangoes like this. Both of them are now basically snaking towards the same wood line. We do have burn through coming in. I mean, Louis, I don't think he should have thrown away that army on the back like he did. Yeah, he got some trebs, but like, really? You threw away about 25 men at arms, 30 spears to kill 2 trebuchets? It doesn't really feel necessary. Bit of a weird state of the game from Louis. And what did he do with that space? He basically built more villages. This is becoming obnoxious, I'll give him that. The problem is, this type of treb on to keep play favors the keeper when he has an edge somewhere. So like, he's gathering from an 8k vein next to it, or he's got a sacred site timer. Louis doesn't have either of those things right now. I'm glad he's finally fixing that, because his strategy doesn't work without more gold. Even siege works as well. You can see what kind of picture he's trying to paint here, but... What? Is that a real landmark? Season 10 landmark leaked? Hold on a second. College of Artillery is coming. Okay, you have my attention. I mean, Robotiquins are pretty good here against HRE, right? Like, this is a match. I mean, you guys say in chat, you see it, right? It's all about getting the Reggies going. However, like, Reggies into mass mangoes doesn't work. What is going to be cool is the extra damage you have on your real cannons and culverins against mangoes. That's actually not a bad idea. Right? Like, you know, you need a sniper unit against these things, and now you're going to have it. He even immediately consecrates to make it cheaper. Yeah, I think, like, which one's more effective here? Isn't it Robotiquins? No, yeah, because they don't need setup time. I think you go Robotiquins against, oh, sorry, not Culverins rather, against mangoes. Yeah, it's really confusing because they changed Culverins now to be a different type of cannon, but there's a difference, right? Like, cannons have setup time, but more damage. Culvs move and shoot quicker. Mango's going for a wallop, but nice snipe there, gets rid of one. Now, the one issue with Louis' strategy here isn't that he throws away mangoes like that, it's that even if you don't throw them away, Jean can take them away. She's a sniper, remember. So, like, you know, if Louis wants this strategy to work, he needs to go up to about 8 mangoes fast. These squirrels, in the meantime, are milking him. Guys, I think Louis is losing this game. Eco lead is shrunk. He only has 2 mangoes. More have been queued up, but the elite tech just came in for the knights. John may be level 3 for now, but not for much longer. The reason he's level 3 is they just haven't really been fighting, right? It's been protracted siege. Protracted? Retracted siege. With a poke on the flanks, but nothing too substantial here. A lot of techs are on the way, and we do have the Boom Shakalaka cannons. Remember, he's going to have those powerful artillery shots. It allows you to snipe from very far away. It basically gives you that final punt if you need it to kill keeps. We are at 4 trebs again, man. This is expensive. Louis right now, 14 villages repairing. Then think about the stone cost of gathering with villages as well, right? This is a horrible position for Louis. In fact, I'm pretty sure currently he's buying stone from the marketplace. Just to keep this keep alive. Mango smush shots coming in. It's just tough with the cannon now. Unless you can instantly snipe the cannon, you're going to start losing siege yourself. Siege trying to micro away from the problem. We do have monks on the front line, and they tank the adjustable crossbars. Well played. Looks like there's going to be a snipe on the siege, though. B a little bit careless, too focused on the west side of the fight. There's a wraparound coming with the Knights. They're going to move in and force out of time off the gold. Back in the main, though. Second wave has been committed. Remember, if you're going into Spearman, that's where the Jean's champions are kings amongst peasants. And the Knights now riding deep into the peasants' back line here, going off those mangoes. Not quite able to get it, though. One strike from Dev. Smrill should at least penetrate and prove it fails to. Jean the Blast is in, however. And if B just starts using this ability, he could easily snipe the mangoes, but B instead hasn't been using the Divine Blast at all. Even when they were arrows, right? That would have been the easy finish off. Louis now starting to wall the area, make it even harder now for a counterattack for B. I can't believe this, man. It looked like B was going to be in a good position, but I have questions about this execution. You know, I thought it was because he was focusing on the micro. He was too focused on those Knights. He wasn't focusing enough on his arbitrary, trying to splinter them, making sure he got a concave going. The mangoes got way too much value. On top of that, he then threw away his cannon trebs on the south side. No sort of counterattack or response there. Louis just got opening after opening, and it cost him practically nothing for it. B is now like, maybe Roboticons is the way. I mean, yeah, like if you were queuing up Siege this whole time, great, but now you start queuing up Siege when you run out of gold. This is over. B has lost the game. He has no gold on a Sith that cannot function without gold. Louis can be content now. He's already got his Siege, so doesn't have to worry about the remax there off of gold. He's amassing spears, which cost no gold. And even if he needed it, he's still got 4,000. Oh my god. This has to be getting demoralizing for B. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes a 5-minute break just to try and mentally reset, because there is such a thing as like breaking the flow, right? Like when you're the winning player, you just want to go, 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 go. When you're on a losing streak, you need that timey out. Calm down. Men at Arms milking what's left of the economy over here. I'll have to find out if B does ask for a timeout. I mean, you know, he'll have a little bit of breathing time after the redraft. That is at least guaranteed. You know, so when we do these best of 5s, it can be over before redraft. We're in a best of 11, and we're going to be redrafting after every fourth game, right? So he will at least, in this series, see one redraft, even if he loses every game. Louis now starting to leak into the farms. I think this is where B's probably just close to calling the GG. He has nothing against the Mango Death Bush, right? Because unless you do a little bit of tickle damage, Jean needs some assistance there, right? Divine Arrow is 150. I mean, the weird part is that he's not even going in for the shots in the first place, which shocks me. Instead, now he's going to get headbutted by spears. Got cannons being birthed. It's 2 from Jean directly so far, but Mango's able to back away. Man, Louis and his walls. This guy is one of the most malicious wallers in AoE 4. When Wham gets accused of liking walls too much, do you know whose name he summons to defend his walling and say that he's not the worst? This guy. What a series. Man, what an incredible series. Also, can we just agree how incredible the series is and how it's being done justice by the quality of the stream? Big shout out to AMD, Gigabyte, Haven, Corsair, Kingston, and Crucial for making that possible, by the way. We built this incredible $4,500 PC. I am running this at like 144 frames, recording it in full 1080, restream it to 3 different platforms. Oh. And what a series it is to stream. Even though it's 3-0, it has been a wild 3-0 so far. I think B is just going through the motions now. Like, if I was B, I'd be taking this to think about what I want to do next, like extra time. You know, it's like a little cheat method. No, like wait, like, you know when you like have a cheat day when you're on a diet, where you're like, oh, I can eat sugar today. It's kind of like that little trick of like, let me take this extra time while Louis has to finish me off to think, what do I do now? Let's look at the maps, because remember, this is a best of 11. Potentially every map can be played. We're only 3 maps in so far. So you got to be thinking before the redraft, what have I got left? What is his likely picks? Because we did do a 6 pick each side, right? And you only used 4 total. He needs to get this right, because it's not just about getting a point. It's the momentum break. You need that against someone who's 3-0 up. Because otherwise, isn't just the confidence they play with, it's what they can do with the draft in the opening 5th game, right? And I know I'm speaking as if like, oh, why, KP, why are you speaking like we're redrafting already? We're in like the 3rd game. But it's all, that 4th game is going to decide like how the draft begins next time, right? I've seen it so many times where someone punts out a stupid pick to ruin your draft. Like, you know, you go, oh man, I've got this perfect order, Delhi English here, and then, yeah, we'll do like French here. And then all of a sudden they just punt out Order the Dragon. You're like, what? Just like, what? Look at that from Robco Piera. Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Reminder, by the way, guys, if you do like these streams, if you do like these tournaments, be sure to subscribe to the channel each month. Helps me out tremendously. Means you don't have to worry about ads. Bare minimum, make sure you're following, turning up. Bring a friend along as well. Let's keep growing this beautiful scene. And let's keep going with this beautiful series. 3-0 for Louis MT. This man looked like a bull in the group stage, and he is looking to roll over anyone he comes across, as we're seeing the poor face of B underneath that Louis truck. Will it continue? Let's find out. Because in a moment, we're going to have game number 4. Oi, oi, oi. I mean, it's like 3-0 so far, but it's a pretty wild 3-0, I want to say. Right? Like, I'm not alone in that feeling. It's pretty crazy the way this is, like, 3-0ing up. So that was Holy Roman Empire versus Jean. It's going to be a left side win. One sec. There's discussion from the players. Is Chum here? I don't know if Chum's here right now. Uno momento. What's the point of redrafting? We have 16. Dude, Core just really wants to see some Order the Dragon gaming. He's like, I was expecting Poppy Paw to be in these grand finals. No one else is going to pick OOTD. Did Vortex miss the cut for the group stage for this weekly? No, Vortex was invited. Not every player can make it, right? So Vortex and Dimu were unable to make it. So we went with 6. So there's our 6. Those are the results. If you guys haven't seen it, it's in the VODs, or a lot of those series will make it onto YouTube anyway. But yeah, we had Louis MT, B, Wham, Anatan, Killjardy, and Poppy Paw in a very long Friday stream that was round robin best of 3. It's cool when civs get strained and weirder matchups coming out. Yes and no. So here's the problem, and this was like discovered very early on in AOE4 competitive, is that part of the problem we ran into is that when you use every single draft in a series, the problem you run into is like, basically, let's say you have a best of 5 and you draft 5 civs, right? You get to game 4 and 5, and it can basically already be over based on the draft. And you can say that at least to like incredible comebacks. It does, but also it just feels like very gutted and pigeonholed, if that makes sense. And I think like a lot of the players, I want to say didn't like that. I definitely feel like a lot of the viewers didn't like that. Hence why like it got kind of tweaked to be these kind of you draft 6, but you play 4 games and then redraft. I have wondered if like playing 5 games is better. Maybe that's someone to be explored. But it's just like, you know, it keeps the series more competitive, I think. Because like while draft should matter, and draft does matter, you don't want draft to literally be the be-all, end-all of a series. And I think that's what having like every single Civ be used can do. Because it just amplifies outdrafts even further. Whereas like, you know, if you're just bad at drafting, then yes, you'll still get punished for being bad at drafting. It's just like it'll be there's like a kind of reset, and you can prove again that you were wrong about draft, if that makes sense. And like this is coming from someone who, by the way, doesn't like drafting, because what I don't like about drafting is the effect it has on a broadcast. I don't think waiting for a live draft is a good part of a broadcast. I think it's actually a sucky part. I don't think I'm alone in that. Like, what I mean by, and this is from someone who I'd say understands the drafts better than most players, right? Because I sit here and I watch it and I Fearcraft all the time. But for a lot of people, it's like they'd rather just see all the Civ flags at the end and then get on with it, you know? Unless you can do something really fancy with it, like, yo, let's have a freaking like live draft in a castle like Red Bull. All right, so we are 3 minutes away. Sorry, just chattering in the background. What I can do, I'm going to run ads now, guys, so you don't have to worry about my game. I'm going to run... Oh, for God's sake. Dude, Twitch somehow knows when we're about to get back into game. Any chance we see almonds today? No. Oh, wait, sorry, yes. Knuckles, are you an oracle? We're going to Gorge, and it's getting weird. I'm wondering why... Louis must have been worried about Ayu to not pick French. He picked Ottomans, and B has picked Malians. But this was a pretty good matchup for Ottos, because they used to just do... They can do like an outpost rush opening against Malians, right? We don't... Like, I'm trying to think, because we just don't see this matchup anymore. It used to be that you just outpost rush their Gorge Gold. That's what a lot of civs would do on Gorge against Malians. So this could be a little bit tricky for B. All right. Yeah, dude, this could go really badly. My night in the computer is crazy, right? Dude, this whole PC is crazy. I love this PC. By the way, I think my camera keeps slightly nudging over. I need to check why I was doing that. But yeah, we have got this absolute beast. Should I run you guys through the specs really? Exclamation mark PC, actually. You can actually see the components you can buy them yourself. I've got a like panel down below on my Twitch side that tells you them all. But yeah, we've got the 7900 XTX from Gigabyte. We've got 9950X 16-core, the latest and greatest from the Ryzen AMD line. If you want gaming, I recommend the X3D line instead. We've got 64 gigs of Kingston Fury Beast RAM. We have got full cooling supplied by Corsair. That's the IQ system. That right there, LCD cap, that is Corsair as well. That has got my Heroes Might and Magic victory screen on it. And then, of course, it's sitting on an Aorus Gigabyte motherboard, the X870, the new ones. Love that as well. It's got cool little things. Like, you know how you have the little clips to get your GPU in? It has a cool little button you can press to get that clip to unclip. It also has heat sinks for the NVMe SSDs, because we've got crucial Gen 5s in there that can run hot if you don't have heat sinks. So these new motherboards coming equipped, those is really, really handy. And then it's all housed inside the new Haven HS420 case. This is a new case builder. It's beautiful, man. I love this case. And we went with like, I like the black on white. I might eventually try switching the black pieces out for full white to see what it looks like comparatively. But I like the idea of, the way I described it was like, it's almost like eye with the iris effect. Like, you know how I've got like white around my eyeballs and then I've got the brown in the center. It's kind of like that kind of, you know, white on black. Usually we call these like Stormtrooper builds is the name it usually gets. All right, guys, let's get ready to go though. Let me put the predictions up for you. Doink. static pick of the doggos and peanut butter. Oh, dude. Like, yeah, that, like, I heard some people warn me, like, the IQ software, I have issue. I'm like, I've had 0 issues with the IQ software. It's worked really nicely. And I'm probably going to customize it. I feel I'm going to customize it for the next stream. So you guys will see the Rampart colors from Humphrey. I'm going to do, I think across, like, the month, I'm going to just keep changing the specs to be different, like, civs from Might Magic's world. All right, you guys ready? It's finally happening. Ottomans is getting picked in competitive, and all we had to do is run a best of 11. Now, in fairness, it's in Game 4 this is happening. It's kind of wild, actually. Louis MT did still have, I believe it was Mongols and French, but I think he was a little bit paranoid about the IBID pick from B, which is why he went Ottomans. Because Ottomans actually, like, I think they can do okay-ish against IU. The opening Sapayi play can be really pressure-oriented, but this has kind of maybe ended up better for him. The Malians usually struggled against Ottomans because of these outpost rush plays. Wonder if that's what we're going to get in this game, because Louis has, instead of going for aggressive outpost rushing with racks opening, gone just for the military school. But yeah, Ottomans, definitely the least seen civ in the tournament, I want to say. We've seen more Order of the Dragon, actually, than Ottomans. In fact, shout out to Hussein, who, if you guys haven't seen his Reddit thread, he done this wonderful thread breaking down all the statistics. Looking on pick rates, it is the least picked civ. Ottomans across 7 weeks of our weeklies has been picked 13 times. Order of the Dragon got picked 17 times. Both of them are absolutely terrible. Order of the Dragon has a 17% win rate. Can you guess what Ottomans' win rate is? Come on, get your numbers in chat. Do you think it's better or worse than 17% for Order of the Dragon? Which, by the way, I think most of the Order of the Dragon victories were from Puppy Paw as well. 8%? Jesus, Ramen. Chill. Chill. We ain't doing it that dirty. It's pretty bad, though, yeah. It's 15%. It's horrible. Ottomans just feel like a very question marky civ right now. Their late game is really sucky compared to what it used to be. And then what do they do in the early game, right? They've always felt a little bit weird in the early game ever since the nerfs around the military schools. There's just a lot to figure out with these new Vizier councils. I think the issue for Ottos right now is maybe the early game economy is a little bit weak. I almost want to say they should have a Vizier point that gives a different eco buff than the one they get from going for the sheep with the mining gathering buff. Almost want to say, like, you get someone that gives you a food gathering buff, but instead of giving you sheep, gives you something else. What that would be, I'm not sure. Maybe... Ooh, okay. What if you could get the increased berries effect, right? So, like, there was something that gave you 10% more food gathering, but gave, like, an extra 100 food on each of the berries as a Vizier point choice. That might be intriguing. And that also would flex the difference, because a lot of people still go Twin Minaret Madrasa. That would actually then justify maybe going for trade, alternatively. It's tough, though, right? Because, like, I think the one issue we have is if the early game economy of Ottomans gets buffed too much, all they're going to end up doing is building cav archers. Like, if you look at the stats of the cav archers, the new Ottoman unit, they kind of sound busted, but they're too expensive. More realistic, yeah, you guys went way too high. Like, I was shocked reading off the sheets that's 15%. I was like, really? Because all I remember is watching Voldemar lose with this civ. Sorry, Voldemar. I think he was the only Ottoman game we were able to cast live. There might have been like one more in a water hybrid map. But we do at least have the torching pressure coming into the spears. After this, Louis can walk home and shove the deer in. I'm wondering if this could be 2TC. And I was about to say, against Malians, 2TC is their nightmare fuel. Malian players absolutely hate people that build a second town center. And Ottomans, they weren't bad with this type of build, right? Like, the idea is if you're going 2TC, usually you feel like you want to stay in feudal longer. You're going to have to anyway. I think Ottomans is a civ that can benefit from that on multiple levels. They have decent units like Sipahi, but then also on top of that, you unlock more and more Vizier points. So it's actually like not as tragic as you'd think for Ottomans to not rush fast castle anymore. I do think, by the way, when Louis does eventually go castle age, you need to click on... Wait, why is it showing his age 2? Oh, sorry, he's not completed yet. You need to click on this landmark here. You ready? This one right here. Click the... This thing is underrated. This is sleeper pick. I'm telling you guys right now, Istanbul Imperial Palace in 2025 will become meta. I think Mehmed Imperial Armory has like had its time. The value really isn't there now. at any stage in the game, really, right? Like, it used to be the opening Mango was broken. Mango's at the beginning of Castle isn't that great anymore. And then later in the game, like Great Bombards, they haven't really been looking like themselves of recent. B. I should have known. This is pretty cursed if his timing was a little bit quicker. He is going Pro Scouts, but I'm not sure of the timing here. The reason is that, like, look at how long it's going to take. It's 50 seconds out. Louis about ready to start building that TC in, what, about 20, 30 seconds max? Then again, it is a long walk without wheelbarrow, so realistically, B could snatch away 4 deer from this one right here. But yeah, just to remind people, by the way, if he does go into some improved house, what that thing does is it gives you extra Vizier points and generates Vizier points quicker. It is very, very good. Especially when you consider how many extra choices you now have with those Vizier points. Getting extra points is invaluable. All right, I'm just gonna probe this directly. That's not at Fenrisian specifically, but is it really hard to read the best of count in the corner? I'm kind of curious from like people watching this casually. Do I need to make that bigger? Because I think I've had like several people now ask if this is a best of 5. But yeah, also, can we just, if it was a best of 5, this would already be over. I mean, in some ways it's been feeling already over. B needs to do something to inspire confidence. His Marlians can be pretty bonkers though, right? Like, remember, last time B and Louis met, B, on the Marlians at least, we had Louis on the Juji in that game. And B, it took him an hour and quite a bit, but he did win it in the end. So maybe this is the Civ that inspires some hope. Put it near score? There's literally no way to put it near score. What? Sir, have you done UI design before? Where would, like... Do I need to go on a like explanation course about cluttering? We're already pushing it with that kick-ass logo. All right, so Louis is just going to settle for securing the deer casually. He actually went for a TC very condensed, so I don't think this is just fast castle, right? I think you have to actually add in some military. In fact, we've got Sapai coming already. And what is up, 20 years? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Remember, folks, get those subs in because this is the perfect time to do so. We've still got at least 3 more games in this grand finals, and then on the 3rd of January, we start up the weeklies again, 4 times a week. B's villager military count? What, you mean put it literally here where the siege thing goes? Louis is doing a good job of actually keeping these archers at bay, which is important for this gathering. Especially if you want to just start massing more Sipahi, they're not cheap to do. But we do now have Donzos coming in, which means Louis is either going to need to go tag or transition. Now we are getting more spears. I wonder why he's not really going archers. Archers is a bit tricky for B now, right? Because like, if your opponents go Sipahi, you don't really want to be adding in javelins. And remember, these Warrior Scouts, they don't have bonus damage against range, so your only counter really is javs. Or sofas, which is just really expensive, despite the fact he's done it. I don't feel like sofas are going to trade very well into Sipahi, though. Like, sure, you've got the melee armor, but same health, damage difference, not too extreme. But typically, you're going to see more Sipahi than Sofa. Cal, why are you griefing my grand finals? That's it. You're now gone from being paid nothing to being paid negative. All right, I'll invoice you $50 at the end of this. We have a push coming. Louis, what has he done with the Vizier points? He definitely got his hands on the sheep. I mean, if you're playing in on Feudal, you really want to be considering going for the meta point. Problem is, he hasn't really been pumping enough spears to justify that yet. B. It's like he's going to have to defend at home. It feels like this is a fake out, though. Louis, you can see he's already saving up. And B, by being baited by this, by investing, He's staying away from his real win condition, which is getting the farms online, right? Like, remember, at the end of the day, this is a 2TC Ottoman build, folks, which means that B really needs to get a move on to age 3. Now, what's crazy, though, is I can tell you guys from experience of watching B, he's not going to be going age 3 the way you think he is. This man's going to do one thing and one thing only. If it goes age 3, he wants a Farimba. He always wants a Farimba. He's like that kid who has chocolate ice cream and likes it way too much. You take him to the gelato place. 50 different flavors. Which one do you want today, darling? Chocolate. Oh, for God's sake. What about maybe we try some pistachio or some caramel? Chocolate. His Farimba is his chocolate. Freeborn is the way. For now, a tech up is the way, and Louis, oh, it's that thing I hate. Mehmet Imperial Armory is on the way. KP uses the powerful AMD CPUs because I like peak performance. Exclamation mark AMD. Check it out. We're doing an awareness campaign. Click the link. We've got Archer Rangers come behind this. I mean, there's no way he's Jannying, right? It just has to be crossbows. Like, you'd think Janissaries, but remember, like, archers get the bonus damage against you. So you just kill yourself very fast. Weirdly enough, though, he's actually adding in Janissaries. What? Okay, so we've had, like, I think at least 2 games where we've seen Louis build and gone, huh? But then he wins. So at this stage, I'm just going to kick back in my chair and not bother. I don't want to talk about the potential flaws of, like, going Janissaries here. I mean, it could be a bait and switch. He's literally built 1 so far, but I think that's more a lack of resources. Credit to him, though. So far, not losing a single villager. Love the micro as well. Louis just kind of shrinking whatever he can. I mean, this hurts. B losing Sofa at this stage, they're just so underwhelming. We talked about this, right? It's never a unit you want to have to mass in Feudal Age. I actually do rate 4 or 5 Sofa max in Feudal pretty highly. I think there's some great rating potential, some good counterplay. But when you start blobbing them, you need them to just survive until you're age 3. And oh my... B, what is going on? It's like looking at the London Underground trains right now. This is like looking at like one of those Japanese trains where the conductors come by and just jam everyone in. It's like, wait, I think there's room for a mouse in there. Fit 3 more people! All right, the 6 cow overflow is about to find a new home. This is like watching Cow's mum give birth to 7 triplets. I don't know what the number is for that. But they found homes now. This is definitely Farimba, though. You can tell. He always just goes for it. The problem is, like this has to be Mansa, right? Louis kind of playing into getting countered at this rate. Mansa Musafadi will annihilate this. That's not animal friendly? No, but it is delicious. You know, like when you take a burger and smush it together with another burger, and it's like double the taste? Same thing here. Same logic as why condensed milk is so much more tasty than normal milk. Come on, guys. The more you squeeze it, the tastier it is. I feel like that could be clipped out of context. B, about to trigger that tech up. We do have... Wait, he's doing javelins. He's actually doing javelins. Wait, what? Wait, but... I mean, technically, like, you can kill men-at-arms over time. But it's also just like, why not just build Mansa Musafadi? I'm hoping this is just he's building a few jabs because range units. I talked about this on a previous series that, like, with Farimba, I think you're going to see majority games be freeborn. Secondary priority is going to be Mansa Musafadi, and jabs is going to be the least built. Jabs absolutely destroy Jannies. Yeah, but like you've got archers, right? Like the archers are already going to be pretty damn good. Condensed milk? No, that's not a British thing. Because there's like a cake called Tres Leches that is, I'm pretty sure, a Spanish thing. And that's literally like mostly condensed milk. I don't know if it has another name. I know it as condensed milk. I say as I wear my chef hat and go, oh. All right, there we go. Correct choice made. We've got Mansa Musafadi. It just makes sense, right? Like, Louis is just bulking men-at-arms. This is what I was worried about that I said he needed to be careful being countered. We do have Mangoes gradually being added in. I mean, by some miracle, Louis, despite the fact he'd been stuck in his base, has somehow got a relic home. I don't even know how that happened, really. In fact, I might be able to sneak a second. Yeah, he's on his way now. Are you kidding me? Louis is just always good at randomly finding his way out onto these relics in weird situations. Like, if you look at the map control state, he has no justifiable reason to be able to get any relics. And yet right now, B is so late to the party, he might end up having the minority of relics. So for our wrap around the back, we do have some spears and Jannies nearby. What's the win condition for Louis now? Well, he's probably just scouted that it's not for, like it is for Imba, in case he didn't know already. We do have the Mass Musafadi strat on the way, but remember, without the effect of Fulani, it takes time. Louis does have a big enough eco lead that although he doesn't have better military units, he does have better economy, right? So he should be better off for that. Add in the fact he's got passive production as well. Like, it's not that bad for Louis. The scary part is he needs to get food. That's what worries me right now for Louis, is just a lack of food access. Gold as well. That's got walls going up, but those are only now being started. I think if B just plays this wide, he has a very good chance of taking this game. He needs to try and punish Louis at this very pivotal moment where he is living beyond his means, right? This is a 2-bedroom house with 10 occupants. It's not good. Okay, you thought that that ranch looked overcrowded before? Oh boy, you should see an Ottoman base with nothing to gather in 87 villages. I like that B isn't rushing too fast here, right? Like, you kind of need to keep this opening, though. This is the tricky part about Louis' read on the map. He's walling at exactly the most important point in the game, just before B has enough to commit to a fight. Not too early that he would have died running out, not having enough troops to cover. So this is kind of a tricky predicament. B does need to find a way of pressure, but he also can't go too early, because without enough Musafadi, you just die. And also, because it's been scoured, we're now seeing Louis double down on archers, the actual counter. Gaps in the walls at least being kept open. Sofas are being annoying. We have got extra walls coming in, so just Louis' classic, let's deal with the problem by making the problem have to deal with 1250 HP. He'll at least have 2 relics come back from B. Soon should be free, so he'll at least have an edge there. But the other thing that's kind of scary is thinking about the Vizier council points, right? Like, we've got the extra military schools in. Obviously, you know, we haven't got advanced academies coming through yet. That's a possibility down the line, though. Pretty good one as well. I think in this type of game, like, you could just go for Janissaries. Like, your opponent is massing Mansa. He's not really massing archers. Massing melee into choke points against Mangoes. That's always ended well for no one. We'll have to leave. At least gets a good trade into Sapai. It just feels like he needs to find a target fast. I mean, the plus side here is like Louis just doesn't have food. So what you're seeing is Louis is kind of going to be forced to become a mech army at this rate, or build mass farms. And either one gives an opening here. Like, this is the thing. Everyone's going, oh my god, Louis got like a 30 village elite. True, but like, how effective are those villages right now? If you look at his income, do they feel effective? The problem is B, instead of finding a way to commit to a direct fight, a big engagement, he's trying to poke still. And over time, he's coming out worse for it. So I'm going to have the poison arrows on the way now, at least. So he's getting that back line up, realizing that actually he's going to lose this fight because he has too much melee at this rate. And yes, funnily enough, Louis would actually benefit from Stringles. It's not like the most memey idea here. Because remember, those Mansa Musafadi, they have a lot of melee armor. They have not much ranged. We do have stealth activated, so a move coming in from B here. Now, guys, this is going to hit really well onto the deer. Oh, no, they're not even there. Yeah, there's There's one deer left there. There's nothing on the north side, so this stealth play is in the wrong direction. B thought that Louis was punting in double direction, which makes sense, right? Like, players with this much economy would usually, but instead, Louis took the gambit of sticking everything on the east side, and it's paying off. Yeah, this is rough. Not just that, B, I mean, it's already ran out, right? So the sneak in isn't going to even work to reach the TC, let alone get into the main. Even if you could, you know, it's not really that much here. 26 villages, most of it is to the south side now. Gathering in safer areas. Well, I'm hoping B can kind of find his mojo, find his flow. Because this does not look good. I feel like the longer he waits, the more likely he is to lose. It's weird with Farimba. Farimba can have an initial opening, then it weakens, and then in the hyper late game, when you've sorted your economy fully, it actually feels better than Fulani. But we're not in the hyper late game. We're nowhere near this 200 max pop, 40 traders situation for B. It's got a long way to go for that. Louis is likely to be there much sooner. Nice stealth and reinitiation there. Will at least take out a few archers. Yeah, you've seen the reaction. Louis is like, I really need to see what's coming here. Trying to just wall himself in. I just gotta say, Louis' approach just feels toxic sometimes to watch. It makes you want to do a prairie only tournament, you know? Make him really work for the walls. All right, one's if you think Louis is going to win this, two's if you think B is going to win it. Wow, that is almost exclusively ones. Like that. Bloody hell. That is more number ones than I'll find in a Beetle Artist track accolades. Like, that is ridiculous. It's bad. I thought maybe a few more people would believe in the power of B, though. Oh, that's true. B has began Springles. Like, this is the thing. Joke's on you guys. Can't believe you're all noobs like this. B started to build the Springles. There is only victory coming his way. He's gonna build 10 and kill the 15-minute arms. Okay, no, I can't. It's looking pretty rough, especially the way that Louis does this. The more he just keeps walling, it creates more and more compartments. That means that Mangos are harder to flank, that Mangos can force more choke points. It's bad. Now we're finding out into a more open area, there's potential there. In fact, B, this would be the perfect time for you to stealth and run around the back, but instead, he hits the front line. And Louis, more than willing to take the engagement. Sapai will wrap around and find the siege. That gets mopped up for free. And B, this is just not a fight you can win, man. Oh, that's so unfortunate. The issue for B is he can't just leave his archers unguarded, but really needed the Mansa Mustafa to just stealth and go in. If he got on top of the Mangoes, maybe a different state of play there. Initial wall just doing a lot of damage. But the bigger issue really is the Janissaries. These archers weren't trading out against the right unit. They were attacking the men-at-arms. Janissaries that should be countered by these archers absolutely are not being. B. That timer is at least still ticking, but not for long. It's being decapped. At this stage, I think he just needs to step up from the keyboard, take a minute or two, deep breath, while we prep for a redraft after this game. Really just shake this flow, because the good news is like that little break, that can give you the mental reset, and that could also disrupt the flow we're talking about for Louis. Because right now, he's just on a kill frenzy. We do have a counterattack coming in. He will at least shove Louis back this time. But there is still this creeping issue of Louis being likely to go Imperial at this rate, right? Like, you know, he's up to 112 eco. He's got to keep dropping to the center. You can't get Sacred Sites anymore. The Stonewalls are coming in. And also keep in mind, if this game does go into the hyper late game and both sides start trading, Ottoman trades are very good as well with the trade backs. And yeah, it's kind of weird because, like, watching the chat and their response, like, I just saw someone mention about Janissaries, right? So Ragnar has this whole thing about hard kill siege when the Janissaries nearby. It's true, right? Because Horseman is your easiest counter, and Horseman died Janissary. The interesting part is, like, while Janissaries are feeling good right now, if this did go Imperial Age, that's where you wish you had Musafadi Gunners. The problem is, how do you get Imperial Age in this game? Right? That's the conundrum. Another crazy part is, like, Mansif Musafadi are usually quite good against Horsemen because they're so tanky with the melee armor. But Sipahi are a better Horseman, so their stats actually mirror the change, right? Like, instead of being at 12 damage, you're at 15, right? So you almost offset all of the Mansif Musafadi's extra armor by being a Sipahi instead of a Horseman. It's kind of crazy how important that dynamic is. Because the other problem now is, like, B, he doesn't even have the added benefit of just winning against Horsemen. He's stuck in a stalemate and dies to Janissary. And because he went for the Mansif Musafadi, until he goes age 4, you don't have another choice. I don't know. I do wonder, really, if he should have just went Freeborn, right? Like, there wasn't much to justify Freeborn at the time. Your opponent's building Sipahi. But they're very tanky anyway. Your opponent was always going to try to get Janissary. You could argue that the men-at-arms could have been answered by Sofa, right? Because remember, Freeborn, they have 170 health. They have great armor. They have, a 5 ranged base, which means you're offsetting a third of the damage by default. And you can add more armor, while Janissary's damage doesn't get increased, right? Not until age 4. Still just trying to find some sort of raid. This is just ridiculous. I'm sitting less walls in a free build game of Stronghold. Mango's just going to probably mop up most of this as well. And most of the army has been reduced, right? Meanwhile, we've also got Sipahi being mirrored by Sofa, so we'll at least be able to... No, he didn't block the raid! Oh boy. And he has activated the Fortitude to kill him even faster. Looks like that was a loss in the fight here. Second wave came in. Sabis could get mopped up there as well. This does not look like a Zergy faction right now. 59 military to 44. Man, Louis is just so annoying at this point in the game. Like, I praised him earlier in the series. If you guys haven't seen those games, definitely watch them back. He's so good at mid-late game raiding. He's everywhere, right? Raid left, raid right. Once this pushes back, you'll see him raiding about 2 to 3 different locations at once. It's just so much for B to have to address at once. And he doesn't really have the firepower to do so, right? Especially considering so much of your firepower is in Sofas, which are counted. Like, you don't want to have to build mass archers because there's Sipahi, right? But anything else dies to Janissaries. And now, the fabled Imperial Age. The good news for B, not as OP as it was a year ago. The bad news for B, Louis OP in the late game. Yeah, this is him reaching his vibe zone, where he always feels most comfortable. Stonewall after Stonewall as well. He's gradually just stripping all options away from B. And what that means for Louis is that he can get more disgusting moves raiding because he doesn't have to hold anything back. Istanbul Observatory now coming as well. I don't know, do they have Shrek in China? I feel like if they do, that's Louis' most watched show as a kid. You know, because they have layers. This man always has so many layers on. You can tell it's winter right now. Just an inner sanctum at the corner just to protect the farms. Then he's got his middle sanctum and his outer. Oh. trying to think of all the maps we're potentially going to dodge at this rate. It makes me a bit sad. No atoll? Come on. Nagari, maybe? No one? Some pigeons view. And B, what on earth? Well, he's trying to remove flank angles from Masapahi, which makes sense at this stage. Because the Sapahi, when they get elited up, they're going to hit so hard the Sovas aren't going to hold well. Janissaries are also getting buffed up. We talked about the extra damage, right? Janissary gun's now in the way. Biology's also been queued up. Louis just getting everything in, and we even now have great bombards casually, passively over time getting added in. Yeah, not worth killing the ranchers here. That's only 90 food a minute. Much easier to kill the workers at the back, which is where he's now heading. Can activate the fortitude as well. And there we go, gets online. Start stabbing. The man Smith Vardiagan is going to be quick to react, but not quick enough to stop them from getting away. Oh, come on. Louis said, screw it, just kill them. Look at the damage now. This is what I talked about you don't really care about sofas anymore. They hit for 22, you hit for 20. They cost more. And sure, they have more melee armor. Sure, they'll beat you one-on-one, but it's never a one-on-one fight. And soon, you'll probably lose a one-on-ones because the biology is coming in 30. Now, credit to B, he has found the resources. Grew Up Bar is now on the way. What I'm not seeing from B really is anything but survival tactics. Right? He needs to do something that convinces you he can win this game still. He has a bigger army. He did just get his upgrade, which means he can now get a second Mancy unit. Right? And it is going to be the Freeborn. Correct choice. So this is your perfect answer to the Janissary mass now. Freeborns are unusually tanky and also do a lot of damage into range units. So Louis really needs to play with a little bit of urgency here. He's got all his upgrades in. He gets them drastically faster than B. He needs to now use that before B catches up. Louis is trying to pressure as well. You can see him marching forward from multiple angles. These Sapahi just everywhere, anywhere, all at once. Looks like he's trying to ensure that he has trade options here, folks. We have got marketplaces in the corner. The Ottoman trade empire begins. Spine in the corner, they've been mopped up, but you can see it. B is struggling to really leverage this 2TC situation. The Janissaries are blasting their way through anything now. 25 damage every 1.3 seconds. The Freeborn, like I said, will be very tanky. I worry about how they're going to contest against the Sapahi, though, because like we're not elite army tactics territory yet. That's still some way off. It's Freeborn. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that. 7 ranged armor already, 175 health. And he needs to upgrade them, but once they're upgraded, I believe it's 205 health. And their base damage, if I remember correctly, goes up to, I believe, 12. Funnily enough, he prioritizes the Musafadi instead. Final Sacred Sight hasn't been locked in for Louis, so he doesn't actually have a clear win condition yet. And I don't think we have adjustable crossbars, no. Almonds just love their great bombards too much. Well, the reason he's overcommitted to chasing Sapahi is just look at the stats. Like, the Sapahi actually have to be respected like they're knights, basically. They're hitting for 21 damage, and if you don't address them, they attack quicker. That's when it comes to a real problem. There's like 2 horsemen in 1. In the late game, Sapahi are some of the most pop-efficient units you can get. This game is really slowed down. I feel like there's been attempts at aggression by B, followed up by hesitation, right? And Louis is exploiting that hesitation very well to get to the stage of the game that he likes most. This would be a hell of a way for B to reclaim some morale, though. Not just to get a win on the board, but to do so in the late game where Louis loves to be. Let's see if he can do it. Louis is admittedly in a bit of a gold awkward situation here, right? Doesn't have any traders out just yet. but also doesn't have much gold left. In fact, that is the last vein now tapped. Of course, Malians, by comparison, have infinite gold to work with. Flash comes in. Mango shot is good there. Start step retreat away, but you see how quickly the Janissaries are melting. Silverline dying equally quick, but only when they're being targeted correctly. The Freeborn are getting in the way of those shots quite often. Backstab coming through. The Archers able to mop up the siege on both sides. But B, as he found himself between a rock and a hard place here, so cut on the next wave of reinforcements coming in. The Sapai backstab is going to be there. And a reinvigorated push now from Louis MT, as B cannot make his way through those choke points. Yeah, a weird way to fight there as well. Remember, these are B's walls here. Didn't delete them, didn't try to get around. Louis basically used his own opponent's walls against him. It's just so easy to forget, right? Like, when B's microing a fight there, he can't afford to delete key for 2 or 3 seconds. And I think those 2 or 3 seconds really would have made a bit of a difference. It's still a hard fight against Janissaries like this, but at least giving us some hope. The weird part to me, even weirder, is that we're still getting Mansa Musafadi. I mean, the Freeborn, they are more expensive, but at this point in the game, they are just substantially better. Yes, yeah, I get it. They don't have the melee armor on the Freeborn, but they have so much more health. It's 150 compared to 205. And what you need is something that can wipe the floor with the Janissaries quick, not something that gets used as a mop on the floor by these Janissaries. Louis, oh my dick. Okay, maybe he should just build Mansa Musafadi. Are you kidding me? 51 Sapahi! Louis doing his best MJ right now because he's Sapahi-ing across the map with this. This is ridiculous. It's just way too much. And behind this, the traders are online. There's 16 of them and rising. I think this is it for B. 4-0 in this best of 11. Still potentially, well, definitely at least 2 games, but this is looking grim. We go into a redraft with not a single point on the board for the 3D Clan member. And Louis MT now just 2 points away from being crowned an All-Star King. Oof. Is this the most one-sided best of 11 in the history of the game? There haven't been many, so yeah, probably at this rate. This is getting pretty rough to watch. So we had Ottomans versus Maldians. There was hope, though. I did say at the start that I thought Louis' draft was just much better. Let's see if he can fix it the second time around. Okay, I infinitely like B's draft more this time than last time. Like, Louis still got a strong draft, but you're about to see it. This is actually an improvement. You ready, guys? Here it comes. Did I say that right? Yeah, because Louis has... Wait, no. B has Jean. Sorry, guys, I put the names the wrong way around. So, Louis still got his Delhi, but B actually has some good picks now. The Juji got banned last time, it gets through. We're going transhumans next. B has got no Japanese, though. Yo, what's up, El Yona? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the raid. Thank you. Welcome, French community. Hopefully you've been enjoying the grand finals. We're here to continue it. That was just the first draft. We now have a redraft, which just completed. Next map is going to be transhumans. But yeah, this is looking pretty rough for B. I think this draft has a lot more potency to it. You know, we're going into transhumans. It's probably going to be, what, Japanese or Rus from Louis. I'd expect Rus. Then again, Rus has more flexibility with this map pool. Japanese feels quite situational for transhumans. But B expecting Japanese could actually go Mongols. Or you could go for maybe like Abbasids. Jean isn't too bad either. We've seen some Jean picks. I don't really rate Jean that highly into Japanese here, though. I think you'd be a lot better off of either Mongols or Abba. But Abbasids can definitely hunker down. With 700 viewers, thank you for everyone's been tuning in. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it. I notice YouTube's doing really well as well, like 130, 140, 150 people. Love to see the growth, man. This is really inspiring. Like, when I started the midweek musters, a little bit like, how good or bad is this going to go? Is this going to grow? Do people care? Do they want to see these? I've been moved. Heart has been moved by the amount of support we've been getting for these weeklies so far. And fingers crossed that will continue into 2024. Hopefully we'll see Elyona in KPMM8. Reminder, Elyona, sign-ups do close shortly. So I think in a few days. So make sure you sign up. They begin on the 3rd of January for week number 8. And they will continue through, I can confirm, as official Microsoft-backed tournaments from January to June of 2025. So you've got all that to look forward to. Dude, I'm so excited for it. Why are you seeing 80%? Because I've got to share it with this beast here. This is our new PC that we built the other week, live on stream with my mum. You guys should check that. I've put it in the highlights for Twitch if you want to check it out. It took us about 6 or 7 hours, but we were really neat and tidy. I think if we weren't being neat and tidy with everything, we probably could have been done in under like 5 hours. Definitely recommend building a PC if you haven't. It's really not as hard as people freak out and think it is. But this one's an absolute beast, man. Like, exclamation mark PC if you want to see the specs. There's even an Amazon link there if you want to buy through, because that gives like kickbacks on the affiliate side of things. But yeah, big shout out to AMD, Gigabyte, Kingston, Crucial. Already said Gigabyte, I was about to say Aurora again. Haven, and of course, wait, who did I say there? AMD, Micron. I've almost got Micron. Crucial wouldn't be possible without them powering the SSDs. You going to register? Love it, Elyona. Yeah, reminder, guys, if you're a pro player, aspiring player, whatever, whatnot, feel free to sign up. We have 16 people that are going to qualify via that. 16 that will be invited back if they want it. It might end up being more. So definitely take advantage of that. Love the cable management in this case? Hell yeah. Like, so for those who don't know, the cables, and we'll be in game in 3 minutes, by the way. The cables are all hidden. Like, there's an extra layer of, like, between these and at the back. There's, like, hidden compartments back here. And at the back, there's, like, this panel comes off, and the wires are hidden there. It's really, really nice. Should stick up on that PC case. Nah, dude. Don't ruin the beautiful cleanness of it. Did your mum enjoy the build process? I think so. It just got really late. I felt really bad because, like, people were like, oh my God, I wanted to build a PC, but this seems like it's taking a long time. But then I, like, watched a friend of mine who builds PCs for, like, does PC tech stuff for a living, has built several PCs. And they were up at, like, 9 hours. And I was like, I think it was 7 hours to build this. But, like, we were explaining as we went. We were being really, like, I feel like we've been really inclusive to help people and then answer questions, whatever. And I was teaching my mum. To do it in 7 hours, like, I mean, I honestly think most people should try building a PC because, you know, it's a lot cheaper than buying pre-builds. Pre-builds adds hundreds and hundreds of dollars on to have someone else do it for you, unless you find a crazy good deal. And I think now's like a good time. With the new Ryzens, I highly recommend, guys. Exclamation point AMD, we're doing an awareness campaign. Check out the new Ryzens. Clicking that link actually helps me, by the way. Tells them to come sponsor here again. But that line of CPU, they're the kings now. The X3D, like they just started to restock the 9800 X3Ds. Highly recommend if you want best gaming performance, get one of them. And yeah, I went, for the first time ever, I went AMD graphics card, and I've been blown away, man. Even by things that I thought I wasn't going to use. Like, for example, FrameGen is infamous for adding input lag. I've been trying the FrameGen on Space Marines. I've been trying it on, I think I even tried it on Finals, and it was phenomenal. The glasses are different? What do you mean? Oh yeah, I have different glasses, mate. I switch all the time, look. What? Anyway, I'm going to run a minute of ads now, just before we get into game, because we're a minute and 15 seconds out from live, okay? So you don't have to worry about in-game. I'll start predictions as well. There we go. Let's get predickies up. Oof. Building PCs can take an hour, but depending on some combination... Exactly, right? It really depends on what you're trying to do. And like I said, we were explaining a lot. Yes. The new X870s have these digital readouts, so it has a number there. Those tell you error codes. As far as I don't know what it's saying 08, because I looked it up, and 08, no one can figure out what it means. It seems like it's just a code it shows to show a code. But like the RAM wasn't sitting right because I needed to update the BIOS. It was going, I think, 1545, which is telling me that it was a RAM issue. So damn helpful. Because older models used to use like beeps. And it's like, well, the beeps aren't very helpful. Don't know which one you like best. I like them both. I like to vary what I wear. I kind of like that from Gunnar. By the way, code Pigeon will get you 10%, 15% sometimes off those lenses, by the way. But I have a few different lenses that I have from Gunnar. I like to vary. It's nice. It's like a fashion statement, you know? Still thinking you might do a stream about good gaming laptops. I think we'll look to partner with one of the brands in 2025 to do like a laptop type thing. Maybe like stream on a laptop for a month to show that like they can be good for it. But for now, we're on the PC. That was a weird little bit of start lag. Let me do that. There may yet be hope. B is trying to avoid... Okay, let's really do this justice. Currently, B is trying to avoid the biggest stomp in a Grand Finals history in this best of 11 in the Midweek Muster All-Stars. All the way through this group stage, he remained competitive, yet here in the Grand Finals, Louis has looked unstoppable. 4-0 up. Redraft complete, but the matchup is good for B. We head into Transhumans, Mongols versus Japanese. This is meant to be a matchup where Mongols can do damage. The question mark is how much on a map like Transhumans that gives you a very defendable location in the corner. LuMT was chosen, I think at this stage, the most picked Civ on this map. He had two really good options, actually, two of the most picked. He had either Rus or Japanese, but Louis understood that Japanese is a bit more situational. Rus has a lot more flexibility to be picked on pretty much any map. So I actually think he made the right choice there. Mongols, however, B also had the right idea because Mongols is very much a limited Civ in how you implement it, right? You need the right map, you need the right matchup. So I don't think this is wrong by B. I do think, though, that if you see Koka Township coming from the Japanese, it can make Mongols' openings very difficult to execute. And on a map like this in particular, you definitely want to be going Shinobi. And B, meanwhile, has decided to go for the spears. So we already have the first being queued up. Villagers on the move. LuMT, of course, is going to be slow on his tech timing. This is maybe the first point in the series with his openings where I'm not the craziest fan. Because the problem with like what he's done here, with his opening, he doesn't have a quick tech. And you need a quick tech to get into the Koka, otherwise these spearmen are going to play blocker. So the counterplay that is an option for Louis is instead building spears himself. It just always feels weird when I see Japanese have to do it. And he isn't gathering anywhere near enough wood, rather, to suggest it's happening. Amazon Link doesn't work? That might be based in your country. If anyone knows of a provider of PC parts that is like globally available with affiliate scheme, let me know and I'll set up on that website. Because I'm running this tricky predicament of like, I could get one that works in the UK, I could get one that works, you know, in Germany. I want one that works in as many countries as possible. Because I just clicked that link, it definitely works for people in the UK. Amazon's weird about that. I really wish they had a direct conversion. Like, if you are an American viewer and click that, it should really show you the American equivalents. But I think instead it still shows you the pound variety. I don't know if someone American confirmed that. Anyway, here in the CIS lands, we come for war there. B moves up with the outpost. Nice deny. Louis gets rid of the forge straight away. Already has what he needs in terms of gold. Does he want more? I think he wants another one. He wants one more grab for a Shinobi play. But he needs an extra villager for that. And what? Okay. No, this is very different. It shows pounds? Yeah, I don't know. Like, if anyone wants to help me figure out a way around that, I appreciate it. Because I've heard a few people like, I want to buy PCs. Let me know your links, KP. And I won't say no to a nice little kickback, you know? Outpost should be going up. There's no way you can deny that. Louis isn't even going to try to contest it. Instead, he's going Kura probably into Yumi here. That was funky on the gold gathering, though, right? Like, I thought maybe he was going to gather enough for siege engineering. I always forget, actually, how much gold is siege engineering? I don't think he has enough, right? He can get extra by going on the stone. That's always an option when you play Japanese, but it's still pretty far out and exposed. This has to be Yumi from Louis, though. I mean, he sees spears, right? He justifies the play. B, meanwhile, this should easily be Deerstone. He could be creative, though. Nah. I was about to say, Silver Tree would be kind of sick on a map like this. It is 50. Okay, I thought so. Thank you very much, Angel with Shotgun. So, yeah, he is actually 5 gold short of what he needs. I mean, that was the weird thing when we saw him walk out. If it was Koka, he was 5 gold short. If it was Siege Engineering, he was 5 gold short. he's basically at least 5 gold short of anything he could get, if not more. Even Tawara is more than that, right? Yeah, it's 50 gold. So this looks a bit weird from Louis. $50 win 120. Okay, that would make more sense. I think you're correct. Sorry, yeah, I think Angel was saying that. I just misread it. So literally, like, basically, the point remains, either way, any way you kind of scratch it, Louis doesn't have enough gold. That final grab of gold didn't really make any sense. And we are seeing the cursed unit. Yumi are coming. Now, be honest, does this inspire confidence in you or a desire to vomit? I mean, you're 4-0 up, right? You can get kind of funky with it. 45 is if you want to do the spear upgrade? Yeah, but the spear upgrade is 35, right? I think it's 15 food, 35 gold. He has at least now got the Yumi to deal with the spears. Remember, those spears do have yams, so it can be a little bit annoying. Well, apparently, the play for Lou is to try and get back on the water. So you want to try to get into an archer shit, but he gets blocked out. What a move by B. Not able to get that villager kill. Does get a different one over here, though. Okay, so he denies the dock temporarily, but unless B has his own dock play coming, which he does. Uh-oh. All right, we have a problem. So Louis, right now, he didn't build a farmhouse because you wouldn't do that against Mongols anyway. He's also thinking about sneaking out for gold, but this is ambitious. Villager's trying to pull a little bit too early, and this time the Khan will be able to find ahead. Not just that. Wait, what? Louis, what's going on? That is multiple mistakes in the last minute from him. Louis, who has played a very clean series up until now, seems to be slipping a little in game number 5. Louis, I mean, I'm perplexed. I mean, the good news at least is he does have the Kura storehouse. Means he's got plenty of food to work with, right? So, like, he'll have some runway in terms of efficiency there, even when he loses out on the fish. And the fish most definitely is gone now. He can't come back for it. Wait, Louis? This is not the way. He will just lose villagers for this. That's going to be 2 dead workers at this point. Khan might not be able to get this one, but this is the problem. You're running them out one by one. The archer will just decimate them. Yumi also hanging around. This is ridiculous. And that's it. GG. B is on the board. It took 5 games, a redraft, but he comes out swinging immediately off of that redraft with a win. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a series. Okay, maybe it's huffing the hope. It's a start, all right? Compared to where we were at 10 minutes ago, it's a big, big improvement. So, game on the board. Mongols paying off. There's going to need a lot more things that pay off here, folks. That wasn't the Louis we saw before. I mean, it's like a hard position to play from when the outpost goes up. Like I said, the Mongols play is a counter. I think Louis, the weird part to me is he didn't go Coca. I was really shocked by the lack of Coca choice. So, B, let's give him a point on the board. Because if you play Coca, you kill the Spearman really fast. And then you have Shinobi to contest pretty much anything coming. If your opponent goes archers, then you just like have enough time because he's delayed to go like outpost yourself and fast castle. That map is almost exclusively Coca. That's why the Kura, like I was like, this is kind of creative because it gives him longevity in the age, but like he just didn't do anything in the age with it, but die. There might be more hope. If you looked at these drafts, what do you think would give you hope in B? What would you believe in here, right? Of the maps that is left, the matchup, I think actually probably the best matchup he could get. Picked English? No. It's Jean versus Delhi. That's actually that's like, you know, Delhi is scary, right? But if you could get any one of your civs to match up against them, that would be the one. That's actually pretty good for B. On Himiyama as well. Like, that's actually a really, really good bit. I'm just shocked that Louis went Himiyama Delhi. I think he was trying to sneak one by. Because he snuck them earlier, right? He got really crafty with his draft earlier. We're a minute away from in-game, or 40 seconds, actually. Like, I actually think this is as good as B could have asked for. He caught him trying to be sneaky again. Oh, man. Oh, you mean he picked English? Yeah, away from him. Yeah, I get you now. Yeah, but he gave Atria in return, right? And like in the vacuum, Atria is better there. But obviously, in the wider scheme, English has a lot more flex. Well, I mean, Atria is just good in most circumstances, I want to say. He also got the IU as well, so like he protected an extra pick on top of that. I still like Louis' draft a bit more. I just think B's is more competitive this time around than it was last time. Not that it's very hard to improve upon that. It took 5 games for the 3D clan member we know to turn up. But he's here. And to be feared as we head into Himeyama for Jean versus Delhi. Another matchup where B should be favored. One and all, welcome back to the grand finals of the final Midweek Muster All-Stars. Of the final tournament of 2024 in the Age of Empires ecosystem. And what a fun one it's going to be. 11-game potential. We were worried it would be done in 6. We at least get a stay of execution on that. And B is now looking at potentially back-to-back morale boosters in the redraft with matchups that should favor him. Himeyama, a weird one for Delhi. I think Louis MT was caught trying to get crafty. We saw this in the first draft where he picked a 1 or 2 unorthodox picks at certain points in the draft that maybe B wasn't expecting. B seems to be switched on to his antics at this point. Is countering accordingly. Himeyama just a really good map for Jean, right? Like, you're seeing why. This opening play is quite intriguing. He'll probably have to be able to score cavalry out here, which is a little bit wild. But the whole point is multifaceted. Jean is really good against Delhi, as is being questioned in chat. Yes, you are correct. It is. Because the Ghazi just get wiped so quickly, and when they do, it's way too much XP to Jean. Then there's 2, which is on a map like Himeyama, Delhi aren't that great. It's not that they can't work here. It's just that they're not as good as they would be on other maps. There's only 2 sacred sites. The water play opening wasn't really available to him because of Jean as a threat. There's just a lot of things that make the Delhi pick almost feel like it was intended to catch B with something different, like, say, Juji, I think is what he was expecting other than Jean, or maybe, I want to say, Malians. Possibly English, right? Because English has been picked quite a bit on Himeyama. So, yeah, well played by B to read through that and just not fall for it again, because we were just so close to this being the biggest stomp in the history of AoE4's finals. Louis, how does he want to try and approach this? I mean, you could just go for the classic Dome of Faith. I wonder if this is one of the matchups where Tower Victory can make a little bit of sense. Because we talked about how the Ghazi feeds way too much XP over to Jean, but if you play just a standard infantry comp, just spears archers, with an attack speed buffer, I mean, you blob up, Jean just dies. Right? But Louis, he wants that scalability. This is a guy who thrives in the late game. So, of course, he's going to give himself that runway. Of course, B's tech up time is going to be a little bit later. Yeah, kind of a shame the way he played this. I thought it was going to be some weird sort of proxy base in the center with Jean, just so he gets max XP. But the sad reality is he started fishing with her. You don't want to, right? Because, like, for these 3 fishing boats, there's only 2,000 food. 2,000 resources in the game they can ever gather. For Jean, or any villager that comes out here, there's infinitely more, right? There's thousands and thousands and thousands. So you just feel like you're laming your own play by gathering with villagers. So Sock on the way. Notice that B doesn't bother to just do it with Jean. There's no point. Like, you're delayed on your timing already. You're not going to get level 2 anyway, so you might as well just get a quick tech up time to remain competitive. By doing that, you can probably force Louis to go into spears as an opener. We've been seeing more and more players, even against Jean French, they don't actually go Spimmin first, they go Ghazi. Because with the healer boys being so cheap, you can trade with the Nates first and then heal. Elephants versus Weird French. I want B to win, but not understanding why Jean would be favored here. It's the opening and the map design. It gives a really good strong start. Also, if you get in that hyper late game, you're going to talk Elephants, talk Arbitrier. Tower offense is really the way that Delhi would have to win that. I think in Castle, there is a timing for Jean here in this matchup. You can't go into that Castle Age behind, for sure, but like raw institute play into like an arbitrary switch is actually pretty powerful. Still, comes down to what's done in Age 2. Sheep count, it's like we got 18 to just 9. It's always the way of Delhi, right? Because they go berries first. There's a lot more food to work with. Good news is, because of this dock being up so early, the tech time being comparative, Louis won't have a burn play onto the dock. He'll just have to accept that it's there. Moment of truth. It is going to be Rax. Okay, so Louis doesn't try to get out of line here. I thought he'd maybe go for the Ghazi, just try to raid a little. Especially this early in the game when Jean just doesn't have the XP to be level 2 after that play. Was it BC who said JD should be infantry focused? To be honest, that would be really interesting to see. I mean, what, you mean she shouldn't get horseback or what? Maybe there should be like a third arc of choice. I don't know if that complicates it too much. Like, I'd say in a lot of ways she's already infantry focused. Archer form gets bonus damage against melee infantry, right? Light infantry. And then melee form is just a lot better against infantry because infantry have, on average, smaller health pools than cavalry. It's like she kind of already is infantry based. Oh, the army. Well, the army is. Because you have Jean's champions that are men-at-arms with bonus damage against spears. I know, I think for Jean, that I almost just want to see there be more unique mechanics for her compared to French. Because, like, in the current meta, she does often feel like a worse version of French. Which is ironic, because when she was first introduced, everyone thought it would be a better version of French. Turns out, in an macro-focused RTS, getting villagers quicker is actually a really big advantage. Pro Scout's also on the way early from Louis. I wonder if he'll drop that stables to ramp up towards it. We already have the Blacksmith's play, so he's anticipating B going for an all-in, which kind of makes sense here. And Jean is going to be in range form, so already on the move. Makes sense with so many spears in the field. I sometimes like the idea of going melee Jean just because you're able to clear up the spears, the initial ones, so fast. But at the same time, like, the trade-off is you end up getting pinched. You can then die very quickly. It also just enables an archer follow-up, really, which keeps your opponent more cost-efficient. It is risky still the same against Ghazi, but this can potentially bait the Ghazi to overextend so Knights can kill. It also just gives you an easy way of farming some XP because you'll always get that last hit damage from Divine Arrow. Oh, got you. Okay, now it makes sense. So they should be you mean Jeanne d'Arc as in a whole with her army? I think there's some merit to it. We have some spear builds. It's just those spear builds a long time ago got nerfed when Jean lost the ability for Blacksmith Techs to be for free on the melee. I wouldn't say you skip Knights, though. I mean, Beastie's a big believer in, like, Chamber of Commerce, right? Although I don't think he's found too much success with it in comp. I've seen it a few times with, like, Jean and whatnot. Situationally, it can kind of work. But, like, the value of just a few Knights to begin with, it should never be discredited. Maybe there is value in playing the inventory, but you definitely want a Knight open. Problem is, do you really want to just Knight spam? Because right now, that's what B's doing, and we're seeing how that works out against Mass Spears. Yeah, I really expected a second unit comp a lot quicker from B. Like 3 to 4 Knights max and then a switch. I think he got baited by all this extra food from the fishing. But that can still work, right? Like, you know, you can go this many Knights, but attacking in one direction is the mistake. He's so focused on how Jean exploits this situation that he's forgetting that his army can do so much more than she can. And instead, now, she's at risk of just feeding. I mean, Divine Restoration's coming off cooldowns. So actually, B might have perfectly timed this. Ghazi needs that final wallop. I can't believe that. He turned around for the hit. Oh, so that is going to be 250 gold burn. B was, I think, 3 seconds away from Divine Restoration. So Louis gives over a little bit of XP, but forcing a buyback like that's pretty good. B's trying to rush, like, level 3 Jean, right? But level 3 Jean in range form against Feudal Age isn't as good as melee. She has some value in that she can summon the units, but her herself isn't as impactful, I'd say. Right? The cleave, the damage boost can be a lot better. I guess you could argue against Mass Spears, the range will feel good because, like, a melee form against Mass Spears will still die fast, right? Another another stab coming in. And B needs to be careful not to get pinched here. Louis is hesitating because there might be like a demo coming out, right? Instead he's going to commit though, so Doc is going to go down. This feels expensive for Louis, but I kind of respect what he's doing. A lot of players would just be too scared. I think he's missing opportunities to pinch B here, by the way. B keeps like ignoring where Jean is, and Louis could run past. But like, the bigger picture here is he's giving a little bit of XP. Sure, it's feeding a little bit, but he's getting things in return. He's treating the Jean XP bar like a trade. Whereas most players think of the Jean XP bar as a doom timer, right? The point is, if you can get enough value out of those trades to give XP, it's worth doing still. In some ways, you have to treat the XP bar just like you would any unit, right? Like when I send in these units to attack these units and I kill 3 and lose 4, what's the resource exchange? When I go in and do this thing and I feed a bit of XP, what did I get in return? To be respected. I mean, Louis, a lot of spearmen right now. Forced the reaction out of B, so he's going to infantry himself now as well. We do have a shuffle out towards the sacred sites. Louis already has pro scouts, evolved techniques on the way as well. Another pinch, another brace. Good strike there. Ghazi now rippling past, looking for Jean. She's pinched. Has got the Divine Restoration, but if you pump it, you're going to hang around for the Ghazi to wallop you down again. Goes to the recharge, but you notice Louis just diving past. He wants that strike, and he gets it again. Jean dead. And an immediate buyback once more. B is doing everything he can to rush level 3 Jean. It feels like it's coming at the cost of so much, though. Why no archers? What, from B? I think he's worried about the Ghazi, right? It's like range Jean is already getting countered. Now this doubles the issue. This is what I was saying, like, range form gets done a little bit too much in these situations. I think melee probably would have done a lot more, would have forced Delhi to go archers as well, which then is an inherent edge because you have knights. It's weird how little we see melee Jean now. Kind of feels like people who want to play range this much are just trying to play off the micro to the extreme. Difficultly done, though, into Delhi like this. And I think where it's really gone wrong was those initial trades, but then the follow-up for B is even worse, right? Like, he basically lost too many units and then got forced to still play knights into a substantially larger force. And then made things even worse by going spears. Usually you want to try and remain knights as much as possible and beat your opponent in for going Ghazi. But what Louis done, which was very creative here, went spears, delayed the Ghazi until he saw B would overextend. And those opening fights really dominated a lot of the outcome in this game. Because we now got House of Learning on the way while he has double the military still. Man, this is just so well executed by Louis. He is rounding out the year in style for sure. This is the thing, like, this matchup is meant to be Jean favored. It still comes down to the initial trades. But that's the thing with, I think, most Jean matchups, is if you are poor in your openings, you still can very aggressively lose, right? It's like, it's a very big snowball effect either way. You're meant to just be favored because it's Knights Ghazi almost every game. And if it's not Knights Ghazi and it's spears instead, then your Knights just roam. But, like, you know, B's takeaway from this game should be too much focus on a direct attack against mass spears. You know, it's like you're driving down the motorway away from the cops, trying to make your escape, and there's 2 lanes in front of you. And one of them has, like, the tracks out on it that's going to pop your tires, and the other one's clear. And being a knight and running the spears is like popping your tires. Like, why you do it? There's literally another avenue that's clear. And what is up, Jean Do? Thank you very much. Raiding while Jean is being played. Not really what he was hoping to see, though. It is losing. Thank you very much, mate. Hopefully I had a good stream. We're not convinced by Archer form. I feel like he got baited by the spears. Like, I've said this before, though. Like, if your opponent has 10 spears, sure, you can get pinched on melee Jean, but you're still now doing, like, max cleave damage, right? And if they're all attacking you, then your knights get a charge for free. I agree. Like, you know, for some reason, I think it's actually not better or worse. It's just for worse. In the last 2 months, we've been seeing progressively less and less and less melee Jean. I feel like the pick rate for melee Jean is at an all-time low. Which is funny because when she first came out, and obviously there's a few buffs and nerfs ago, Melee was the only way people want to play. And agreed, it is risk reward. But that makes it even worse, right? If you go range form and you lose her like 3 times, what's going on? The situation weirdly where range form makes sense is like up against French Knights, right? So when you're in a French Jean matchup, because then you can snipe the injured when they peel away. So in theory, I think what B was going for is he expected Ghazi, he expected his opponent to peel away injured at the end, and then you just snipe them for free. Just never got to that point. Warlord coming out. That's Piety as well. B, no. He didn't account for Piety. They never do. Louis MT now an age up with 1 relic home, 3 more on the way. I mean, these are the type of games where you don't want to immediately call GG because then your opponent's at match point. But not calling GG, you better have a very clear plan to victory. Otherwise, you're more likely to just demoralize yourself by playing it out, right? I mean, B might think of himself as like a stoic player that doesn't get shooken so easily, but that's what every player says until they get these type of games. And then at the end, they're like, damn, I should maybe have done this at the start. They start to... Is it ruminate? Is ruminate the term? I always forget. That sounds correct. Just so much food as well. Like, I can't believe that Louis still has so much to work with in safety. Right? It was the pro scouts play that paid off. I mean, B's got his own merits here. He's got the ball, nicely safely secluded in Grove. And his 5 relics, jeez. So B's only play here really has to be... Is it Guildhall and go Imp? Because that feels horrible from this position. So like that leaves you a Royal Institute play with Mass Knights, but your opponent went Honed Blades. He's gone Mass Crossbows. So you'd have to actually instead go Crossbow Stirrups, Mass Arbitrary for an all-in in Castle, which we did talk about at the start of the game. But we talked about you needing to have some sort of advantage play into Castle to do that. Did Puppy meme his games? No, he just lost his 3 sets, 2-1. And then I think he just lost enthusiasm. I'd say, like, the interesting thing as well is that group stage we done for All-Stars, 10 hours in total. That was a test of not just your ability to sprint, but also your ability to run a marathon. Shout out to those that really hung in there and kept playing at their best towards the end. JD's champion, you mean Jean's Riders? Jean's Riders could, but they're very expensive. They're, I think it's 180, no, 200, right? I'm pretty sure they're 200. Oh, you can't even see them yet. Here you go. Oh, sorry, no, they're 155. Why do you think they're 180? I think that's Champions. Champions are 180. Jean's Riders 155. It's a lot of food for a guy who I don't think really has met much in the grand scheme of things. For right now, he's only keeping more Knights, which is going to be his death sentence at this rate. Pakes is coming in. Oh, right. You're right. They're consecrates. They are 200. There we go. Nice little pinch there. So if we have another look at stables, I don't think he has a fresh stables to show you. I'm pretty sure it's usually 200. Actually, by that math, it's like 210 maybe. But yeah, the point is they are not cheap. Like, these units are good. They're very pop efficient. The problem is Jean usually struggles to spam them because you don't have the economy to afford the pop efficient option, right? Like a Cataphract, guys. A Cataphract is very pop efficient. Probably not the best example because they're OP right now, but like the idea of them originally sounded cool for population efficiency, but cost made them really undesirable because they were 330. It's that type of thought process where it's like this unit in theory very good, but how do you afford it? It's like having 30 mangonels is very strong. How do you afford 30 mangonels? B. Louis is usually my answer in these situations. And yeah, this is like kind of an admittance of defeat, but you have no other option. Guildhall now on the way for B. part of me thinks he's hoping that Louis is just going to camp and play imp, but like if he does, what's the advantage you have here? Right? Because we get to imp, we're talking about gunpowder elephants, talking about Sapahi, talking about farm transition that's already happening for Louis, hasn't for B. Looks like Knights are going to raid around the back, but the Scholars are being pulled. Even the Shivs out from the Peasants to buy enough time. Well, there's a few villages, but for a guy who's going to have 5 relics, I don't think he seems to care too much. B has got one more wave coming in, this time of spears. Sacred Sight's also being locked in, and I believe we are going to be seeing elephants queued up soon for Louis. And yeah, Guildhall. You can't do Royal Institute here. Like, what's the point of doing Royal Institute when your opponent already has crossbows? Players don't like switching Arbitraire at this point, which is sad because that would actually be like his play. The reason though is like he just won't have enough resources to bulk Arbitraire now. So at this point, he's so far behind, and he knows it. What's his play? He's basically trying to play for age 4. Is it the best solution? No, there is no best. Well, there's no ideal solution. It's probably the best solution he has. Let's put it that way. Now, that probably doesn't inspire much confidence. But if you've been watching this game for the last 20 minutes, there hasn't really been much to inspire that confidence anyway. So basically he's going to eliminate, I was about to say annihilate, the Sacred Sight win condition. But Louis is just taking a calming moment here, right? Like, he just set up a keep. He's already got village fortresses. So we're going to start seeing villages being pumped now. And he's got 2 keeps, by the way, so yeah, this is going to get ridiculous. Remember, behind all this B is only 1 TC. B should produce archers instead of spears. Why would you, like, but archers against Pakes, right? I think neither unit is ideal. What you want is Arbitraire. It's literally his only, like, only winning unit. His B needs a lot of Arbors. I'm trying to think where we can go next that would favor B with his draft. He still has some really good picks. Like, oh no. Talking about really good picks. Picking these villages off is perfect. Army's distracting the center. Clash coming in there. B doesn't have a demo shift queued up, so won't be able to get a sneaky play in there. But the village in the meantime, this idle time alone. Core of B's economy. No Royal Bloodlines on those Knights either, so they get mopped up easily. Wait, B? Did he just think they walked away? Feels like it. Wall's not even being breached. It just feels like there's no move he's able to make. He's now idling 30 villages. Jean has at least got level 3. But it's a lot of firepower coming your way. 31 crossbows. Men-at-arms in the mix as well. Louis. A little bit idle. Not paying much attention here. This is actually a weird fight for him to be taking. Finally reacts, so the micro is going to be there. And this is the like that was almost a good fight. All it required is that Louis' wireless keyboard needed to be recharged. Because the moment he started microing again, look how much worse it got. And Jean's riders, sure, in theory, a good counter. They get bonus time against crossbows, but it's only ever 3 of them. Looks like B has finally started to queue them up. But that's the price I was talking about. Look at that, 200 resources. Reminder, that is the same price as a Keshik for Jean Rider. Now, of course, he's not paying that. He has got the discount. So, saving a healthy amount there, right? He's saving 45 resources. But it's still not enough. And it seems to not be enough to stop Louis from being on the verge of winning the midweek Muster All-Stars. Now 5-1. Can B dig deep? Can he find another good pick and keep this going? Or are we just one game away from it all ending? Get your predictions in now. Let me know. Do you think B can strike back? I'll see you on the next one. Oh, it's not looking good. I'll say that much. So, let me go ahead, and that was Nagari, Delhi versus Jean. The left side win. Okay. Hey, Mum. How's it going? And then pay predictions. I'll be Louis MT. Okay, so next up is Scarguard. Let's assess B's choices here. It's rough actually, because like Delhi wouldn't have been useful there, so it's not like you discarded civs your opponent would want. Japanese and Delhi don't really play Scarguard. Louis still has French, Rus, HRE. These are all top tier picks. B only has Juji, maybe English. We've seen some Ambassadors. I have yet to once be impressed by an Ambassador pick on this map. So B is either going English or Juji. I think English has been very miss, more so than hit with this map. It's Juji. Knowing this, Louis has a few options, right? You could potentially just go HRE and outzerk your opponent. French makes a lot of sense into Juji. French is inherently very strong. It keeps the pressure up early with knights. Your opponent can't really contest you with horsemen. Ayabiz would be funky. That would be more a blocker play. You wouldn't be playing it yourself unless he's going to do that weird advancement wing build we've seen a few players do. But let's have a look. Let's see where they're going to go, what they're going to do. It's Rus. Rus versus Juji. Okay, so Louis, like, he doesn't throw out the powerful French here. Rus is going to give him a little bit more presence into the mid game. Mass horse archers can make a lot of sense against lancers. They can be very good against the Palace Guard as well. We are a minute and a half out. I'm going to run ads now, so you don't have to worry about them. Whoop. Yes, his Abastas is just hidden. Oh, wait, did I mark Nagari? Oh, thank you very much. Did I mark Nagari? Oh, you're right. Sorry, it's because they are literally right next to each other in the thingy. Good eyes. How did you know? They're so, the things are so tiny. All right, TBD, and then that's the left side. Good eyeballs, mate. All right, let me prep the Scarguard picks as well. So we're in 50 seconds, and this is going to be Rus versus Juji. Okay, I'll start predictions now. Best of 11? Hell yeah. The amount of people are like, wait, best of 11s? What are those? I know, rare. How you been enjoying the game so far, guys? I know it's been a little bit one-sided, but we definitely, at least early, had some super good deliverers. I think, you know, the last game, not the one I'd praise by. Transhumans was at least nice for the comeback element. I'm hoping we can get some more that kind of live up to the opening ones, because the last two have been stompy back and forth, right? I don't like stompy back and forth. No, in fact, I hate stompy back and forth. Wait, that's not right. I said that wrong. No, in fact, I hate stompy. I love back and forth. Back and forth is the way I wish every game could be played. So fingers crossed, folks. That's what we can get here. We hop into Scarguard for game number 7 of the Midweek Muster All-Stars Grand Finals. B with his Juji, a popular dominant pick on this map. Louis MT with the Rus, a solid one. I'd say Juji Chinese have looked a little bit better, but Rus definitely has a lot of potency too. And we are going to see that popular double hunting cabin opening. Scarguard, of course, the map with 74 deer in total on it. Only 10 sheep, 5 of which start each player's TC. No fish, just relics, sacred sites, boar and gold. And then, if you're feeling very adventurous, a little bit of trade. Yeah, so basically what that means is on this map, you're usually looking at pro scouts-based civs. Hence why we've got Rus and Juji. Louis had a lot of great options, actually. His draft was really structured well to accompany the idea of Scarguard. He had French. He also had HRE. HRE can do pro scouts. Even without it, they're quite functional. But the French pick in particular, I was expecting here. This can still work, though. Like, Louis is probably going to hunker down, go for a fast castle build. And that's a nice counter to what B's likely to do here. Juji look best on this map when they play fast castle into Palace Guard or Lancers. Bigger fan of Palace Guard, but the problem is difficult against horse archers. Actually, it's the same for Lancers. So can you guys guess what B's best win condition is against a fast castle Rus player here? It's feudal all in. Use Juji. Jugenu. Jugenu gives you a win condition. I wonder if Louis is going to be a bit paranoid about that and thus set up a Kremlin. It would make sense with his gold placement. And yes, there are sheep on this map. You start with 5. Nice deer shoving. Louis obviously can't go for the pro scouts yet, right? Need to get that H2. So just trying to make sure he's got the better deer to gather on instead. Is preferable to go for them instead of the sheep. A little bit surprised he hasn't already. Meanwhile, B is already doing that and has the shove coming in. What are the predictions saying? Where do you guys trust? 52% Louis. Okay, that's actually inspiring for B. I think he's got some creative GG plays, right? And like this matchup is fairly even on this map. Meditation Guard is going to be coming in, and that looks like a weird one. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so he sacrificed 6 food to gain, I think, about 8 to 10 wood. Like overall, this is going to be probably about, I want to say a 50? Is that a 50 wood? That's close to a 50 wood. And then 30 food. So not too bad for this map. You don't really get good meditation gardens on Scarguard. The whole point of picking Zhuji on Scarguard is pro scouts and the play in Fast Castle. The meditation gardens themselves will never be good because the reality is there's only one berry spawn on this map. Per player, anyway. Golden Gate coming in, though. Yeah, that was 6 to build up. That's quite aggressive timing from Louis. He's clearly prioritizing the pro scouts. And I get why, by the way. The reason he's doing it like this, he needs the earlier tickets to pump to get gold. The other reason is you can't do what Zhuji can. You can't rush pro scouts. Remember, with supervision on the mill, it only takes 30 seconds. So while you can have extra scouts out, if you want as Louis, you can't get an aggressive timing. Kind of makes me wonder if he's even going to bother. Because right now, we're just seeing a lot of deer shove-ins. Cool thing about this map is your scout plays very differently to any other map. Any other map, what do you guys do with your scout? What's the first thing you start doing with him? You run him out. You look for sheep. There's no sheep to be found on this map. Scouting can help a little bit, but isn't too crazy. You know where your opponent's likely going to be. So that leaves deer shoves. And I think I've said before, like, while pro scouts is admittedly logically king, there is value in doing something a bit different here. So this is giving a lot of extra food. He's shoved in about 9 deer in total. And even though he's done that, he's going to pro scouts anyway, isn't he? So kind of a disadvantage timing if that's the case. Like, obviously, B only has 1 scout so far, so he needs to fix that issue with his build. But you can rush that, Stables, right? You can rush the building of scouts. The pro scouts element for Louis is just going to be so slow. Final amount was, yeah, 45 wood, 30 food. I'm really hoping B's going to do the Zhuge play. If this plays out into the fast castle I'm thinking it does, Louis is going to win the grand finals in this match. Okay, so this is, I don't know if I want to say inspiring, but different. B's going for racks. He could be paranoid about knights. Sometimes Roost players add in 1 or 2 knights to press you early. But this is also cool to block the pro scouts play, because you can now just run across the map and stab the scouts gathering. I'm hoping we do see Zhuge following up soon, though. So far, only Wooden Fortress from Louis. I'm not really expecting him to build any units. Calling it Feudal Palace Guard. You can add in a few Palace Guard to pressure. The cool thing about that play is then when you tech up, you just already have these very good units that you can upgrade. But once again, like, the downside of PG is the same like downside as Lancers, but worse. You lose to Horse Archers. Oh, by the way, reminder to players that want to play in these, Midweek Muster number 8 starts on the 3rd of January. You want to sign up now. Sign-ups are open and available. I recommend signing up to the next few weeks. I think multiple weeks are available. Map pool should also be public. Good practice in prep for the EGC tournament in January. Highly recommend. Of course, damn, that's a shame. Okay, I was looking forward to seeing you go all the way into the grand finals and beating Puppet Balls this time. Racks from Louis now as well. Wow, so he's going to spear on spear? That's kind of a bait, though. Yeah, going archers as well. Like, this is the play that B needs. Because now you go Zhuge. You just double, triple archer range and rush. Louis needed to turn this into a cavalry expedition, not into an infantry expedition. So many scouts as well. He's up to 7. I mean, that's the value of the hunting cabins, right? Is you don't have to sacrifice production builds to do so, but it's still very, very greedy. He's trying to turn this into a drain race. My worry is that even if B gets substantially less of the deer on the map, he'll still have enough to end the game in Feudal Age. That's the problem Louis now faces. Does reveal the archers are there. That's good confirmation for him. Meanwhile, despite the fact that Louis has got 9 scouts, look at the vision on the map. He's not using a single one to see what's coming. This is a cardinal sin I've talked about before with Pro Scouts meta right now. The big evolution you're going to see between now and about 4 months into the year of 2025 is players learning to still scout. It's so easy to forget to do when you're being greedy looking for all the deer, especially when it turns into a race where both sides have Pro Scouts. But it is fundamental in a game about counters to know what you're going up against. It just feels like Lou's getting a little value from the 8 scouts as well. There's always a blocker here. Juke there. I've got a Palace Guard added in. That might just be a misclick or a slight bait. We should be getting ready for the Steeled Arrow timing, so expect the Blacksmiths to be dropped in about the next 15 seconds. Louis is going to be forced to get Blacksmiths as well, which is just going to slow down his real win condition of like Castle, right? I mean, I say his real win condition, it's not his real win condition anymore. Stables is a smart choice. He needs to get the narrative back towards Cavalry. These scouts, these horsemen though. Every little kill actually really starts to add up. These spears are also just cutting off, man. B is really just trying to play the micro game to overwhelm Louis here. And I've got to give him credit where credit's due. It does feel like he's outplaying Louis currently. These rally points, these Qs, not quite there. Feels like he just got away with blind murder there. I don't know why B was a little bit slow on the reaction. He's busy looking elsewhere, it seems. So this is the point in the game where we need to see B like follow up, right? Because so far in this series, because we have to address the elephant in the room. There's no Deli in this game, so let's put an elephant in the game. His early game ideas have been okay in some of these games. They've been clean, they've been good. And then you reach a stagnant point where he just doesn't end. The good news for B is the Zhuge massing build has this very clear, imminent feeling of kill that I don't think can be mistaken. So by the time he's up to 35 to 40 Zhuge, that should be his build rams and go. And this is something that B should know like the back of his hand. Louis just trying to find a cheeky freebie here. Not going to be able to. Really needs to get into more knights. Now, just one Palace Guard is so annoying for these archers as well. And we've got more getting added in. I mean, so the cool thing about B is like, you know I said he's got that Zhuge all-in timing? He's flirting with the secondary option, which, once again, is fine as long as he executes when it comes, which is Castle Age. Castle Age, Veterancy, and go. Either way, the mistake that can be made here is just being complacent too long. But right now, this game looks really good for B. Louis is trying to sneak up those knights, but if he just gets scouts, that should be the cue to build more spears for B. Good eyeballs on with a few troops at the back. Will be sacrificed though, so he needs to use the Zhuge Nu against the counter units. Instead, he sends the horsemen into spears. We'll be able to shred them afterwards. The horsemen will be able to trade down into the archers. I mean, considering he's outnumbered, that could have been a lot worse of an exchange, but definitely a favorable fight for Louis. I think B just began that a little bit too ugly. Shouldn't have been frontlining with the horsemen to spears. Got baited into doing so. Louis gets a much-needed favorable fight there. There's that slip-up we talked about, right? Like, you know, why did the Zhuge need to go with him? What did the Zhuge do there that, say, like a single horseman and scout wouldn't have? Does at least get a free knight kill on the front. And if he blocks the gold here, right, he can actually stop the knight massing now. Like, this is the thing for B. It was kind of weird the way he went adventuring around the back because his win condition, the only thing that can counter him right now is knights. Look at the gold spawns. Every single option is front-facing. The other weird thing about B's dive is like he's very clearly going tech. We can see it by his economy. I think Louis might be feeling it by his military count as well. Will be this castle play now needs to pay off in a big way. He has got a few PG mixed in. They will immediately be useful. We got Shaolin Monastery now coming. Interesting choice. Mount Lu Academy has been growing. I think Mount Lu Academy on this map in particular makes sense. There's only 2 relics on the mainland. Louis, does he sense it? Right now, he's a little bit paranoid. This guy who doesn't really have that much clear sight of what's happening on the other side. So he continues to invest. But investing in Knights isn't terrible. That's something you want to upgrade anyway. And also, it's a good counter Palace Guard. Wall's coming up as well from B. What on earth? I guess he wants to just cripple the Knight's ability to raid. And they'll be looking for it now as they just heard the tech up. B, he needs more troops at home. In fact, he needs spears right now. He's got nothing to defend him here against the Knights. And if Louis can draw the attention here, if B comes home to react to this, Louis has a tech. It feels like B needs to actually be going in for maybe a counter exchange at this stage. Wait, was that a fake by Louis? Yeah, I think he done this to draw B's army home, and it's working. Because B, understandably, in a situation where you are this many games down, and your opponent will win the entire tournament if he wins this game, he's not taking unnecessary risks. If this was a more even series, I think B would have went into his base. With this many Zhuge vetting up, you would have killed everything, right? Like, your opponent has got plastic knights. His archers would get shredded. You get several worker kills in the process, idle as well, and then you just clear the Zhuge to get the next line of troops in, which will be Palace Guard or Lancers. This is way too chill. And now Louis, he's getting that high trade house. Get your numbers in, folks. He saved most of the tree line for it. The weird part is he actually could have got more by building it here. I feel like twice now, B should have had a kill. There was the opportunity for the Zhuge to go into your opponent's base while the Knights from the other side of the map. And then even earlier, of course, there was that wrap around the back that felt entirely unnecessary. I'm at a little bit of an impasse here. B may be about to pass over control of this game because Louis is now up to 12 Knights, which will be vetted very quickly here. High trade house, which is probably going to be worth about 2 relics close to. Shaolin Monk's at least going to be bringing relics home. One has already been picked up and is on the way. Second one can also be yoinked. What I will give credit to B with is, unlike most people when they try to play towards relics on this map, he's going for a very clean timing into transport ship. That is a mistake we see so many players make, is that they go monastery and they don't go transpo. So he's at least finding the runway to try and do that. Undermesh now on the way for Louis. Well, I mean, the veterancy is more important here. That's going to naturally get you armor and health as well as damage. Undermesh is going to guarantee the Zhuge do practically nothing, right? It's going to put them down to just 6 damage per volley. Be gradually adding in more PG. We already see the crossbows getting queued up. Men at arms as well for Louis. Just wants a sufficient front line. B is obsessed with these balls. Another worker lost for it. We do have the transport, so it looks like B is on the move. And he's got double Monk coming, right? So you just get them both in, get out, pick up 2 relics. Put Louis in an awkward predicament where he can never beat you on passive gold, even with 113 gold from his high trade house. Yeah, that's pathetic. I actually thought he'd get a few more trees, but then again, like here, this would have been, I think, 134 maybe? Probably about an extra, like, 4 or 5 trees at least. Oh, more than that, more like 8. Interesting, Lou, just going for the full static comp. I mean, crossbows are the real MVP over time, right? They're the thing that you always want to be leaning towards as the age goes deeper. A little bit dangerous against Zhuge, but the problem is, like, B can't really afford to mash Zhuge when he now has to counter armored units, so he has to switch as well. I really want to get more games, man. Like, I'm not biased caster. I just, you know, it's kind of crazy. I feel like my brain is like, is this B just not being on form today, or is this Louis just being really, really on form today? I think it's more the latter. I think Louis played really, really well for most of the series, incredibly well. And, you know, I know some people are going to try to, like, maybe highlight a few areas where B looked like... I mean, people like to throw around the word throw way too much, in my opinion. I don't think he threw the game. I think he just put himself in a disadvantageous situation. Sometimes it was a poor pick. Other times it was just Louis forcing a mistake. Right now, it's hard to deny that Louis looks like he deserves this. Dominant in the group stage, right? Just winning so many series. In fact, he only, what, dropped one series, I want to say? Yeah. It was the one against B, which was a insane series, by the way. That game one in particular. But what was a very close best of threes. So far, not really looked like a competitive best of 11. Louis is still looming with these Knights. Balls are at least up. You could try to break in a few places here. B's army isn't really reactionary. It's got bad movement speed to do so, right? So we'll go for the torch. Love this idea to raid on two sides at once. Knights are going to shuffle in. We'll be able to move away, but right now B's overreacting that. Louis a little bit paranoid. Unnecessarily so, actually. He had a free break-in. It's just we have gold vision and he doesn't. B right now. Going to pick up more relics, so this is looking really good. He did go on the wrong island. Good guess by B. Unfortunately, one wrong. He needed to be further south. Yeah, funnily enough, he actually might think that it was already picked up, but little tip, if you're ever paranoid that the relic's already gone, just look for this little wheelbarrow thing on the ground. It tells you whether it was in the area, right? These always spawn near relics. Boys, Fortitude now coming in as well. Louis' front line is just getting so tanky. And B, he's falling back to his namesake. Nesta B's now on the way. But these are usually Nesta B's. They're nowhere near as tanky as the Chinese ones. Sprills as well. This man loves his Sprills too much. He began this series with them. At this rate, he may be ending them with them. Knights have broken in, though. B, he sent the crossbows to react, but those can get massacred here. Great find for the Knights. It's a counter unit in the appropriate numbers, but the numbers aren't there. Imperficial looks like he might even get cleaved down as well. Nice bonus kill there. Louis just knows they're not overreacting. Instead, he dives in. He sees an opportunity. There's only one spearman. Villagers will look to seek shelter. A lot of them just standing still and dying, though. A big hit here. And B, he's bringing spears now to react, but Louis got maximum value out of that raid. So much out of time done. Several worker kills. Behind this, he's now pushing on the front side again because he forced that reaction. He's so frustrated, man. We're in that mid game again. We're at that point we keep talking about where Louis is phenomenal at spreading the map and forcing you to react at multiple fronts. We've got Knights flanking the east side. We've got Knights on the west side. We've got main army in the south. And he's pushing every angle, right? It's like when you're that big tank in the RPG, and there's that thief that just keeps trying to go in for a backstab. He needs the back, and you keep turning around. He keeps just fading in the shadow again, right? And then all of a sudden, he's creeping from behind you again. You turn around, he fades in the shadow again. It's like dealing with a pack of boos in Mario. Only in this story, there's a good chance that Mario gets cannibalized by them. Yes, I am suggesting that boos were once Italian plumbers as well. Wait, did he just break off? Oh my, come on! This is not what we call efficient trading. Sending 8 units to deal with 1, and then losing 5 over here to kill 1, I believe. Is at least going to be pushing down the center. B has had enough of this crap. He knows that if this continues over time, he's just going to lose the game. He needs it in. Military Academy also being prepped, just in case he needs that extra layer pumping fast. The low coming in. Looks like Louis is going to have to run back the other way. Great wall roll there. Low HP Knights just became even lower. Louis right now is dodging the plague. Horseman transition on the way. He doesn't have many farms, though. Only 1. Remember, this is a Pro Scouts map with 74 deer in total, right? So he can afford a few horsemen before burning himself. However, there is a lot of spears here. Only 10 with the main army, but more are on the way. Knights have mostly been mopped up. Final one alive is very close to just being dead. B. Can he get that fight that he's desperately looking for? Mount Lu Academy now coming. It's going to be Pagodas. B, this is going to offset the eco lead that Louis built entirely. The game is looking good right now for B, folks. We're starting to feel like we're going to see a game number 8. It's not over yet, though. Louis, one of the best defenders we have in this game. He's just so good in this mid-game to late-game pressure points. At holding, at finding ways of surviving. Going for the clash. Saint's Blessing can be activated, so that'll allow him to hold on this side. We've got multiple attack points right now, though. Mango being repaired. Jugenu not able to get the kills on the villagers they were looking for, though. They get baited instead, and they die in the face of the archers. No, B. Louis baited him into 3 different engagements again, and used it against him again. This kid cannot be stopped. B now in retreat. Louis MT queuing up even more mangoes to the death push. The patience on this Chinese prodigy. Everything in this game, really. I mean, honestly, you take that fight any earlier, you just die, right? In a very big line fight, those Yuge Nu will shred everything. But Louis, understanding that, just split it into 3 different engagements, overextends his opponent, allows the mangoes to get the side stab that guarantees that B can't reinforce the fight, and then it turns into this. A game where B had a clear, emphatic military lead is now one where he trails. And the eco lead only seems to be growing from here. Louis MT, he's only 1 TC. B seems to be skipping production. He hasn't really lost any more workers. The numbers really don't support what we're seeing here. I mean, it is looking pretty bad. He's even overqueuing now because he's clearly aware that things keep distracting him. Right, like remember, there should only be a 6 worker difference. There's a 12. Not just that. Correct me if I'm wrong. B has built a total of 0 farms, right? Yeah. Guess what, though? Louis has built 22 and is climbing. Mass Horseman is becoming more and more feasible here. There's one player that can afford to lose an army right now, and it is not B. Mango Shot's looking good as well, and this choke point especially. At least lose a few villages. That shrinks the gap a bit. 4 additional worker kills found for B. He's every single one he can get right now. 5 relics is going to put him ahead on raw economy, even if he's down on workers. And I believe... Have we got the pagodas? I believe we do. Okay, we do. Yeah, they're down here. So remember, this gives a lot. It gives 62 food, 62 wood, 100 gold, and 25 stone. Basically about 250 resources. It's like on raw economical numbers, B should be ahead. Where he's behind is he still needs that farm transition. So where he's behind is his ability to meet blob the fights, right? He doesn't have that giant army to throw into the grinder. Louis at this rate might just go in. He's got 5 mangoes. Like, pretty much if you just get adjustable crossbars, it's curtains. Yeah, he's just realized, I mean, it's like, there's no point queuing up more. You're 200 pop, right? Meanwhile, B needs that farm transition. Jiangnan's now coming in for the song to make it cheaper. I think he's in for a rude awakening in the next minute and a half, though. Remember, these are Louis' walls, so he can ride freely in and out. Has also been creeping stone up here still. Could go for an eventual cheeky keep drop. Wouldn't be fast, but could be decisive. Because here's the other thing for B, like wood, in the grand scheme of things, there's not crap tons left safely for him. Not compared to Louis, who just has so much of the map now under his control. Once again, dude, it's the multifaceted approach. 3 different gates, every single one of them being leveraged. Well, technically, it's actually like 6 different gates, maybe 7, 8. I'm losing count at this point, guys. It's a lot of gates. Like, let's go to the UI. It's 9 gates in total. And I think, yeah, only one of them's here. He has 8 frontline gates. This is freaking ridiculous. However, I'll see your 8 front gates and raise you 8 Nesta Bees. And Louis, he's getting baited to reinvest. He's playing the Age now. Mangoes. Oof. Missed the villager kill opportunity. This is a little bit tricky though, because remember the Mangoes, they do outrange the Nesta Bees. There is an opportunity to catch him. Which one is going to get caught straight away by the Horseman? Louis, he's gradually getting towards that Imperial we talked about. Another Knight's going to arrive on the backside. That could do a lot of damage, actually. 255 HP. You don't really have a quick way of killing him. And there's the farm transitions underway. I think this is where you're going to see Louis just say, go Imperial. Palace Guard have snuck in the meantime, so B can do a little bit of echo damage as well. B has to be the most consistent user of this unit in Season 9's meta. You swear both like Chinese civs just get worse mangoes? Why? Probably because for like 8 seasons they've had better mangoes. I don't know, like I've said this about Sprinklers as well. Sprinklers being underwhelmed at the moment I'm kind of fine with because like they've been the meta for a long time. Same with Nesta B is just being really good for a long time. I don't mind them being in like a limbo while we get to them being balanced in whatever that role's going to be. I know it sucks for someone who only picks Chinese or Zhuji, but to be fair to you, you've had a good 8 seasons so far, you know? Same with Sprinklers. I actually appreciate the devs didn't just come up with this new concept for Sprinklers and then make them really overtuned. They decided, oh, let's make it weak at first and then we'll tune it up. And Nesta Bees have already been tuned up once, right? I think it was it the extra 0.5 tower range they got? It used to be 7. I should really get a chatbot filter. Whenever someone mentions the word ad, it just responds subscribe. Bombard's now coming from Louis. Good way of sniping out these Nesta Bees. And with this type of economy, you can just spam Horseman anyway, right? Like, he's got multiple ways of addressing it. I mean, the biggest priority, I'd love to see him just rush adjustable crossbars. It's dirty how effective it could be here. B, meanwhile, is only on 2 TC, right? So, like, he's shrinking that villager gap that existed. It's still going to take time. He still needs to find the resources for Imperial. He can, however. There's a lot of power in Zhuji and Imperial. Especially things like Divine Defense. The extra range would mean that you'd be able to actually deal with these mangoes pre-adjustable crossbars. Also means your own bombards will be able to snipe the enemy ones. You'll die before you give your hard-earned money to a streamer. But you'll watch the streamer for probably in excess of 50 hours a month. And you'll probably give your money to Netflix or Amazon. Use it less. Okay. There's way too much to unwrap right there. We'll do that in the break. Elite Horseman coming. All the elite techs. I mean, we're probably going to be having a university soon as well. LUMT has also been trying to just harvest the goals. B has got his excess to work with, though, and Temple of Sun is now on the way. There is hope. There is a way. OnlyFans are true. He's probably subscribed to Voldemar's footpicks. Makes sense. Elite Horsemen are in, though. These bad boys are chunky. I love how, like, you go Imperial Age, and they're just giving out free hats to all the villagers. Have you guys ever noticed that before? Because some things upgrade just automatic scouts, right? It's just like, what do we give the Chinese usually village? Hats. Give them hats. No one wants to buy these anymore. Give them to all. Well, with that tech up, LuMT knows he needs to go. And weirdly enough, we have a meta arm switch coming in. Odd choice. Nesta B's big hit. The Mangoes get caught not looking. B outplaying Louis in that fight. This is still pre-adjustable crossbars, right? So there was no opportunity to punish in return. B, could he do this? Has he got that breathing room he's desperately been looking for? We got the Divine Haze. The army's able to quickly react now. He's diving a Sveskaya, which is bold to say the least. Could get you killed, but so far is most definitely not. Cannonball's just not seeming to hit the right units. Yeah, it's kind of awkward. A cannonball is range damage, so you're shooting a Nesta Bees that has 85% resistance. Like, literally one villager can out-repair the cannon emplacement shots. It's so bad. And he at least got a working... Wait, that wasn't even a work kill, it was a spearman kill. Well, that was depressingly underwhelming from the Sveskaya. It did at least stop him from continuing. Now Cinderara's deck on the way. Weird, actually. I think Louis, if I'm not mistaken, he still doesn't have a uni. What? He's got 2,000 gold, and he's yet to build a university. This could end up costing Louis the game. Unitex is like getting age 5 in AoE 4. It really is the secret hidden 5th age. B now getting the appropriate amount of bombards to try and deal with that strong static defense in the front. Louis going to raiding. I actually like this. I think like this is your value horseman, even without biology. Boys Fortitude makes you tanky. You know your opponent's rushing gold in desperation to get the techs. Punish it. Go for the wall. Spearmen are quick to react this. China proving that the knockoff Nikes are actually better than the main, I guess. Like, dude, like these guys, whatever they wear on their feet, make them insanely fast. Whether it's China or Juji, it's ridiculous. It's just so hard to get raids going when Spearmen are this fast to react. However, he's taking this opportunity to push down the center. However, we still have this giant gaping issue in the strategy. The Nesta Bees, weirdly enough, are the easy kill factor against Louis' army right now. Go Ming, get 1k bolts in Cloud of Terror. Cloud of Terror is really potent. It would be ironic as well, because if you guys remember, Louis MT and B, last time we saw Juji between these two, it was Louis MT holding out for over an hour due to the power of Cloud of Terror. The army tactics is at least going to be on the way, so B will at least have a chunky front line. I don't think you really need better trades into the Horsemen, but it's nice against the Men-at-Arms, right? Actually kind of makes you feel like a pseudo-Men-at-Arms, considering that Louis, now after being in Imperial for several minutes, is still missing a university. I think he's forgotten it, guys. He's legit forgotten about it, which is really bad. This is like, you're missing out on your next age, really. I think we're just trending towards a B victory at this rate. And yeah, reminder, at this stage in the game, the Island Golds becomes your world. I have to talk to Avali about this spawn. This is a little bit ridiculous. It's actually a 3-to-1 gold split. That hasn't really been happening much. So definitely needs some fine-tuning. B pretty much can buy what he wants. Ming, maybe? Just throwing it out there. I mean, I like extra damage. And I'm not going to say I like reading. I will never say that. You know, libraries are great. It's like toilet paper. Great things for those books. They can, you know, be used as a pseudo replacement toilet paper. They can be used to hold doors open. They're great at keeping pieces of paper down. What else can you use books for? Great pseudo coffee mat as well. Yeah, like get those libraries. There we go. Yeah, he agrees. Library now on the way. And while B is building essentially a second university, LuMT doesn't believe in higher education. No, okay, we finally have him believing. A university has been built somewhere by Louis. I don't think I've seen any techs. No. Which is getting a little weird. Because now you're reaching a point where you actually are running out of gold. So, people predicted at the start how long the Grand Finals was going to be. We're at 4 hours right now. I talked about 5-6 hours easily being realistic between these two. And with the way this is trending right now, like there is a feeling like B is ahead. Until Louis realizes he's got university techs he needs to get, B is going to remain ahead. Even after that, B has a lot more gold. And I mean a lot more gold. Infinitely more. He's got the 5 relics. He's got all of the islands. He's actually taking every single island in this game. And Louis... Oh my god! Oh my god, the 16 workers almost get caught. No, don't. Do not go down there. Whatever you do, son, do not believe that there is a gold vein waiting for you. He glimpses it. B, that was a bit of a mistake there. He actually could have garrisoned and got the kill. He's still coming around for it. The weird part is that B did not bother to get a single emplacement here. Villagers will hop out. They'll go for the repair. They won't go for the repair. Are you kidding me? He's actually getting away with this. That's ridiculous. There is no world in which Louis should get his hands on this gold. I can't believe that. 95 HP on the transport ship. And neither one of these outposts has any upgrade in them. Ridiculous. As a result of that, Louis MT keeps the economy lead. B, you know, he went 2 TC, but he's sticking at 89 villages. He's capped out on population in this game. And wait, did I accidentally hit the insert button? My bad. Of course, Louis. Yeah, that summarizes it perfectly from Riftle. Finally, a Unitech. Siege work. Out of all the options we had here, we could have, like, you know, got the army tactics. We could have got Incinerate. No. Biology? No. We just want to make sure our bombers don't die too easily. We also have sprinkle chips coming in. He has got the swivel cannons. So just looking to clear up this outpost shenanigans from B. B, who's now wishing he'd really sup some sprinkle placements over here. Oh my god, is Louis winning this? It's actually starting to look a lot better for him, right? Like, B is exhausting a lot of gold, and what's he really getting for it right now? Spaskai is down, though. Divine Defense, eat your heart out. I think B is going to win this, courtesy of the Bombard advantage. Louis is now pivoting back into Horseman. He does have that gold vein down here, 3.5k to work with. The transport ships are having a hell of a time over here. Double Sprinkle, could that actually beat the outposts? No, because they're fortified. Okay. If it wasn't for the fortification, I'd actually favor the boats, but no bueno. It's tense in this lobby, and you can feel it. You can kind of feel the brutality of it, right? If one of these players loses the army, like, how do you remaster these type of losses? The siege cost alone on both sides. Too pricey. And yeah, this gold vein spawn, unfortunately, may prove quite pivotal. Looks like we did have a mop-up on at least one of those. Bombards did actually manage to snipe one of the outposts on the island. Stone Gatherers are going to get sniped. B, this time, is pushing up again in the same area where it all went wrong earlier in this game. What lessons has he learned? What wisdom can he impart? The grand old Juji library. Might it be that AoE boom damage is good? No, because he doesn't have the tech. He has none of them. And Louis has wrapped around the back onto the farms with a small retinue while he's being dove. Louis massing up a second wave at home after those losses, though. Nesta B shots coming in big here. He needs to get past this. He needs to bypass on the siege right now. This A-click, though. Louis finally charging in. Siege, it's just too much of it, right? There's not actually enough army to protect all of it. But he's trying. Just enough bio at the front side of this fight. Louis is A-clicking into his death here. No way. Louis, out of all the ways to lose the army, you lose it like that? I just can't. I just can't, man. Louis was in an insanely good position to go for a surround. And I'm pretty sure what I just saw was a select all army A-click. And a GG out. We are not done yet. Goldies, silveries, bronzies, I know even some of you conkies, be aware, select all A-click does not always win you a game. Oh no. That A-click, dude, I'm shocked. Like, at least you peel the horseman off, try to wrap around the back, right? But that was odd in the end. But, I mean, you know what? I'll take an extra game. B gets on the board for the second time in this series so far. Let's mark that one up. So we did go to Scarguard, and it was a Juji win. Bloody hell. So we ain't done yet, folks. We'll enjoy the series. We have a series. We do have a series. And if B wins this game, we go to a best of 3 redraft, which means you only have 4 picks across 3 maps. It's a little bit tighter. A little bit harder to get these weird outdrafts. And B will trust in the way of Pigeon's View. He has picked Marlians. In response, it's going to be HRE. Ooh. Let's mark that up. So we've got Juji and Roos picks. And we're now going to see... Oh, where's Pigeon's View? God damn, it's so weird when you've got this many maps to scroll through on a best of 11. I had to shrink the map so much to fit them all onto the screen. But yeah, Holy Roman Empire, Marlians. We saw the Marlian pick backfire earlier for B. Let's see if it can be his redemption arc here. B always Marlians on this map since it came out. No, he had that Chinese game against SAS, the one that went insanely late. Okay, let me double check everything good. One second. How long we got until game? I've got 2.5 minutes. Guys, I'm going to run 2 minutes ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about them in game. That should hopefully be long enough. I mean, it's Pigeon's View, so maybe not, but we'll see. So 2 minutes ads. 2 minutes is enough time to subscribe if you haven't already. Highly recommend it. We do in excess of 100 hours of content a month. So you definitely get value out of that $5 bang for buck moment. Speaking of bang for buck, check out that system. It's sick. Yeah. Actually, I shouldn't have done that. I should have let him experience ads mid-game. How you like the machine? Dude, I'm loving the machine. Been playing Space Marines. Like I was saying earlier, the big shock to me is like anyone who's heard the words frame gen is like, oof, cringe. I don't like input delay. I've played frame gen on multiple games, and I'm impressed at how unnoticeable it is. Yo, sup Miras? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome to Swarm. Wait, why is the audio off in this screen? It should be on. That's very weird. I'll have to look into that later. But thank you, Miras. Welcome to Swarm, mate. I think we're close to the 100 unique subscribers as well, which means we'll get an extra 10% share of the Twitch moonies, which would be good. Once I actually need to check something as well. All right, there we go. Fantastic. I'll set predictions up now for you guys. It's getting game in 45 seconds.
Yeah, it is sick. Exclamation mark PC if you want to see the components we've got in this. Dude, it's such a freaking this PC kicks ass. And also with the rumors coming about what we're likely seeing from the next range of like GPUs in January, holding out is kind of looking overrated. I don't know. Like everyone always says to hold out. There is literally never a perfect time to upgrade PC. And also these new components come out and they always end up getting scalped and overpriced anyway. It's actually a really good time to just like buy when you need to. What's up, anonymous gifter? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs, you legend. Whoever you are out there, I appreciate you. Let's get sub train going. That is a good Kickstarter to get us up on a sub train. What's our record? Is it 5? Dude, let's round out the year by breaking the record. I would be blown away if you guys can pull that one off. And it looks like Valorant keeps gifting subs, so that might make it even easier. What? Valorant gifted subs to the channel. That's insane. That's how popular Age of Empires 4 is. Everyone wants in on it. And everyone wants in on this series. Because finally B has said, you know what? I'll take another slice of that. Second game on the board for him. We hop into game number 8. Pigeon's View for this best of 11. B with the Malians. A Louis MT. Uh-oh. 333. It's the HRE. Ooh, this is a hard one, guys. Yeah, because of this Dark Age Rax opening. This could actually be an abrupt, aggressive ending to the Grand Finals. Reminder, Louis MT is on match point. He wins this, it's over. He takes the #1 spot in the Midweek Muster All-Stars. And we have seen HRE time and time again spank the crap out of him in no way. That is not a Marine Lord spawn. That is an M-Loss spawn. I can't believe that. He got double pit mine on one location. This is a jackpot spawn for Louis. The Spearman play is going to get insane value on this opening. And this is tricky because now, like B, really the play here is to probably build an outpost just to try and block it. He isn't doing it. Why is that the play? Because the alternative is adding Donzos, which is horrible. HRE's economy is too good, right? On top of that, Donzos are too expensive and wood. This is what HRE players have been doing on the ladder, by the way. We've even seen it against like some top-level players. They just open like this and completely ruin you. Did we activate predictions? I'm pretty sure we did. Yeah, they're on, 100%. Because what ends up happening, right, is like you should outpost, but usually you outpost too late because of the Marching Drill Spears. They come too fast. And what is a Malian player without gold? Let's be totally real and just ask that question. Answer is usually dead. Yeah. B is just trying to ignore the threat, though. So he's going to go for the fast tech. Probably look to try and get the archers out to shut this down, but Louis already on the way. Villager has been pulled. Timing looks really good as well, unless B rushes with 6 on a Mancer, which he really should here. You need 6 to get a quick enough tech timing to get a counterplay before the outpost goes up. Is he going to go Saharan? Yeah, okay, he's going to bite the bullet on this, but that's still rough because now what you can do is, Louis, you just build the outpost here. I actually want to say like the Saharan needed to go here, probably, to get a bit more wiggle room. He kind of griefed himself with his house. Well, you know Louis isn't going to stop. Villager, wait, whoa! What? A critical error by Louis there. Villager down. Unbelievable. I can't believe that. That changes everything about this play. No outpost, no bueno. All of a sudden, B gets to have a game. And there's no way Louis is going again. All right, this time, let's remember, rally points are important. He's adjusted it. I just hope he doesn't select with a Spearman and bring it back in again. This is still expensive, though. Like, losing an HRE Villager, sending a second, delaying your age up even further. This isn't great for Louis. Saharan train network is also about to complete, so we'll have to back off from the house because the javelins will reach him there. He knows it as well, so just trying to min-max it before he has to get out of range. Outposts. It's going to be nicely slotted there. And you're seeing the play. He's like, get as many houses as possible because I now do not have Mancer and I'm never touching gold again. He's like many people who follow the esports scene and pray that they can be a conch. They will never touch it. Just like me in this gold. Sorry, guys, that's a bit real. You can do it. You just need to commit, all right? You keep switching between French, HRE, Byzantines, and whatever else someone tells you is OP. Pick a civ. You can make conch. Yeah, honestly, like, if it wasn't for the passive gold that B's going to get in this game, his gold income would feel like my bank account around Christmas. Definitely in the negative, right? It's just, it's a horrible position to be in for a civ that's just so gold heavy in general. If you want to build cattle, oof. If you want to build, even if you want to go for Imba, right? There's a gold heavy units. So it's a pretty awkward situation overall. He does at least have the archer out, but needs to snipe that villager. This is going to be tight. Oh no, he got locked on him and Louis knows. The Spearmen are going to end up having to die, but you see that B, he already prepped. He put 5 inside the trade network. This is not working. Louis is going to lose another villager. Oh no. Yeah, he gets it. So outpost incomplete, and there's no way you pull another villager. So Louis is now desperately behind on his tech timing. He's 2 villagers down, which by the way is the value of the Mansa. Right, Mansa's worth 75 resources, 2 villages, HRE villages in particular will do that. Louis just slipped up in a big way. This is like when you watch one of those movies and you see the underwhelming deaths that feel like it must have been something out of Final Destination. He's just walking down the corridor, slips and breaks his neck. This should have been a clean-cut, easy execution play. That first villager dying ruined the timing, allowed the archer. This second villager was pretty much thrown at the wolves. And now B has an opportunity to increase his wins in this series by 50%. I mean, when you put it like that, in some ways it sounds grim, but it would be one hell of a recovery. Because remember, folks, he's been on the ropes for a long time, right? Before the redraft, he was 4-0. Louis MT had dominated him in the first 4 games. Louis, he's going for an all-in feudal play. We've got archers, stables, and racks. Interesting choice here. You would have thought he'd just back up to go for a fast castle play off of this. But Louis doesn't want to tempt fate. He doesn't want to open the floodgates towards Castle Age Malian. And wait, what? We've got Musafadi. What? I'm kind of speechless. Like, that wasn't on my bingo list right now. Like, when was the last time you saw people flooding Musafadi this early? Is he really expecting a feudal men-at-arms spam from HRE? Because he's playing himself into a counter right now. B hasn't scouted what his opponent is doing is the biggest error of all. And wait. What is happening? What is happening in this game? It's almost killed the cow. Oh my god, that misclick. Yes, put it inside where it'll always be safe. No one can see the cow's scars if we just hide it in the back of the ranch. Oh my god. You can tell that we're starting to reach the fatigue stamina point of the series. It's 4.5 hours of one series, these two. Louis MT. Maybe 2 workers down. When you think about another way, B's not 2 workers up via Mansa, right? So, like, in a weird way, the game state is balanced economically to where it's normally meant to be. B's doing something a bit wild, though. This is fast castle for Imba. You know what? I do have a pretty awesome PC. Which wouldn't be possible without the folks at AMD, Gigabyte, Kingston Fury, Corsair, Crucial Micron, and Haven. Shout out to all those folks for sponsoring the build. Be sure to check out the pounds if you want to see this amazing PC specs. Oh god, terrible fight, B. I mean, we expected this to happen, right? He's running blind out into the map. In theory, when you're in an aggressive position, like, this type of map's great for Musafadi ambush, but when you are defending, which he's most definitely defending, that's an insane loss. Those Musafadi, he lost, what was that, 5? That's 400 resources. Now, a Javelin switch coming, but we already saw Louis been prepping Horsemen. Jump from the wall is at least going to be slow. B hesitates to show the Javelins for good reason. He doesn't want his opponent to have a reason to build more Horsemen. The problem is, Louis already anticipated it. He's got more horses on the way. Love this play out into the deer as well. Even pulled the Prelate. Added in a second, right? So he's got wood gathering buffed. He's now also got the food buffed. Very efficient about this. All cows are neglected now before. That's true, but one of them is appropriately abused. He knows his name. A bit of a weird dive there from Louis. I think he's getting a bit overly eager. He needs to be careful because the lead he's built can be thrown away quite easily. B is now getting the counter unit, right? So it's like, you kind of have to bulk for the all-in timing to dive in. What you've done is really good because for a moment, B was just threatening Castle. You forced him off that timing. You forced him to pay attention and play the age. Javelins. Remember, if that outpost had gone up, there wouldn't be any javelins. Like, this would be game. And that's not an exaggeration, right? Like, he'd be so far behind. It's crazy the difference that outpost blunder has made to this game. First error unforced, and then B taking advantage of the second. Louis, reluctant to give up this attack timing. You can see he's just adding more and more in. Has got blacksmith techs coming. Undermesh now on the way. Will allow him to dive towards the TC a bit more. It's just difficult, though, especially with the Saharan Trade Network area. Javelin initial strike is just so strong. Also, congrats, you built archers into Saharan Trade Network. You basically counted yourself. Remember, it's already 12 base damage and an extra 4, because you are hurling javelins from these things. I'm not entirely convinced by Louis' attack coordinates here. This wrap in the back, I mean, you can actually hit here. This isn't too bad for, like, taking out the buildings, but the javelins will poke and pick you apart in the meantime. Revealing the dive in. Louis goes to the big target. B will be able to seek shot successfully. Gets in safely. Shots are coming through. Looks like villagers are going to get sniped, though. So B ends up losing 2. Louis, not much military loss for that dive. That actually went a lot better than expected there. He targeted the right individuals just in time. B. This is so greedy. He doesn't want to play a long age 2 against the H3, which is in some ways surprising, because at some stage they have to switch farms, and that's going to be a weak point, right? They're going to run out of sufficient wood. You'd think B's goal here would be to just play a very long age 2, get a lot of javelins, add in some donzos. He's not. He's getting out of the age. Farimba now on the way. Louis doesn't know about this right now. Nice interception of some of the reinforcements. And Louis right now is not in a position to mirror attack. He's putting everything into this. The weirdest part is, despite putting everything, there's no rams. Which really means there's no way to play into this defensive landmark. He's going Javelineers. It's possible. He's also got Mansa Misafadi as an option, though. Which I don't mind. Sure, you're up against archers, great, but the javelins can still mop the archers, and then the Mansa Misafadi win for castle. So, like, yeah, you leave your opponent a bit stronger in the initial fight now, but you weaken him for the castle play, right? And also, at the end of the day, your Mansa Misafadi don't have to attack the army. They can attack the enemy's economy. A moment of truth. Oh, God. All right, well, no, it's not all doom and gloom. Counters the archers, poison damage into the horse. Oh, God, it's pretty rough. This is the least done unit type for good reason. And the dive's coming in. He needs the upgrade right now. He's at least got it. Great, you can run away faster, but you're running away from mass horsemen. No! B shall not be anymore. Gets the veterancy for the jabs, does get behind the wall. Horsemen are trying to burn through here. The villagers get the shifts out as well. You can just A-click it into them, though. B, just so much idle economy and so much to be dead here. Has to run them past it. Textile is at least going to minimize some of the losses. But it's stacking up, and while this is happening, Louis is stacking up resources for the third age. Just villages being prioritized here. Doesn't even care about the javelins for now. There's only 6 of them left alive. Musafadi raid is going to come in. The veterancy did tick up. We've got a claim onto the board in the center from Louis as well. And his army is still bigger than B's. The villagers are just running around in circles here. Against HRE archers, the worst thing you can possibly do. And there's just not enough room, right? He's fully garrisoned. At this rate, he's going to be down to 25 villagers. Luckily for him, the archer force is going to be expired before that happens. unluckily for him, Louis now has a 6-villager lead. And honestly, his tech timing for the state of the game isn't going to be much worse. And B understands what has to happen here. It's a rush for relics. Looks like B will not be able to stop the gathering over here. Nice garrison timing available. Okay, so now we've basically found ourselves at 15 minutes with a collective army size of about 15 between the two. This can be seen as a soft reset, but the reset favors Louis now because it's just raw economical. Not really a throw. Like, it is definitely a favored matchup for H3. I don't know if I say throw. There was definitely a mistake, though, was Louis in the Dark Age losing a villager. Like, that actually gave B a way of potentially winning this game. It's a very hard matchup for Malians, actually, especially with this type of spawn. I think B just getting baited into doing javelin. I don't think there was value in rushing the Age, per se. Louis had the correct read on a Civ that's just so good at diving with the marching drills. He didn't hesitate to go in the moment the Age up completed. Nice interception. Louis just denying any goodies from the map. What do you do now if you're B? I mean, it's a desperation play to try and get these relics, but he has to do it. He can't let H3 get even 3 relics, right? Regnitz is just going to be too strong there. My worry is this is 4 relics. Louis has 4 on the way home already. He even has these outposts in the center if he wants to use them, but he's respecting the fact that the mass Mustafadi can come in and burn down. So he's going to pull them all back to safety. And oh, look at this. Louis has built a slight lead and has now calculated that he wants to play for the mid-late game. You'd never have guessed that this guy used to scrim with Marine Lord a lot. 7 villages for 30 army size. Think about this way, Giallo. Your opponent has gone Mansa Javelineers. Do you really want 25 archers anymore? I mean, I know he's rebuilding them, but like to trade off for 7 villages is not actually that bad. It's also the idle time. It's never as simple as he killed 7 villages. He killed 7 villages and then idled his opponent for over a minute. Well over a minute. With his entire economy. Right? Like, well, let's say half his economy for over a minute. Max economy was definitely half a minute. That's big. Just gonna camp and go imp with Swabia? Maybe. I mean, you've got 4 relics, right? It's like just such a safe play. I have said Swabia needs to be nerfed. Swabia doesn't need to be cheaper at all. There's still... I'm dying on this hill, man. I'm just gonna stand here until the end of time, apparently. Until I'm old and grey, saying that Swabia should not be cheaper. Because it should not be cheaper. There's zero justification for that landmark being cheaper. Years ago, I get it. Sort of. But also, I didn't even then because all you've done is encouraged one style of play. And now, most definitely no sense in it. The problem is once they nerf it and Elsbach finds its way into the meta more, people are going to be jaw-dropped to how good Elsbach is in the right circumstance. B is massing a lot of javelins. Remember, these guys have poison on them now. It's not bad, right? 3 damage every second. The other really big detail that matters with Mansa Javelineers is movement speed. 1.38 is just so good. Sacred Sight's now locked in. So Louis, while he's taking a more defensive line, he's not just camping his base, which I like. He's trying to get as much out of the map as possible. He does have a very clear, emphatic eco lead right now. Why be lazy about that? Why not use that? We do at least have some Archers added in. So B is trying to offset the loss of eco state of the game, right? And in fairness, right now, Louis is pretty much just pocket ecoing, so, you know, he's not at full Arcan efficiency. But he has built enough prelates to buff probably at least half his economy. Dev coming in. He's trying to idle out underneath the TC. A little bit weird that Louis is still adding in so many archers. Now that he's in the comp, he needs to get off them right now. It's kind of crazy. Sofa plus Javelin is, like, this is everything that counters archers. He is now pivoting, so it's going to be crossbows coming, knights as well. Spears, men at arms, basically a little bit of everything. Really, your big win condition here as Louis is probably as simple as building just spears. Spears basically counters the entire army that B has. If Louis MT subscribes to Fitzy here's way of playing the game, he can just wipe everything. Like if Louis MT just channels his best impression of Ravane, this thing right here, this scary thing, beats everything. Sometimes AoE 4 really is that simple. Alright, ones if you think Lou's going to win this, twos if you think B's going to take it. I think Louis does have one issue, and it's the lack of farms. Usually an H3 player has farms by now. He has none. He's gone 0 farms. He's playing every single ounce of the map's resources before he switches farms. Which is cool for an all-in timing. But you're not seeing a military lead off of it, which is worrisome. If you can pinch a group like this, like, and actually do some serious damage, I start to grow in faith, right? But now what I really need to see from Louis is an insurance policy. And this comes from someone who usually talks about the idea of, like, you know, actually playing your timing and not playing for later, right? Playing to win instead of playing to survive. But in this matchup, there is an element of survival through infinite food that is important. That your opponent actually has some already and has a way of keep genning food, right? Because you can just keep pumping cattle. That being said, it is a lot of gold. It's like Louis can, to a certain degree, just kind of sell gold to get what he needs. And wait, have we got a keep drop? Oh my god, Louis. It's a statement play. He's going to turn this into a landmark pressure. Flash coming in, B. Oh, look to posture. Louis is getting ready for that keep drop. Needs to be careful because this will put his villagers on the front line. B doesn't know it yet, but he's about to see it. Keep drop begins. Louis, need to be very careful about this, son. Javelin's trying to address it, but unable to do so. Sofas are now going to be committing in. Spears to follow this up. And it looks like it's going to be good enough. Louis MT will not be denied his castle drop. And this has to be an immediate siege workshop. Louis has got so much gold to work with. This has to be Trebs. Could even consider just mangoes. Build spears, mangoes. Makes a lot of sense here against Sofa, Javs. Other awkward thing now for B is Javelins are terrible at, like, sniping siege, right? Because although they have more range than archers, they have terrible attack speed. Louis even trying to creep up outposts as well. Oops. Interestingly, he wants the outpost here. And again, Vision's that good, right? Gathering begins, siege workshop to be built as well. Sacred Site timer is still ticking, by the way. It's another decap attempt coming in. Raid on the south. Oh, wow. Louis, we talked about this reluctance to build into farms. Another reason to do so. He's playing way too dangerous against this many sofas. Farms finally getting added in, but now B with the villager lead. More going down. Louis has to find the timing now. There's no messing around. You're behind on raw gathering rate, right? Like, the gold is definitely where you're still going to compete with the Regnants, but your opponent has got 3 pit mines. That's about 300 passive gold themselves. Villagers that... What? That's it! That's actually it! Louis gets around the back, B doesn't see it coming, and that is immediately the GG. Ladies and gentlemen, the last tournament of the year, the last time we will thrust up a champion in 2024, and it is going to be one from the East. The beast himself, Louis MT, taking it in a dominant 6-2 victory over B. Damn. I was a little bit shocked at the GG timing there, but I think B felt like he was on the verge of losing for a long time. I think he was more in this still than maybe he believed, but I can kind of see the thought process. Probably just a frustrating series overall. Louis came out of the door swinging. If you guys haven't seen those, definitely check the earlier videos. I mean, a ridiculous lead built by him early on in the series. Props to B for finding a way to potentially start fighting back. But big shout out to everyone tuning in. Thank you very much for joining me throughout the year for Midweek Musters. And my promise to you guys, Midweek Muster will return. We are coming back again next year. January the 3rd, all the way through to the end of June, we will have weekly tournaments here. So every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, you need to make it like an instinctual habit. This is your place to come. You want to be here because this is hopefully going to become the heart and the foundation of what I'm hoping is going to be an ever-growing Age of Empires esports scene in 2025. See you on the next chapter. Whew. Yes, GG's, Mr. Louis. So let me just type in the chat. Ooh, damn. I really thought B would get us an extra game in there, actually. It looked like it for a moment. But yeah, well played. But yeah, guys, so this is my last stream of 2024. It's been a pleasure, though. Like, I love all the sport we're in. You know, I tried to lean into focusing on my content this year. It was doing okay. I think Midweek Muster has definitely been something the community wanted. The reception's been fantastic. The next trick is to really sort the YouTube side of things. Try and get that to a point where like we've got an editor involved and maybe thumbnails are better optimized. Still looking for someone to fill that sort of role to help with that stuff. Fingers crossed we can get someone. But I think Twitch itself is going really well. I mean, the YouTube live streams are doing phenomenal as well. Like, you know, between what we're doing now live on Twitch and YouTube, I think we've got combined 700 plus people. I think we are close to my goal I set for the end of the year of like averaging, I think I said 450 people. Obviously, based on the games from today and Friday, I think we cracked that. Phenomenal. Like I'm going to flex and set my goals now. My goal, hopefully we can hit it. I'm hoping to grow this to like a 4-digit channel. So keep supporting. I appreciate it. And then at that point, you know I'm pretty confident at that stage I can provide for my family and hopefully provide more for the Age of Empires scene than what we're already doing. But really big shout out to everyone who's been making it possible behind the scenes, everyone who's been watching. You guys are all absolutely incredible. We will return on the 3rd of January. So KP is going to take a few break days off. Understandable. So I'll take the 31st, 1st, and 2nd with the fam. And then we'll be back on Friday of this week. Yeah, not that long of a break. Never get a moment's rest as a content creator, right? We'll be back for Midweek Muster number 8. In fact, I believe the details for number 8 are already up, so I can show that to you guys. Here we go. So Midweek Muster 8 is up. We probably should have shuffled out Atacama in hindsight. I'm going to talk to Chum about forcing the correct generation. It needs to be the correct generation. But I think the reason we didn't get rid of Atacama is we got rid of Archipelago, and my brain is having a heart attack trying to remember the other map we had to get rid of. I'm trying to remember now. What was the other map? Because Archipelago just like, there's multiple reasons I could go into. I think, yeah, we took Transhumans out because Transhumans had kind of been figured out. I reckon this will be Atacama's final week, so if you want to play in it and play with them, get in on that. But this is week 8. This is what kicks off on the 3rd. We added in Lakeside and King of the Hill. King of the Hill is coming back. I think now is a good time to bring King of the Hill back in because it's a very different meta to when it last was seen in competitive. Last time we had King of the Hill in competitive, Age of Springer was OP. Trebs were necessary on that map, but weren't really hitting as hard. So you just got boring Sacred Site siege crawls. I think now there's enough difference in the way siege flows that it's time to revisit King of the Hill. This is what we always try to do, is we try to find ways of visiting and revisiting formats after they have been long abandoned, because it may change. I think in a lot of ways, Mountain Clearing became that. Meme map became quite good when people started to figure it out more than just 2 cheese sips. Same way as, like, for example, if we didn't put Pigeon's View in as a default map, I think no one would have touched Pigeon's View. And can we all agree we're glad people touched Pigeon's View? I think both players and viewers alike are happy that Pigeon's View has been being played, because this version of the map shows that High View can be good if it's actually adjusted. And I think King of the Hill hopefully do the same. That's going to be our default map on the Midweek Muster starting the 3rd. But folks, been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for tuning in. I'm going to end TikTok now. Thank you very much, TikTokers. If there was anyone in there, it looks like it's been a little bit quiet. There's always a lot of people that join and then leave straight away. I don't know. Maybe I need to get auto word generation to pop up on screen whenever I say something. But appreciate the people that have been tuning in there, and hope they'll see you on the next stream. Toodaloo. All right. So we'll end TikTok. I mean, this is why I need to get an editor involved as well for the TikTok side of things. It's weird. A lot of people come in and they just leave straight away. But YouTube, I'm also going to love you and leave you. Remember, YouTubers, we kick off on Friday. It'll be 3 p.m. CET. Check in by then. We should be live for the next midweek muster. So the All-Stars have been a pleasure, but next week we get back to the good old midweek musters once again. See you guys soon.